Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Lost Everything and Went to Touhou Project Gensokyo Universe movie. Before we start, please go support jacknnder for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Gensokyo, land of Youkais, fairies, vampires, all kinds of legends, surprises and mysteries drag these beautiful lands. One day, while walking along the forest path that surrounded her temple, Reimu witnessed how her world changed forever. That day a new visitor arrived in Gensokyo, a dragon. Saga 0, Chapter 1, What the Wind Brought Us, Arrival of the Dragon. Sighing, watching the sun, which was hiding shyly and resentfully among the tumults of whitish clouds, she sighed again, adjusting her large red bow, and continued on her course, exterminating youkais and evil spirits. Too much peace, even for her. Reimu was truly bored. Suddenly a strong wind blew through her hair, blowing sakura leaves off the trees and whispering the secrets of the forest in her ear. I wonder if this wind will bring new news to Gensokyo? Reimu said, more like a joke, maybe laughter or some complaint she had to give to the deities of Gensokyo. But then she simply shook her head and faithfully continued on her way, not knowing that that wind would bring great change to Gensokyo. Dimensional gap. Another dimension. Far farther from the main stage, farther even from the boundaries of the yokai's borders, Yakumo Yukari, a feared war was taking place, a deadly battle which had already taken millions of lives, sentencing everyone to imminent annihilation. The ravages reached the human world, destroying it completely. Not even the greatest heroes and heroines, who once made up the DxD team, managed to win this war. One by one, brave young warriors fell. They sacrificed everything in themselves to save the world, their home, from the greatest threat they had ever faced. They fought with bravery, gallantry, pride and honor, but in the end, they died heroically in combat, all in the setting of the last great battle. After the death of Great Red there was only one way, which the last member of DxD was willing to do. Issei, he had nothing left. He had lost everything at the hands of the EXE, his home, his family, his parents, his friends, the loves of his life, so what else could he do? Are you sure you want to do this, partner? You know very well that none of them would want this for you, said his faithful companion, Drake, who accompanied him through thick and thin. Drake, we have nothing left, so said Issei, with heaviness, sadness and hatred in his words, the flames of revenge aggravated in his eyes against those monsters who threatened and killed his friends. So, there's nothing left to lose, said Drake, finishing the sentence of his best carrier and friend. Yes, they are both going to die. So what? After the fall of Vali, Lucifer, Albion, the hacker Yoku had also died. They had nothing left, none of them. Better to die standing, honoring the sacrifice of their friends, than to live like a coward. Besides, he smiled sharply, in all his years as a dragon plus his years as a sacred gear he never thought to say this. He will accompany Issei to the gates of Hades, where surely Vali and Albion are waiting for them for a rematch. Issei sighed, trying to get the ideas out of his mind. He knows it's wrong. His loves died so that he could live. They had all lost. He died on the battlefield. He couldn't even save Asia or Rias, so this was his punishment. I just hope you forgive me. Yes, they surely will. Thus, in front of the last EXE ship, Issei prepared his final weapon. I can't use Axis since Ryutemura was hurt, so I'll go with DxD, said Issei, reciting the curse chant that Ophis taught him. The energy waves circulated the space, completely deforming the dimensional gap and managing to destabilize it more than it was. This is the diabolic dragon of Ophis and Great Red's teaching. Come here, damn it. The ship, responding to the challenge, advanced at a violent pace, directly towards its last obstacle in the capture of other worlds, other realities. As she waited while loading her cannons, Issei's memory flooded her mind. Every moment lived with her girls, every meeting with her friends, every fight against some powerful enemy, everything had been lost, but her primitive desire was still there. I really want to kill you and survive. He still vividly remembers how they all died, looking at the X's for the last time. We'll all see each other in hell, Issei said, channeling all his energy and spirit into that lightning bolt. A powerful shot was expelled from Issei. The enormous torrent of destructive red and black energy furrowed what was left of space and crashed into the ship. The Issei, which did not expect that its shields would not withstand the impact, crashed head-on, causing a large explosion of energy. Ah! Comrade, hold on. With the explosion, the ship and the invasion came to an end. Issei smiled reluctantly as he saw that he succeeded, he avenged them, but the price of this victory was so bitter that it doesn't feel like one. His armor returned to its base BXB state, destroyed by the impact. He floated, wandering through the dimensional gap. Coughing up the little blood that crept into his throat, Issei simply relaxed his body. I guess that this is where we've come, said Issei. It may be, partner, although this is somewhat strange, said Drake, drawing Issei's attention. What? Issei said. It seems that the release of energy that shook this space has caused the dimensional gap to begin to destabilize. And that's bad? I was never here for a long time, I have no idea. I guess it's okay, since now we're going to die, we have no choice but to wait. Partner, I know the death of your loved ones is a hard blow, but let me tell you something, do you really think they would like to see what you're becoming? They fought to give you a second chance. And yet I failed, like I always do in important moments. Why, Drake? Said Issei, breaking into tears. Why do they always end up sacrificing themselves for me? You know I'm never going to indulge you, but let me tell you that you've helped so many in the past. I guess it's some kind of payment from destiny, although now we're trapped. Great Red died, plus Ophis and Lilith are on the verge of death. Who knows where? They destroyed the earth. We're simply lost, said Drake, studying the panorama. I told you, I guess we should just close our eyes and wait, right? Said Issei. Maybe no, wait, is that? Yes, it is. What is it? Drake? Partner, one of the anomalies created by the energy beam release from DXT seems to be forming a portal, a crack in the infinity of the dimensional gap, that is physically impossible, yet it is in front of us. Issei looked where Drake indicated. It was like seeing one of the many doors that Ophis opened, although it was made in a more forced way and it seemed very unstable. Drake, is that safe? Even with the damage done, the armor should hold up, plus you are part of Ophis and Great Red, so in theory it should be harmless to us. In theory? 50/50ths. What do you mean by that? Prepare yourself if you don't want to die. Just as Drake said, Issei prepared himself, uniting the little energy they still had left. Issei passed through the open door in the dimensional gap, entering a space of nothingness, dark and desolate. He noticed when the door to the dimensional gap closed behind him, so he simply sighed. Great, now what? There should be something, or maybe we are in an unknown part of the dimensional gap. Besides, the dimensional gap is a bridge between different realities and worlds. It would not be strange that with the anomaly we could fall into one. Issei nodded, still unable to move his body. Then another door would open. This one was like seeing those in the breach, but this time it was accompanied by some chilling red eyes. Hey Drake, is that normal? No. Then get ready for a somewhat shady ride. Thus, without putting up any resistance, Issei was swallowed by the portal, a breach, created by another being of great power. Great Barrier Reef Boundary. Gensokyo. At the familiar boundary of the barrier, lying loosely on her sofa, Yukari looked with interest at the projection of her eyes. She always liked this. She loved watching other people's entertainment. It was her hobby. Well, let's see what the wind separates us from Gensokyo. Outside Hakuryai Temple. Reimu took her usual morning walk around the grounds of the Gensokyo Temple, as well as the human village and some friendly Youkais buildings, but she still sighed again when she saw her temple alone again. TCH, not even the faithful come to pray anymore, and I don't even know which god I pray to, said the only resident of the temple desperately. Maybe I should have told my mother that I didn't want to be a priestess. This is stressful. He looked up at the sky again, noticing the tumult of black clouds. Huh! Will it rain tonight? Wondering that, she hurried into her temple and closed it. The last thing she wanted was to dry that old wooden floor. Still, I heard a loud bang, more than a normal thunder. It seemed like the sky had split in two. Over the lands of Gensokyo something was happening. Looking up again, I noticed the clouds swirling around something. What is that? She asked while preparing her Miko powers. At the same time, a powerful red ray crossed the dull yellowish sky of the summer sunset in Gensokyo with autumn just around the corner. It would not be strange to see that. Rather, seeing how the sky of your city is literally cut in half is not something that is seen every day. It just can't be. Before I could take off, I noticed something strange falling from the sky. At that speed I couldn't quite make it out. Issei had fallen from that door of the dimensional gap. Now before his eyes a sunset like no other greeted him. Even knowing that he was taking a walk straight to the hard ground, he contemplated for a few eternal seconds the sun and the mountains. Seeing this certainly makes you think that it's worth dying for. Partner, you looked at the sky like an idiot. Now focus on the ground. Oh yes. Sending out some of the power he still had left, Issei greatly activated his thrusters, in addition to spreading his wings, but the speed did not drop at all. It will be a hard blow. Reimu witnessed how something like a meteorite crashed into the entrance of the Hakurei temple, just after the main entrance, destroying the stone floor and leaving a large crater. Reimu's face was worthy of a portrait. My first time here and they've already destroyed my temple. He thought with disdain and lowered his head. What was that? Issei had straightened his posture. In addition to that, he used his arms and legs to try to cushion the blow. The result was an attempt. He tried to walk lightly, but his feet felt like they were wearing lead shoes, so, due to his wounds and exhaustion, he collapsed, losing his crimson armor in the process. He coughed to spit out a small trail of red blood, staining what was left of the floor. Tuss. I used almost all my energy in surviving the harsh environment of the dimensional gap. Besides that, DXD and the landing, it's a miracle that I'm still alive. But now what? He said to look up when he heard some footsteps. His vision was somewhat blurry, but he could make out an image taken from the sky. It looked like a person walking towards him. He could make out black hair, as well as an outfit similar to that of the priestesses of feudal Japan. Akino-san? Was the last thing he said and saw before fainting. When Reimu came to him, she noticed him. He was definitely a man, a young man, maybe her age. Note: I don't know how old Reimu is exactly. Note 2: after an arduous investigation, I discovered that he is 17 years old. A young man? What a gift from God, he said, looking up. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened, except for in addition to that they destroyed the entrance of the temple. And now what will I do? This will scare the faithful. In that he noticed that the young man was seriously injured, in addition to fainted. Leaving him here would be bad. This is already shit, he said with a poker face expression. It will be better to take him inside. When he gets better I will ask him some questions, he said, looking at the sky again. What are you? A gift from God? He said, noticing the aura of that young man. He was not human, nor a Youkais that he had seen before, or a son of the devil? He said as he carried him on his shoulders. I hope no one sees me. Boundary of the gap. Wow, don't expect this, Yakumo said, looking at the events with interest. He's certainly not human, nor a Youkais. Could it be that he is? But here, in Gensokyo, a dragon? A dragon with the power of a demon and the appearance of a human. My goodness, your parents really were interesting. You are interesting, a gift from heaven. Back to the only temple in Gensokyo, for now. Reimu studied the features of this strange young man. She had laid him down in her yukata, since she had no other. I really need to buy some new things, he thought. Then he went to look for the first aid kit he had, some bandages and some lotions and ointments. At first glance it seemed like something unremarkable, but the Hakurei family specialized in hiding the world as much as possible. Sighing, he came closer to see it better. You have a lot of explaining to do. When she began to heal him, she noticed his clothes. Although his features were similar to hers, triggering that he was Japanese, his clothes were strange. Perhaps he was a being from outside, but it is the first time she heard of a human being who survived passing the barrier. In addition, he had fallen directly from the sky. He did not appear within the limits of the Hakurei temple, which was the only entrance to Gensokyo. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Hold on, she said when she saw him writhing, still unconscious. Once he was done with his arms, he moved on to his chest and torso, noticing the muscles, not so inflated but detailed enough, triggering an intense workout. He also noticed the knuckles of his hands, his fingers, Undoubtedly trained to fight, he began to apply the lotion all over his body, although he noticed the strange deep red gauntlet. "What is this?" he said, studying the boosted gear without knowing it. Then he tried to take it off. He didn't succeed. After that he tried to remove the gem from the glove. "An emerald?" she asked herself, looking and touching the gem on the back of her hand. Although the result was the same, the damned glove was literally baked into it. "It's impossible," she said, exhausted. After that, he continued with his work. Once he finished spreading the ointment and the salve, he moved on to bandage his body, especially the area of the thorax, the chest and his arms. Once he finished his work, he let the young man rest while he let the medicinal properties of the ointment and the salve enhanced by the magic of the Hakurei temple finish the job. "Now, how the hell am I going to fix this?" he said, looking at her literally empty facade. As Reimu grumbled to the gods, she didn't notice that the red glove began to glow. The green gem had begun to glow. Interesting. A few hours later, with a wince of slightly intense pain, the Sekyuryai woke up from his somewhat prolonged rest, triggering the pain in his ribs. The hard landing undoubtedly took its toll on him. "Damn, where am I?" Issei said. He had fully woken up. Now he was lying in an ancient-looking yukata. He noticed that he was in. "What?" he said. "After all, the floor and walls resembled the temple where Akino used to live before Akino-san?" he asked, with a vague hope. Maybe they managed to survive. At least, if Akino managed to live, he will be able to. The sound of the corrected light wooden door caught his attention. When he looked there, his hopes died once again. It was not Akino. She did not look like her, either her or her cousin. So, what? "Wow, you finally woke up," Reimu said, looking at the Sekyuryai, analyzing the young man resting in her bed, although his eyes were dull, cold, lifeless. "Who are you?" He received no response from the young man, and was beginning to lose patience, which was not enough, so he asked again. "Tell me, who are you?" "Nothing." Then he lost his temper. "Hey, I'm talking to you." "My name is Hayada Issei. I see to my friends," said the young man, identifying himself as Issei. "Issei? What a strange name." Although not entirely, he said, looking at the young man and noticing that the name suited him somehow. "Now answer me this, are you human?" Issei was surprised to see that question. He didn't expect anyone else to be able to. "How do you know I'm not human? Where am I?" "I am the one who asked the questions. Tell me, yes or no, you are human." Noticing that she somehow figured out that he wasn't human, he decided to tell the truth. "It doesn't matter. It all doesn't matter." "No, I'm not human. Stop being one." "You quit? You gave up your humanity?" Reimu said. "No, well, it's hard to explain, given that I stopped being human more than a year ago," said Issei. Reimu was surprised to hear that. "How did you do it? Did a demon make you a deal?" Issei laughed half-heartedly upon hearing that, confusing Reimu, as while it was more or less as he said, it wasn't quite like that. "Let's say that, thanks to that demon, I was able to live and see my family again, but that doesn't matter anymore," said Issei. "A demon who helped a human?" Reimu said, not believing what she was hearing. She had never faced one before, but from what she knew, demons were not exactly beings who helped. Without further ado, "I'm sorry if I can't believe you." Although the comment bothered him, the memory of his beloved Rias managed to calm his anger. "Now it's my turn. Where am I? Who are you? Where exactly are we?" Issei asked quickly. Reimu noticed that he recovered faster than she expected, and she felt that the power within him was beginning to rise, although for her it would not be a problem to send him back to sleep, since her Miko powers were to exterminate evil spirits. Curiosity was stronger than duty. "Where are you?" "You're in the Hakurei temple," said Reimu. "Where exactly?" "You're in Gensokyo, a land separated from the natural world of humans by a great barrier made by my family. Here, under our protection, live various types of youkais, evil spirits." Issei was in shock. His world was supposed to be destroyed by the EXE, and he never heard anything about a certain Gensokyo. The capital of the youkais was Kyoto, which was destroyed in one of their many battles. Yasaka was killed when the capital was destroyed. "So? And who am I?" "I'll tell you." That caught his attention. Issei studied her carefully. Somewhat long black hair, combed with some small dice things, framing her face. A large red bow tied her hair and ordered it. On her body she had a traditional Miko costume from the temple, in addition to her perverted side coming to light. Discreetly studying her generous bust and legs, her furrowed brow was the only thing that ruined her fine porcelain face. Black eyes, she was Japanese, he had no doubt about that. But from a somewhat distant, older Japan, he knew it from the tone of her voice, plus it looked like a Japanese kanji from the Emperor's period. How could he understand her? Simple, thanks to his evil pieces which were still active, even after Ria's death, thanks to the fact that he was now a king. My name is Reimu, Reimu Hakurei, priestess of the Hakurei temple of this generation, and you said, Reimu pointing her finger at Issei, you landed at the entrance of my temple and destroyed it. Now I must rebuild this. Do you know how long it can take me? Although Reimu's powerful voice traveled throughout the valley below the temple, Issei's mind was wandering in the orbit of Pluto's 19th moon. As he was completely shocked, it was impossible. But, partner. Drake, are you here? Hehe, I can't separate from you now. It seems that the sacred gear became independent of the god system. Never mind. Now, we need to study our options, since we are in another world, very similar but different from ours. We must stop acting like idiots and start collecting information. If we want to survive in this world, we must start thinking. But how? I'll take care of it. For now, pay attention to her and gain this girl's trust. If we can make her our ally, she can help us collect information. For now, that's what we should do, said Drake. Issei was surprised by that. He was willing to throw in the towel and let himself die. But Drake, thinking about his survival, was already coming up with a plan B, C, D. He was sure he would reach C. He smiled slightly. Are you listening to me? What are you laughing at? Reimu said, annoyed to see the brat in limbo. Yes, I'm sorry, Issei said, somewhat alarmed. He has only known her for a few minutes, and he already sees her character. By the way, you say we are in your temple, right? Yes, this is my temple, as I already told you. So, can you show me where the nearest town is? Issei said. The village? Oh, you mean the human village? Reimu said. Yeah. No. What? Issei said, somewhat impressed. I think he wouldn't let someone who destroyed his house stay in it. 1. You are a stranger, and I doubt you can defend yourself from the Youkais too. It is already very late. Evil Youkais and evil spirits appear on the roads. It would be best for you to stay, at least tonight. Tomorrow you leave my temple, said Reimu. Issei was surprised. He really wanted to see the world outside right away. But noticing that it was true that it was already late in the cold night outside, he hadn't fully recovered either. He was hurt and sore, as well as having no energy. Okay, thank you, Reimu-san. MMPH, don't mention it, and you still haven't told me where you're from. But you can barely stand up, so you should rest. You'll tell me tomorrow before you leave. Okay, Issei said. So Reimu left the room, headed to the living room where the back door is, sat at her table and placed her cloak over her legs, placed a large pillow behind her and lay down. Well, he's a stranger, but from what I saw, he's not someone normal, said Reimu, remembering the strange way he arrived and also his injuries. There were several, as well as diverse cuts, burns, blows. That boy was fighting, that's obvious. But he's so young. I come from the Hakurei family, so I'm used to him. He still looks like a child. Although I don't know how old he is exactly, said Reimu, settling in. It doesn't matter. I'll ask him tomorrow. Besides, he never used that room, said Reimu. The hustle and bustle of the day had left her tired, so she fell asleep quickly. Issei sighed inside the room. Drake. Understood, said the dragon. Quickly both of them placed a noise-proof barrier. What do we do, Drake? Do we tell him the truth? Said Issei, asking about his situation. It would be best to tell you in parts. I still don't trust her. Besides, she is a Miko of the temple, the Miko no Hakurei. From what I understood, meaning she can do something similar to exorcising evil spirits. But we are dragons? Yes, but you are also a demon, so making that girl an enemy could be bad for us. We don't know what will happen if you are hit by one of her purification spells. You're right. If we want to live long enough, we must start by collecting the necessary information. Now, let's review what we know, Issei said, thinking. As far as we know, we are in another world, that is a fact. If this, Gensokyo, apparently serves a purpose similar to our world's Kyoto, a capital of Youkais, she must be the one in charge of maintaining order. How do you know that? It was normal in feudal Japan for the priests and priestesses of ancient temples to maintain spiritual and social order in the communities. In addition, he said that there was a human village, and several youkais living around the temple. That means that there is intelligent civilization, said Issei, who began to look around. As much as it is an ancient temple, it should be equipped with the basic elements of a house. But there is no lighter, I can't notice any cables or anything either, so it means that it doesn't have advanced technology. Also, said Issei, opening a small dimensional space, which he learned to create recently. From this he took out his cell phone. He felt bad when he saw the photo of all his girls on the wallpaper. He closed his eyes to concentrate, then he could cry. He assumed it. There is no signal. Even in Kyoto there was a phone signal. So, at least on this side of that great barrier that I mentioned, there is no technology of our time. I'm surprised. I didn't think you'd be so detail-oriented. Has spending time with Ravel taught me some things, said Issei, smiling fondly at the memory of his manager and bishop. Well, now we must recover. Drake, you must go to sleep to recover your energy. So do I. Sure, for now you'll be unprotected. I will dragonify parts of my body to escape if something happens, plus I will wake you up. Sounds good to me. If that's the case, rest easy, partner. Same, buddy, Issei said. The boosted gear disappeared from his left hand, indicating that Drake went to sleep. Issei sighed. Now he must recover his physical state to be able to use the boosted gear to its fullest, too. How are you, Ryutemaru? He said, looking at the Nordic vessel, the gift that the Tower of Surzek's Lucifer gave to Issei months before entering the isolation zone to die. With a whistle of a ship's horn, Ryutemaru answered him. I'm glad. Get well soon, my friend. We'll need you just in case, said Issei, closing the space. Letting Ryutemaru sleep. Ryutemaru, Axa, will be my last card. The power to destroy a planet. Plus I need to find out the power levels of this world. If I can continue to evolve, I can become much stronger. After that, Issei laid back down completely, letting his body fall asleep. Inside the boosted gear, Drake thought about the options. Wow, this is going to be difficult. I hope I can help you, partner, because if not, we're both going to die. From his dimensional space, Ryutemaru asked for the sake of his master, as his faithful familiar, he will fight and give his life if necessary for the sake of his master. Reimu slept like a seal. Tomorrow will be another day. The next day. The early bird rooster that always rings when the sun rises, illuminating the Gensokyo Valley and welcoming a new day. That morning, in the Gensokyo temple, Reimu Hakurai woke up somewhat sleepy from her long nap. Rubbing her black eyes somewhat roughly, she lightly shook away the heavy sleep from them, stood up stretching her body, sitting up on her beautiful white legs, gave a big lazy yawn, stretched her arms upwards, listening with some joy to the cracking of her ribs. Today is another day, said the Miko, yawning again. His day began like any other. First he got up and went to brush his white teeth. I fell asleep in my Miko outfit, she said, noticing the sweaty and dirty outfit. Still, she didn't pay attention to it. She simply took off it, remaining in her white underwear, on her breasts a pair of bandages which covered her bra somewhat, on her legs her mid-calf stockings, and her white panties. She deposited the clothes in the bucket of dirty clothes that she must wash in the river. Then she simply moved through the living room until she reached her towel and bathrobe, which were on the shelf outside her room. Why there? Neither does she know. Then she returned to the bathroom area, reaching the back, a small pond where she took off her robe and was left in her underwear. She left her towel aside and prepared to take off her personal clothes. First she started with the bandages on her chest, revealing after removing all the mounds of white and creamy flesh from her breasts. Her nipples became tense from the cold. Even so, despite lacking a considerable size, they were quite cute. After that, she decided on her final garment, letting her underwear fall on her legs. She removed it with her right foot and remained as she came into the world. Entering the artificial pond, she sat on the stone edge, letting the cold water of the river pass through her entire body, taking away her sleep and relaxing her muscles. She sighed, seeing herself relaxed. It could warm her up, but she liked cold water in the morning. Personal matters, she let the water wet her adventurous breasts to begin to clean every part of her body. In this part there was almost nobody, so I had complete freedom. I even took advantage of drinking some herbal tea that was recently made. This is life, I wish I could stay here all day, said Reimu, relaxing. She knew that time was limited to relax, since Gensokyo's problems always flared up, yet she got bored of the daily monotony. Now that I think about it, I had a very strange dream. And it seemed very real, said Reimu, remembering the dream, where the entrance to the temple was destroyed by a young man who fell from the sky. I must stop drinking and eating those rice crackers. They're making me sick, said Reimu, sighing. He continued to relax, as the cold water awakened every pore of his body. Some time later, already clean, she came out naked from the little stream, letting the water run off her thin and slender body, passing through the valley between her breasts, her flat stomach accompanied by her navel, passing through her private area, and falling on her thin legs. Then she took her towel and began to caress her hair. Trying to dry it, she passed it over her shoulders and dried her body. After that, she put the white robe over her body, covering herself to enter the temple again. Damn, I need another outfit and underwear, Reimu said, walking towards her room. She asked, noticing that it was closed. I don't lock this, wait, she said, if the feeling was true then. He entered slowly and making as little noise as possible, reaching the middle of the room where the yukata that he uses to sleep from time to time was laid out on the floor, noticing the large lump that rose and fell with the passage of his breathing. Then with some fear he approached the lump in his bed. Please let it be a yukai, please let it be a yukai. He prayed mentally, hoping to find one of the many yukais that used to sneak in from time to time. It can't be. In front of her was the young man who a few minutes before she thought it had been a dream to have met him. He was comfortably sleeping, resting his mind and body. Then she realized that she was about to wake up, noticing how she was dressed, a slightly transparent white robe and nothing underneath. She simply blushed so. She quickly covered him with the blanket and got ready to leave, but not before grabbing her things and running away. If a man sees me like this, I'll never be able to get married, Damiko said out loud. I'll be stuck in this low-paying job for all eternity. Issei writhed in his borrowed bed, in his dreams, the fresh and constant memory of those massacres still resonating in his consciousness, reliving every detail. No Akino getaways Zenovia Irina no, Asia no Rias, he said, waking up suddenly. A few minutes after Reimu entered, he was sweaty, as well as accelerated and scared. He sighed heavily. What a bad night, gee damn. Good morning, partner, said Drake through his internal communication. Drake, hello, my head. A nightmare? No, it was more than that, it was a memory. You'll have to learn to live with that, buddy, it'll be hard. But life doesn't teach you to be strong, it forces you to do so. Come on, it's already daylight. We have to explore this world, see what we can learn, and if possible, find out something about the culture, the people, the environment, the climate. In other words, move that skeletal ass of yours. I know, but first, he said while his stomach growled, I'm very hungry. We also have to get food. In our world we had a lot of money, but not here. We have to find a way to make a living. Yes, perhaps, as mercenaries or bodyguards for someone important. Do you know anything about that? No, but it's like that in video games. I trust them more than in Isekai anime, said Issei. Nothing that happens in those animes is real. The damn princess of an unknown kingdom from the Middle Ages but who handles magic like an MMORPG will not fall in love with you. Besides, that's cheating. Calm down, but come on, we have to thank Reimu-san, and then get out of here, said Issei. He started to get up, noticing that his body was still very weak. Damn, at this rate I won't be able to leave in peace, since I'm too weak, Issei said with a tense smile. It's normal, still, you should be able to transform without problem. I suppose so, although from the little that Reimu-san told me, it could be that there are really strong yukais in this forest, said Issei while folding the sheets and picking up the yukata that was lent to him. He carefully placed it in the corner and was grateful for the pleasant sleep, so finding yukais will be normal. I wonder if they will be the same as those in Kyoto. There is only one way to find out. Yes, this reminds me of the Pokemon anime and games. Because? Issei simply smiled. Think about it. A new world, creatures that we may never have seen before, great forests. I'm getting curious. there must also be strong opponents out there. I guess I've influenced you a lot. Yes, most likely we'll find Youkais or even gods out there. Who knows? Yes, I still feel pain for what Rias and the others did. I will make a tombstone for each of them. But I can't just sit and rot in a corner, much less in an unknown world. Besides, Drake, I will return to the dimensional gap. I will find the world of the Issei, and I will destroy them. Destroy what? Asked a voice behind the door. Kia. You will be Baka. What was that? You looked like a child, ha 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 ha, said Reimu, standing at the entrance. And what is that about destroying what? Issei? And nothing, don't worry, I must still be a little dizzy, ha 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 ha. Yes, that must be it, said Reimu, not very convinced. I screwed up. And in a big way, said Drake, sighing to think of something to help his idiot partner and friend. Anyway, you must be hungry. After all, you didn't eat anything yesterday, so go wash up in the back and then come back. I've already made breakfast, Reimu said as she walked away. Issei simply sighed. Now, he must find a way to pay Reimu and try to get more information. There must be a school in the human village. I hope, maybe I can get some information there. And if we ask Reimu Hakurei, she knows that you come from another world, well, partly, so we have to make her our ally. Let's make a deal with her. I will help you. As? Leave it to me. Sighing, Issei decided to go out. After passing the door, he felt like the morning sun of Gensokyo, in addition to the fresh air. Wow, it's so natural. What are you talking about? Well, in my home, although there were several trees, this place is pure, said Issei. Reimu smiled, then showed him where he could wash his face and hair. A few minutes later, Issei arrived with his hair slightly wet, and also looking happier. Ahi, it's good to feel the water on your skin, Issei said. Ha ha ha, you talk so weird, said Reimu, serving breakfast. I'm sorry. I don't have any more dishes, since I live alone, so. Calm down, you've been helping me, thank you, Issei said. Reimu smiled. He was definitely someone strange, but funny. Issei was amazed to see the breakfast. It looked like a traditional Japanese meal that made him happy. It looks delicious, Reimu-san. Yeah, go ahead and try it, Reimu said, puffing out her chest proudly. Okay, thanks for the food, Issei said, trying the first bite, when then hook. What's happening? Issei's face was blue. On top of that, he felt like his insides were on fire, melting as they burned, yet he smiled. It would be rude to say anything. No, nothing, thanks for the meal. Oh, I'm glad you like it, since everyone who has tried my dishes always ends up dead, so you must really like it, said Reimu, eating as if nothing was wrong. Oh, Satan, I'm going to die. Yes, it's delicious, said Issei, swallowing the bite as best he could, only to look at the plate in horror. Remember, you must earn their trust, so show that what you have between your legs is nothing more than an ornament, and swallow, said Drake. Issei nodded, and swallowed another bit. Oh. And another. Drake internally prayed to the deceased Red that his bearer would be able to endure this culinary hell. This makes Sona's food look like a buffet. After ending his torture, Issei lay on the table, his eyes blank and his soul going to Hades. Very well, I like men who know how to eat well, said Reimu. After smiling mockingly for a few seconds, she took her cup of aromatic tea. Once the warm liquid slid down her taste buds, she put her serious face on once more. Well, now tell me the truth, where are you from? Issei, upon hearing that, stood up completely, sitting up straight in front of the owner of the temple. One wrong step and he could meet the demon king of this world. Fine, but first of all, I want you to promise me that you will be open-minded to everything I tell you, everything, since some things may turn out to be a bit, Issei said. Hey, I'm the Miko of the Hakurei Temple, the only one in all of Gensokyo, which is also a land of Youkais and mysteries. I've heard things out of place, said Reimu, downplaying it. Okay, but before that, a question. What is this game? Just one, Reimu Hakurei-san, tell me, do you believe in the supernatural? Huh? Hey, I already told you who I am and where you are. What's that question for? Reimu-san, please answer, Issei said. Reimu was surprised to see the boy's palpable seriousness, noticing that he was really serious, and decided to stop playing. Yes, I believe in the supernatural. Well, what a relief. Good answer, said Issei, smiling with great nostalgia. It seemed that those words had been said to him many centuries ago. Yes, that's how it all started. An hour later. Reimu's impassive face was now deformed, before the image that her imaginative mind showed her, coming from the words of that young man with amber eyes, who looked out the back door, towards the outside, smiled with melancholy, sadness and heaviness. That last part was undoubtedly strong. Issei, said Reimu. Yeah? I'm really sorry, if what you told me is true then. I understand, thanks, and just in case. I'm sorry, but I need conclusive proof. What you told me, an entire world outside of our world, our universe, beyond the limits of Gensokyo and the world outside, said Reimu with some doubt. I know it's difficult for you, but I understand. If they told me the same thing, I would also be like that. Then you need proof, said Issei, showing his left hand. Reimu's memory of yesterday came to her. Did you take off that glove challenge? Let's say yes, Issei said. Suddenly Reimu's world was rebuilt, destroyed and built once again. She saw how the glove came out of nowhere. She was surprised to see that. It was not the first time she detailed such phenomena, but it was always interesting. Once the glove finished materializing, Issei spoke. This is the boosted gear, one of the original 13 Longinus, a glove that allows me to multiply my power every 10 seconds. Legend says it can even kill gods, Issei said. Reimu looked closely at the glove. Yesterday it was destroyed, but now it looked new and shiny. Incredible, he said, admiring the gems. I'm glad you like it, Hakuryai no Miko. That voice, did it come from? Yes, also, within the glove lies the sealed soul of the Sekiryudai Red Dragon Emperor who stole the principles of domination from God, said Issei, finishing his story. Reimu was definitely speechless. This was interesting. So that ugly glove can talk? I asked, looking at the glove again. How rude, what do you mean, ugly glove? This is the boosted gear, and I am the Sekiryudai Drake. Wow, I'm sorry to say that it's an ugly glove, but it's the first time I've heard a glove talk. Are you sure you're not a Youkais? Reimu asked. No, I'm not. I'm a dragon, the most powerful race in the entire world. Besides, Hayate Issei is known as the strongest Sekiryudai in history, said Drake. Issei scratched his head somewhat nervously. Well, I don't think he's the strongest in history, but that doesn't matter then, you and the glove. Drake. You and Drake, you came from another world. You were fighting in that dimensional gap, and when you destroyed the ship you ended up here because of some kind of anomalia. Hell, if you hadn't shown me the talking glove I wouldn't believe anything you said, Reimu. I'm sorry. But please believe us, we need your help. If you could at least tell me about this world, its rules and restrictions, that would be very helpful to me. Reimu-san, said Issei, lowering his head. Raise your head. Also, stop calling me Reimu-san. With Reimu it's okay, said Reimu while drinking tea. It's okay, Reimu, you can call me Issei. Okay, I see. Now, you need quite a bit of information. Well, in that case. In fact, Reimu Hakuryai, I was thinking of proposing a deal to you. Huh? A deal? Drake, yes? I don't know what deal it is, but I'll listen to it, said Reimu. It's weird talking with an ugly glove. Tell me about it. Don't you have it in your head every day at all hours? Hey. Okay, Sekiryudai Drake, tell me what deal you thought of. Okay, I was thinking about this with what you told us last night. It seems that you live alone and you have to take care of the temple, right? Yes, it is my duty. So, wouldn't it be better to have the services and help of a man? My partner can repair the facade we destroyed upon arrival. Drake. Wow, said Reimu, analyzing the situation. It's true that she's in charge of the temple, but it's too much work, and it's kind of boring to be alone in this old house. Looking at the young man, yesterday she noticed that he was strong, he could be of help. I understand, but what do they want in return? Simple. Let us stay a while, in addition to giving us some information. After that we can continue on our way without problems. What do you think? Reimu Hakuryai? What do you say, Issei? Since you are going to work, I want to hear your opinion, said Reimu. The truth is I have no problems. I don't want to be a bother, but it would be helpful, since we don't know anything about this world, said Issei. Reimu placed her hand on her chin again. a sign that she is thinking. Considering the pros over the cons, it would be a great help to Issei. Plus, he will be able to concentrate on his training and become stronger. And so I can stop doing those stupid tasks. She thought with stars in her eyes. Well, after thinking about it a bit, it seems fine to me. I see, Drag, I accept your help. In exchange, I will teach you everything about Gensokyo. So do we have a deal? Reimu asked, extending her hand. Yes, we have a deal, Reimu. Let's work together from now on, I see. After a few more minutes of drinking the tea, Reimu stood up and walked outside. Well, we need to repair this. As a first task we must repair the road and the temple road, so let's go, said Reimu. I understand, the truth is I have never noticed something like this, said Issei. Me either, said Reimu. Issei looked at her with a drop of sweat, but it doesn't matter. We'll ask around like in the village. We'll buy what we need, and we also have to buy things for you, like clothes and a yukata to sleep in. You look like a vagabond, said Reimu, looking at Issei's wasted clothes. Yes, this has been with me, but it doesn't matter. I can go looking for something else while I look for ways to make money. No, it's okay. There must be an old outfit of Grandpa's in the warehouse. Besides, since you don't know anything about Gensokyo, it would be necessary for you to learn first, before going out to look for something, said Reimu. Enough of talk, let's go. Yes, said Issei. Although Grandpa's outfit may be a little small for you, you said you had another way of dressing? Yeah. Excellent, go change. No need. That? Issei simply smiled at Reimu's face as he walked out of the temple and raised his left arm. Balance breaker. Wells Dragon, balance breaker. A powerful red light enveloped Issei. Reimu covered her eyes from the intense light. When she opened them, she saw that where Issei was standing, there was now an imposing armor, bright crimson in color, like a ruby, as well as emerald green gems everywhere. She had been amazed by the strange but beautiful design. It looked like a dragon, somehow. She studied the armor from all directions. Incredible, he said simply. I'm glad you like it, Reimu, said Issei. He took off his mask and helmet so they could see his smiling face. This is my balance breaker armor. Wells Dragon balance breaker scary male. It's simply amazing, said Issei. Yes, it is definitely designed for fighting, said Reimu, looking up and down at the attractive armor. Tell me, was this what you fought against those EXC or whatever their name is with? Well, let's say yes. You're hiding something, but I'm not going to pressure you. Well, it's very striking, but it will do for the moment. We must share clothes of your size, said Reimu. It would be very helpful, thanks, Reimu. Don't be grateful. You have to repair the temple facade, Reimu said simply. Me alone? Yes, you alone destroyed it. Sighing, Issei nodded. I understand. Okay, let's go, Reimu said, heading towards the stairs. You have a lot of spirit, Reimu. Well, it's obvious since you're going to help me at the temple. I'll be able to relax while you do all the work for me, said the Miko. Huh? Why, yeah. Yeah, sure, remember I'll feed you, so it's only fair. Oh? I understand. What trouble did I get into? Said Issei. And so, this peculiar couple, a Miko and a boy in red armor, began to walk along the path that leads to the human village. A new beginning. Our heroes have gathered and are ready for adventures. The question is, what new developments will the wind bring to Gensokyo? New challenges, new friends, and a new unknown world. Internally, Issei was excited. Saga 0, Chapter 1.5. Our journey begins, the beginning of the adventure. The pale pink sakura flowers fell consecutively on the ground of the road to the human village. Two people were on their way there, one of them, always admiring the beautiful landscape around them, the forest and the distant mountains. Wow, I always wanted to live in a place like this, Issei said, looking around. Really? What's wrong with a modern city? Or any other place? Reimu said, curious about his words. Well, when you are attacked consecutively for more than a year, you always look for a quiet place, Issei said, answering his doubt. Yes, I understand, but these forests are not what they seem, given that the problems in Gensokyo caused by the Youkais or the humans themselves are always the order of the day, said Reimu with some heaviness. From time to time some peace would do me good, maybe a vacation, she said with a dreamy look, but I'm trapped here. Wow, that sounds like a problem, Issei said without anything else to say. Well, it is our duty as the Hakurei family, said Reimu. Now that you mention it, how did they manage to create that barrier? Also, what does your family have to do with Gensokyo? Issei asked curiously. It's true, I said I would tell you everything I know. Well, this has to do with my family, said Reimu. Let's see. Narrated by Reimu Hakurei. History of Gensokyo. Long ago in the lands of Japan, there was a desolate place called Gensokyo, far north of the mountains, a land plagued by the presence of evil spirits, Youkais. These spirits began to cause trouble all over Japan. Before continuing, let me tell you what exactly a Youkai is. A Youkai is an evil spirit from Japanese folklore, resembling ghosts, but since each part of the world has its own legends and fantasies, in Gensokyo we can find from normal Youkais, to Adas, vampires, ghosts, onis, nekatamas. You can find a great variety of Youkais in Gensokyo. Oh, just like the Pokemon games, Issei said with stars in his eyes. What? Reimu asked. Hey, sorry, something famous from my world. Sighing, Reimu decided to continue with her story, and then asked what a Pokemon is. Whatever, okay, where was it? Oh, yeah, okay. Several Youkai appeared in Gensokyo, but since these were evil spirits that terrorized the neighboring cities, since they feed on the misfortune of others, it was not a problem for them to use their powers to get that energy. Sounds like a nice group of neighbors that no one would want around, Issei said. Living surrounded by Youkais is facing those problems, whether it's because they want to do evil, or simply because they want to make a joke, said Reimu. Yes, I understand, said Issei, fondly remembering the Youkai he met in his devastated world, Kaneko-chan, Kuroka, Kunu, Yasaka. He smiled again with sadness. He really must make a grave for them. He will ask Reimu later if she can make some graves for them near the temple. Well, as I was saying, don't interrupt me now. Given the recent Youkai problem, a group of brave and powerful humans were sent by order of the authorities and the emperor to be able to exterminate this problem. They were powerful priests and priestesses, in charge of exterminating this threat. The result was a great war between humans and Youkais. The fight was extensive and very difficult. It lasted, if I remember correctly, until the year 1885 after Christ. Huh? That much? Issei asked. Well, I shouldn't be surprised. The great holy war of my world was more than 2,000 years ago. Don't interrupt me, Reimu said, really angry. I've reached the best part. Although he had noticed that they were close to the human village. However, during that year, a definitive solution to this problem was finally achieved, as well as putting an end to the internal conflict, a barrier, also called the Hakurei border. By implementing this solution, it was finally possible to permanently seal Gensokyo from the outside world. Currently, Gensokyo and Japan from outside have no contact, remaining as two separate worlds. The only known and permitted entrance to Gensokyo, as well as the only connection to outside Japan, is the Hakurei Temple, which lies in complete isolation somewhere in the remote mountains of the Far East. I see. In order to prevent curious humans from entering the temple and obtaining Gensokyo, Issei said. What did I tell you about interrupting me? Said Reimu. And then take it, you idiot, she said, hitting him in the forehead with her fist. So you learn to keep quiet. Hey, don't pay me back, that hurt, Reimu said, Issei rubbing the bump that formed on him. HMPM, now you have a horn, you are a real dragon, you should thank me, said Reimu. Stop saying that. Okay, we better continue with the story. Look, we're here, said Reimu in front of the empty entrance. How strange, normally there is a guardian here, to prevent the Youkais from entering. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Passing through the entrance, Issei was surprised to see the villa. Without a doubt, it was an incredible representation of ancient Japan. Incredible. Comrades, this confirms our suspicions. Yes, but... Edo Reimu? Ao's note. I must say that I like the way the name, Reimu, sounds on the Japanese day, as well as, Issei. Now that I think about it, we call him Issei when friends call him that. But Haida Issei being strangers or enemies, it's small but it's a great piece of information about Security Supremo. Fantastic. I love you. Yes? You say that the only known village or town of humans in Gensokyo is this one, right? Issei asked. Yes, but there are humans who live alone in some parts of Gensokyo. It wouldn't be unusual to find one or another, said Reimu, but the most common are the Youkais. Okay, can you continue telling me the story, please? I guess. Well, as I said, since Gensokyo is home to a large population of Youkais, as well as humans, all in stable harmony, although there is always some problem or disturbance, there is between me and my family. The Hakurei barrier is sealed in the temple of the Hakurei family, my family, so as the priestess of this generation, I, Reimu Hakurei, have the duty and responsibility to maintain peace and resolve the problems in Gensokyo, as well as maintain the barrier so that the worlds will never meet again. Because? What do you mean, why? You didn't hear my story? Yes, but can humans and Youkais live in peace without the barrier? I don't know, maybe he put up the barrier to prevent further armed conflict, but the truth is, peace has reigned over Gensokyo for a long time, although Japan outside is already too advanced for us. And how do you know that? Reimu smiled. I'm a Hakurei, that should answer your question. Oh yeah, right. They had both stopped at a store that sold clothes. Anyway, we must share something, said Reimu. No matter the time of year, women always seek out these stores. And you didn't live in medieval Europe. If you were a woman, more of a high society woman, you fought for those ugly dresses. That's true, Drake. This scene must bring back memories for you, right? Well, let's say yes, but remember that every security born in the world comes from various regions, so I have seen many parts of the world. Yes, but what about the Celestial Dragon Temple in Kyoto? I don't remember how I got there anyway. You have to go in before Reimu Hakurei gets angry, and besides, you attract a lot of attention. Issei turned to see the curious and even scared looks of the people. Well, this blood-colored armor is very striking. Who is it? It came with the Miko no Hakurei. A Youkais? I thought they couldn't get in here. Mom, that cover is so cool. Don't get close to him. Do you think it's someone known to the Hakurei no Miko? Issei had a drop of sweat on his 100, no matter the region, era or even world, security always stands out. Thank God it's for the armor. In this world I will make sure to never be called a paid dragon again. I still remember Albion's taunts. Drake. I must be called a paid dragon once again. Please don't. Excuse me, said Issei, entering the establishment. It was a small wooden shop. In addition to having one person, there were various suits, as well as weapons? Yep, guns, swords, spears, bows, arrows. It's normal, since many humans are experts in hunting, said Reimu, looking at the suits. Okay. Alright, now let's go find a good suit to take off that ugly armor, said Reimu. Ugly? For your information, this armor has been considered the pinnacle of our world's mortal weapons, a Longinus, capable of killing God. Drake said out loud. Thank God the person in charge was busy. I said she's ugly whether or not she's capable of killing God, Reimu said without a hint of doubt. Accept the truth. My dragon pride crushed by this insolent girl. Now yes, come on partner, show the power of the security. Try it if you dare, Reimu said, enveloped in a frightening aura. Ah, no thanks, I don't want to meet the demon king of this world yet. Well, now, there's a warrior suit that'll do, Reimu said. Or do you want a priest suit? I think a shirt and pants would be fine, Issei said. By the way, continue with the story. Story? Oh, the tale of Gensokyo. Well, it is my duty as a priestess to solve the problems of Gensokyo, help the people, the Youkais, prevent the barrier from falling and blah 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 and blah. End of the incredible tale of Gensokyo. End of Reimu's narration. And that's it? Said Issei, who had a traditional Japanese outfit in his hands. Yeah, what else do you want? That's it, that's the end of your story. Yes, there has not been any incident worth remembering in Gensokyo. Wow, Issei said. Now go try on the suit. Alright. Issei went to change in the locker room. Note from me to you, look, I'm not an expert on Japanese history, I don't even know the history of my own country, so I don't want people with NPC personalities telling me in the comments. But that's not true, you're a fraud, you don't know anything, you should read Japanese history. And blah blah. If I read those things in the comments box, well, I don't know, I'm not even used to dealing with stale people, at least not here on Wapat, maybe on Facebook, so I don't give a damn whether or not there was a damn store in dusty Japan in 15,000 BC, so you know, I teach world history classes on Tuesdays at 6 p.m. in Facebook Village or here. I charge cheap. Reimu stared at him as he went to change. Note 3. I'm not going to put like 200 words of how Issei takes off his shirt to reveal his pectorals forged by the god Tannen. We love you, Tannen. You forged a badass, well, a small one. Also the narration of how Issei undresses will be exclusive to the lemon/hentai bar that I might write later here. One button and I'll think about it. Although I also turned to look outside where the always crowd of gossips gathered at the entrance, they knew it was strange for the Miko of the temple to step foot in the human village despite being human and protecting peace in Gensokyo. I sigh seeing how much attention she and Issei both drew. Although when Issei came out he couldn't help but think that he would attract attention. Her hair color, while not extravagant by the standards of this time, was somewhat out of place. Most had black hair and eyes, plus that traditional men's kimono suited her well, not that Reimu would tell her that to her face. And how are you? Issei asked. You will go unnoticed, Reimu answered. I hope so. That sounds good. Well, let's pay this and see what we can do to rebuild the temple, said Reimu, going to the person in charge. Besides, she wanted to talk to her, she knew she was a gossip. Thanks to her, my measurements are all over the town. An anecdote for another chapter, throw it away and I'll think about it. So after paying for the suit one because we are poor XD, they continued on their way to who knows where. And there are no architects here? Architects, what is that? Those who are in charge of building the houses. Huh? Are there people in charge? Forget it with that, you told me no. That's right, my dear, it is important for the plot that there is no architect. No, but if there are wise and elderly people, we will ask someone. You don't have money to pay them, do you? No, working in that temple does not give you any profit. I have to find some work. Good idea. Let's skip this part, since I have no idea how to write it XD. The trip was interesting. The suit did the opposite of its function. Well, it was a red suit with some white details, so that plus Issei's features caught a lot of attention. I didn't know there were those here. The oldest business in the world, a candy store. What did you expect, a red light district? Reimu asked, eating her rice crackers. That's at the other end of the village. Wow, that's good to know. I will not allow anyone staying at my temple to come with such impure acts on them, said Reimu. It is true, Miko must be pure and virgin. Who told you that? I met a once, of course. Akino was the opposite of the Miko he thought he knew. Well, that doesn't matter, now we must repair the temple. Although nobody knew how. We'll have to improvise, Reimu said. Issei only had a drop of sweat on his forehead, he knows how to destroy, not build. Reimu was the same. So they both arrived at the temple once they passed the last step. Boom. Watch out, Reimu. But what? The Hakurei temple had exploded, being completely destroyed. Both protagonists had pale faces and jaws dropped to the floor. My temple. Wow, don't expect this, Issei said, watching as what was left of the temple was reduced to ashes by the fire. Someone is going to die, said Reimu in a rage. Issei looked at her to look closely at the now ruins of the temple. Although he did not scream like Reimu, he shared his thoughts. This was not going to go unpunished. And so the introductory arc ends. Now our adventure begins alongside the protagonists of this story, to find the person responsible for the destruction and beat him up. Touhou, the Memorye of Red Dragón. The highly responsive to prayers. Saga 1, Chapter 1. The highly responsive to prayers. My temple, Reimu shouted to the four winds. Her home was literally on fire. But what? Said Issei. I certainly don't expect that, at least not here in this world. Someone is going to die. Reimu? Issei said, watching as Reimu started running towards the exit. Reimu, where are you going? What do you mean, where? I'll find the Joker and return it to him with a tip, said Reimu. Wait, don't do anything you'll regret later. What do you mean? That I should leave this as it is? Of course not, but listen to me first, Issei said. Reimu, who was breathing in large gasps, relaxed. It's okay, tell me. I don't think this was an accident or something that just happened, it must have been something planned in advance. But who? Everyone knows the importance of the temple. Is the temple the source of the barrier's power? No, it is not. The temple is a bridge between both worlds. Well, that can reassure us somewhat. Still, seeing the importance of the temple, it is better to find a solution to solve the problem. Before they tried to jump into the river due to the lack of a bridge, said Issei. The first thing is to find out the reason. Was a weapon or something of great importance kept there? No, well, the yin-yang orb, but that. Yin-yang orb? Like those black and white circles? What is that exactly? I shouldn't tell you, but I will. The yin-yang orb is a powerful weapon passed down from generation to generation in the temple, but only a member of the Hakurai family can use said orb. Okay, maybe they tried to find that. They can't, since they are always with me. I doubt that is the cause of the destruction of the temple. What else? It's not the yin-yang orb, nor is it the source of the energy, Issei said. Partner, this barrier was forged by the Hakurai, wasn't it? Drake said out loud. Drake? Do you have any ideas? Issei asked his friend. Well, it's a hunch, but it seems that these guys who destroyed the temple were looking for a connection to the barrier that protects Gensokyo. The barrier? Reimu asked. It makes sense, since in order to create the barrier and to be able to sustain Gensokyo with all its inhabitants, the world's mystical energy was used for that. Could it be that they wanted to pass through so they could gain access to that mystical energy? I don't think so. That energy has been exhausted in the human world. Gensokyo is the only one that possesses it. In that case, we know they had a reason, but we don't know what it was. Besides that, it seems like it was a magical attack. I say that magic exists here, said Issei. Reimu just sighed. Yes, magic exists here, still, it's strange, Something wrong? Do you realize that? Reimu asked, looking in one direction. Issei followed Reimu's gaze to where she was indicating, sensing the great anomaly. It's a great source of energy, Issei said. You feel the chills on his body. That must be where they are. Wait, Reimu, we have to get ready. Reimu thought slightly. If she was alone she would have left immediately. But Issei was right, going without a plan and without any information could be fatal. Okay, I'll go prepare my yin-yang orbs. Will you do something? I'll do it out here, go. I understand, Reimu said as she walked towards the ruins. Damn bastards, I'll stuff your heads with candy. Issei simply sighed, as he looked at the point where the mass of energy was concentrated and the ruined temple. Maybe they want to start a war, Issei said. Reimu had retreated inside looking for her closet, even if it was in pieces. Issei, on the other hand, was sitting under a tree, meditating a bit. How are we, Drake? The axa is still useless given its collateral damage. It will take time for Ryutemeru, but we can use the BXB and the CXC. Well, that should do it. I recommend that you do not confess, partner. Remember that we still do not know the true power levels in Gensokyo. In addition to that, there's the fact that you cannot use 100% of all your abilities. Maybe I'll be careful, said Issei. Besides, he smiled somewhat cheekily. I can't help but feel excited at the idea of fighting against quite strong opponents. Yes, I'm sure Gensokyo will bring us some pretty strong opponents. I see, we have to go now, Reimu said. I'm ready, said the Sekyutai, jumping to his feet. This is certainly exciting. Just don't get too confident, that's a bad habit of yours now. I guess so. Issei ran to where Reimu was waiting for him. How much did you do? Sorry, I was a bit focused. Anyway, we must leave now. Issei nodded, then he noticed that Reimu had strange black and white spheres on both sides of her. Wow, and these are the yin-yang orbs you told me about? Issei asked, looking at the spheres. Yes, be careful, they are very powerful, said Reimu when she saw that Issei was trying to touch one. Whatever, I see. I don't doubt your combat skills from what you told me, but still, Gensokyo is my land, let me deal with the problems. Okay, that seems right to me, Issei said, surprising Reimu. She thought he was going to put on a show. Huh? Are you sure? Of course, you are the boss of Gensokyo. I am just an outsider from outside, Issei said, smiling. Reimu followed him. Well, I like that answer. In that case, we should go now. This scene is getting too long. We must fill in lines, Issei said as if nothing had happened. MMPH, I don't like being used as filler, but it's okay. So they both left that not at all strange conversation and took flight. Now that I think about it, I see. Can you fly? Reimu asked. Issei smiled as always. No problem, Issei said, summoning his boosted gear. Ready, Drag? Yes, let's shake the skies of Gensokyo with the flapping of the dragon's wings, partner, said Drag. I like that attitude. Okay, balance breaker, Issei said while uttering those powerful words. Wells Dragon Balance Breaker. After that shout, a powerful red light enveloped Issei, rising into the air until it was lost in the clouds. Amazing, Reimu said after the light and smoke disappeared. Where Issei was before, there was now a powerful armor, a bright crimson as well as some striking emerald green gems. Boosted gear balance breaker, scary male, Issei said. Reimu was stunned by the image below her. That armor certainly commanded respect wherever it went. Not bad, but that doesn't answer or ask a question, she said. Don't be so eager, Issei said, channeling energy into his thrusters. Drag spread the wings on his back. Wings? Like a flying Youkais, Reimu said. Getting ready, Issei gave a powerful flap, quickly getting in front of Reimu, who continued to look at him in surprise. Hee, cool, huh? Yes, although it is strange. And you have a particular taste, he said, looking closely at the armor. Reimu Hakurii, this armor is the weapon of the Sekiryutai, scary male. It is simply pure power channeled into the material plane. Well, that might help. Let's go, said Reimu. She quickly begins to advance towards the energy they had sensed. Issei followed her closely thanks to the help of his thrusters and wings. Not bad, but can you go faster? Reimu asked, as she released more energy, accelerating her speed and leaving Issei behind. Drag. Let's make it, partner. Issei simply smiled. Drag, following his partner's words, sent more energy to the thrusters while his wings did their job. He quickly reached Reimu, who looked at that with a smile. He was definitely skilled. I don't know whether to be happy with you or Drag, Reimu said. I am only a source of energy. My partner is the one who manages it. Fufufu, I like that, you know. Every woman likes to be accompanied by a strong man, Reimu said jokingly. Yes, but I'm not strong, I just do what I know how to do. Humble, not bad. They both just laughed as they continued on their way. And you haven't thought about who could have done this? Issei asked. No, not really. I don't know who could have destroyed the temple, said Reimu. Isn't there a reason? It seems not. Hell, those are the hardest cases. Why do you say that? Think about it. Everyone needs a reason for something, but when there is a situation where there is no clear reason for doing things, the work becomes complicated. Of course, since I am the only priestess in Gensokyo, everyone tends to respect me, but there are still those who wish to kill me to take control of the temple and the barrier. I don't like that. That they take control of the barrier? Me neither. That too, but I mean that they want to kill you. You are not a bad person, Reimu. Reimu simply smiled without desire. It's not that. Many Youkais are upset about having been locked up in Gensokyo, so it's normal that they direct their anger against me. Issei inside his helmet snorted angrily. Still, you weren't the one who created the barrier, and they brought it on themselves by attacking humans. Yes, maybe, look, there it is, then you can complain all you want, said Reimu. Both had landed in a clearing far from the forest. It was a very isolated area of Gensokyo. Nice place for an evil fortress, Issei said, looking at the landscape. Stop making stupid jokes and focus, you idiot, said Reimu. Issei looked hurt. He knows he's an idiot, but a pretty girl showing him that is something very different. So they both looked at the energy source, a kind of sphere. It turned to the right and had a hue between red and blue. What the hell is that? Issei asked with doubts. Whatever it is, get ready to fight, Reimu said, preparing her talismans. Welcome, material existences. They heard a distorted voice coming from the sphere, which began to spin faster. Welcome to your early death. Tell me something I don't already know, said Issei. The sphere continued to spin at high speed. The energy it gave off was such that it began to take a physical form. Before his eyes, the sphere released large amounts of energy, taking the appearance of two young people. One looked like a young man wearing white monk's clothing and a black cap. In addition to that, you could see some dark locks under his cap, blood-red eyes, and a relaxed smile, contrasting with the aura of death he was emanating. The other was a cute girl. She was wearing a white outfit under a black cape. She had deep red hair and two pairs of horns on her head that stuck out of it. She also had red eyes and a more playful smile. "Greetings, physical existences. We are the guardian of the gates of destiny. Call us Singyoku," said both young people at the same time. "Singyoku?" Issei said. "I am Reimu Hakurii no Miko, and I have come to find the one who destroyed my temple," Reimu said, pointing her wooden scepter at the ghosts. "I am Issei Hayadu, Sekyuryudai, acquaintance of Reimu Hakurii. Now, would you be so kind as to tell us what exactly happened?" Issei asked, introducing himself. Reimu saw him somewhat complicated. "Are you an idiot?" "No, but if we can get information on this, it would be a great help." "I doubt this thing will cooperate," Reimu said. "We understand your questions and doubts, Hakurii no Miko, and her companion. We thought you would come alone, but it doesn't matter. We will kill you both in this place," they said at the same time. "It can't be. I thought we could solve this without fighting." "Well, it doesn't matter. We must make our way through," said Issei. "Stop complaining and let's go," Reimu said, really eager to get this over with and find the one who destroyed her temple. "Well, how are we going to do this?" "It's 2 against 1, Issei said. "Don't worry about physical existence," said the girl. "We will take care of killing them both," the other finished. Hui, and the sentences end. "Hiya, here I come," Reimu said, rushing forward, charging her magic into the talismans and throwing a small amount of them towards Singyoku, who simply created a barrier that repelled the attacks as if it were nothing. Reimu clicked her tongue at that. Issei shouted, preparing his thrusters and shooting out like a bullet towards that strange creature. Preparing his fist, he hit Singyoku's body, but he smiled pleased as he raised his hand. Issei watched with some fear as a huge magic circle, or so he thought it was, rose behind them. Without being able to stop to think, Issei watched as the strange runes on the circle began to emit aura and energy, forming various spheres of energy that flew towards the Sekyuryudai. "Mate, dodge that." "You don't have to repeat it to me," said Issei. Taking flight and deviating from his original course, he rose into the air and dodged as best he could the horde of magical energy that was coming towards him. Even so, he could see how another group was on the way. "I don't like this," he said, channeling energy into his hands. The crimson aura took the form of 2 spheres. Dragon shoot. Issei spun on his own axis as he fired his dragon shots, destroying much of the attack that was heading towards him. "Are you okay, Issei?" "Yes, I think so." "Okay," Reimu said, flying back to attack. "I'll have to get a little closer." "Ha, physical existences, it is impossible for them to beat us," Singyoku said calmly. "That tone is starting to piss me off," Reimu said as she continued to launch her fierce attacks with her talismans. In response, Singyoku fired another burst of energy, this time targeting Reimu. Upon seeing this, the latter launched several seals into the air, which moved on their own, forming a 5-pointed star, which protected Reimu from the attack. "You may be 2, but you have only 1 body," Reimu said. Singyoku didn't understand until he felt someone behind them. "But we have 2, said Issei from behind, giving a strong blow to Singyoku, which he dodged by rising into the air. "Where do you think you're going?" "You're finished." Issei had fired aura from his hands in the form of dragon shoot, while Reimu released mystical fire with the help of her talismans. Even so, Singyoku channeled energy and formed an energy dome. The shield withstood the brutal punishment from both of them. "Physical existences, I must say that your attitude when it comes to fighting is amazing. Please allow me to praise you," said Singyoku. "Ah, thank you," Issei said. "That won't stop me from defeating them for destroying my temple," Reimu said. "But that doesn't mean we're going to let you pass. Now, face the power of the guardian of the gate of Makai, Singyoku," said the specter. Issei and Reimu will wait patiently for their rival's next move. What they did not expect was that the Singyoku, which was a kind of ghost attached to a circle, began to shine brightly. Once the brain glow, what were two united ghosts were now two separated. But what? Can it be separated? It doesn't matter, you can be 2 or 2,000, they won't stop the Hakuryai no Miko, said Reimu, launching another wave of mystical attacks, although this time both guardians dodged it without problems. Physical existence, don't you see the result? Said one of the parts of Singyoku. Soon they will die unremembered, the other half finished the sentence. I am Sim, said the one in the white outfit. I am Youkais, said the girl with the horns. We are the eternal guardians of the gates of destiny, tremble at the thought of dying at our hands. Physical existence, Hakuryai no Miko, Sekiryutai, they both said while raising their aura in an overflowing way. The pressure was such that several trees began to sway their highest branches, and large blocks of earth began to rise from the ground. I didn't expect that. Is that all you have? Reimu said, challenging them. Then Singyoku's aura took the form of 2 large magic circles behind each one. From these various energy shots were fired at high speed. Issei and Reimu were barely able to evade the powerful attack. Seeing, the energy wave had completely changed the landscape. The powerful explosions that ripped through the nearby forest left it devastated, uprooting trees, flattening hills, and blotting out the sun with clouds of smoke and steam. Darkness flooded the environment. Before Issei's face of astonishment and Reimu's anger, both looked at Singyoku with different eyes. Now ready? To die? I see, I'll take the one on the left, go get the one on the right, Reimu said, taking flight towards Yoku. Issei clicked his tongue, this guy or chick or whatever was making him nervous, but he still calmed down to face Sing. So, will it be like this? Issei asked, is there no other method? You don't seem to be the rational type, are you trying to play at what you don't know? Sing said. Not really, I'm just asking, Issei said, listening to the explosions of the battle between Reimu and Yoku. Besides, I'm not familiar with these things like my friend. So you say you accept your fate? If so, killing you will be a pleasure. Not really. The truth is that I don't want to die, Issei said carefree, but from his body, he began to expel large amounts of scarlet aura, but I can't help but get excited about this battle. So come to me, guardian of the Hakuryai temple, come and satisfy your emotion with our fight, Sing said, raising his aura suddenly. The energy spheres flew towards Issei. He simply smiled with excitement as he flew towards the deadly attack. You're crazy? Not quite. Issei flew with grace and some skill, dodging the energy shots by centimeters, while launching his own dragon shots that were deflected by Sing. On the other side, the battle was more energetic. Reimu attacked relentlessly, a very happy Yoku who returned the talisman attacks with her own Youkais powers with plenty of force. Take this, Reimu said, throwing out a large number of magic talismans. Not bad, physical existence, no Hakuryai no Miko, Reimu Hakuryai ha 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 ha, Yuko said, large tongues of flame sprouted from her fingers. Fire? Reimu asked. Do you think we are simple Youkais? Reimu just clicked her tongue, while using her magic to create a current of air dissipating the flames. Wind? Do you think I'm just a simple Miko? Said Reimu. In her hands there were several air currents, now you'll see. Ha 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 ha, come on, Reimu. Both collided again in the air, attacking like 2 fighter planes. The various magic bombardments will destroy everything in their path, in addition to the flames and wind that formed fire tornadoes. A large explosion pushed Issei away from Sing. The latter was smiling as he directed his energy attacks towards the dragon, which either responded or dodged the attack. The craters were huge, detonating the power of that monster. Issei simply smiled complicatedly. No matter the world, always causing us trouble, Issei said. Hiya to Issei Sekiryutai, I know? Sing asked, receiving a nod from Issei. Well, now that you've seen my power, are you still excited? No doubt, Issei said. You are very interesting, said Sing, attacking again with more power than before. Wow, Issei said, dodging the attack and noticing that the patterns of these had changed drastically. Wow, he said, noticing the spheres that were going directly on a collision course towards him. He quickly wrapped his hands in aura, clenching his fists, and punched one of the spheres and deflected it. Seeing that his idea had worked for something, he repeated the process a few times, deflecting the attacks which seemed to never end. This has no end, Issei said, somewhat tired. Damn, at this rate I'll run out of energy. This is bad, partner. I recommend you use CXC, or Triania, since the simple BXB will not be able to beat him, said Drake to his partner. I guess I should take the risk, Issei said. How much do you murmur? Sing asked. Nothing, shall we continue? That seems fine to me. Issei smiled as he fired his attacks. His dragon shots approached Sing, but like the previous times, they were deflected by the magic arsenal that was at his side. You are a strong physical existence, said Sing as he raised his power again, but I am stronger. Hey, don't you think you're putting on a lot of airs? That? The battle has just begun, and just because you have more magic power than me doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win, Issei said to raise his power again. His eyes acquired a crimson glow. Don't underestimate a dragon. Reimu avoided a wave of fire. Those flames seemed to be very hot. Even so, she maintained a good pace in this battle, although Yoku did not give her any respite. What's up, Hakurai no Miko? Nothing, it's just that you're tiring me, and not in a good way, said Reimu. I guess, physical existence. Reimu stopped talking and began to analyze the situation. Since she can't get too close to her without fear of becoming a fried meat skewer, she must attack from a distance. The problem is her magical barriers. Looks like I'll have to get serious, Reimu said. Yoku just raised an amused eyebrow, yet he went back to creating his magic circles. Yoku's various powerful attacks flew at Reimu with speed, as well as seeming quite charged. Taking flight into the air easily, Reimu gracefully evaded the attacks. Still, noticing that she was running out of room to move, then, she simply threw a large amount of talismans into the air. These glowed yellow to form a barrier around Reimu, achieving her goal of protecting her with difficulty, as she felt Yoku's blows several times. Well, it's over, Reimu said, rising even higher in the air. She threw more talismans. These spun around Reimu, while releasing large amounts of energy. Taking one between her fingers and pointing with her staff, a large flame of energy formed between them. The blue fire, channeled around Reimu, moved to the other talismans, creating the effect of stars. Cello Fantasy, Reimu said, launching her signature attack. A powerful dome of energy was formed. With the appearance of yin and yang, Reimu threw the large ball of energy towards Yoku, who looked at that in astonishment. Don't expect this, said Yoku. It's the end, said Reimu. The devastating attack connected with the ground and was channeled even further. Suddenly the contained energy expanded and exploded, forming a mushroom of energy in the air, driving the clouds from the sky, leaving the blue sky in sight. Issei was simply surprised by Reimu's power. Since he met her, he knew about her strength, but this is another level. Incredible, said Sing. Is this the power of the priestess of Gensokyo? I can't believe it, said Issei, looking at the now forming crater. Just a reminder not to make Reimu an enemy just yet, Drake said. Issei simply nodded. Few good, said Reimu, looking at her work. Hey, you are, what's your name? My name is Sing. Yeah, whatever, don't you see what happened? Now stop playing around and tell us what we want to know, Reimu said. Do you really think you won, Hakurai no Miko? That? Down, careful, Reimu said, Issei, firing a dragon attack. An explosion occurred below Reimu. From the smoke, Yoku, slightly injured, emerged with her typical smile that was tiring Reimu, surrounded by a large barrier and various energy spheres. Nice try, physical existence, Yoku said, simply smiling as his eyes glowed a deep blood red. But you failed, Reimu Hakurai. He raised his swift hand. Like a great sentence, various magic circles appeared around Reimu, surrounding her and leaving her with no escape. Damn it, Reimu said, trapped. Reimu Issei tried to go to her rescue, but was stopped by Sing, who was wrapped in a large layer of aura, with various spheres of energy appearing at her side. Where do you think you're going? Issei gritted his teeth and backed up with great speed, spreading his dragon wings and letting the spheres crash into the ground. Even so, spheres directed by Sing exploded in the back, leaving Issei with no escape. We'll have to improvise, Issei said, raising his left hand. Boost, 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 boost was heard from the left glove of the armor, while its gems shone between emerald green and ruby scarlet. Raise my power even further, boosted gear. Transferring all the power to the wings, Sing prepared his attack with great surprise, launching his energy spheres towards Issei's covered body. Get ready, partner, Drake recommended. This is going to hurt, Issei said. I see, Reimu said. The spheres exploded upon contact with the brown-haired man's body. The armor was enveloped in the smoke of the explosions. Nothing could be seen. No, said Reimu. Wow, one fell silent, said Yoku. MPHP, he was really strong, but he lacked practice, Sing said, praising Issei, but emphasizing his lack of talent. So that means I can still improve. Everyone went to see the center of the crater that was formed. From among the smoke, an image full of authority and respect could be seen, in addition to giving off pure power. Now before everyone's eyes was a powerful crimson-red armor, but it was different from the BXB that Issei was wearing before. It was now almost 3 meters tall, plus the armor had changed in thickness, gaining great size in the arms, legs, and chest. The wings disappeared, leaving proof that this form was not capable of flying. But seeing the enormous monster that this thing was, the lack of wings was hardly noticeable. The armor walked out of the crater, causing the earth to tremble slightly before Sing's astonished face. He buried his massive pair of fists into the ground, cracking the ground, displaying his enormous raw power. I'm glad to know that I can still improve, said Issei. From the corner of his helmet, hot steam came out like a pressure cooker. HGGI, it doesn't matter that you're bigger, you're slower now, Sing said, pointing at Issei. Fast? You want speed? Then don't worry, I can oblige you, said Issei. Getting up again, Sing witnessed the powerless arms of that thing. Still with a red flash, the armor returned to its original form. Hey Reimu, do you need help? Issei asked, seeing the situation. No need, Reimu said. Yoka quickly snapped out of his shock, angrily firing his energy at her. Reimu simply smiled confidently as she snapped her fingers. A talisman beneath her glowed golden, teleporting to Reimu before explosions shook the sky. But what? You should never underestimate the Miko of Gensokyo. I'm the one who takes care of every problem in Gensokyo. Tell me, do you think you're the only one with this strategy? Reimu asked. Yoka snorted and threw a punch that Reimu deflected. After that she tried to hit her with her weapon, but Yoka had moved faster. Take this, Yoka said, creating even more spheres. How much energy can you have? Issei was still in front of Sing. Taking off his helmet, he showed his confident smile, angering Sing. There's no way you can beat me. Why are you smiling? Sing said. Nothing, you're just going to lose. Do you really want to die? Ha ha ha, no, not really, but if I tell you something, I'll send you back to hell. Issei raised his power once again. A huge layer of crimson aura was expelled from his body into the air, forming a crimson flame that lit up the sky. Stop joking, that heavy appearance won't save you, Sing said, preparing another charge of energy. I said I would give you speed, and that's what I will, Issei said. The armor shined and changed again, although this time it was different. This armor was much lighter than the first time it changed, lighter than even its original armor. In addition to that, the wings gained size, as well as turbines that expelled a large amount of fire. Sharp energy claws formed in its hands. This is my speed, Issei said. What? No matter how many times you change, I'm going to kill you, Sing said, firing his ferocious energy charge once again. This time Issei prepared himself, activating his thrusters. The jet of crimson energy looked like a candle. Leaping forward, Issei moved at a blinding speed, looking like the trail of a comet as he passed through Sing's desperate attacks. Sing decided to stop playing. The brat was more skilled than he initially thought. He prepared a large amount of magic and fired it forward. The energy sphere turned into a bunch of energy tongues that destroyed everything in its path. Even so, Issei moved faster than that. Time seemed to go in slow motion. A jump to one side, one of the tongues almost blew off his arm, another to the other side, one of his legs was almost severed. He crouched down, his head was almost destroyed, and so it continued as he approached Sing at high speed. What the hell? How the hell is he so fast? Sing said. Issei was getting closer and closer. Sing, watching that, prepared a large magic circle, firing various energy beams. Issei barely received any scratches on his armor. Take this, said Issei. His armor returned to being the same, only now he was so close to Sing that he could give him a great blow all over his body. The impact resonated throughout the space and a small amount of blood came out of the attacked man's mouth. You may be very skilled in magic, as well as a Youkais. But you won't be the first powerful enemy I send to hell, said Issei, taking the force of the blow downwards. Sing's body crashed into the hard ground and bounced off it, forming a cloud of smoke and leaving a very deep ditch. Issei simply smiled again. Did you like it? From the cloud of smoke, Sing stood up very annoyed. Damned. Come to me with all your power. Now you'll see, said Sing. A strange blue aura took over her. It connected with Youkais' red aura, regenerating her wounds and feeding her power. I'm going to kill you. Could it be? Drake, any suggestions on how to take down this particular enemy? It's a hunch. Then tell it, Issei said to receive his mental images. Could it be? You'll have to try it again, partner. And how? Said Issei. I see, are you okay? Reimu asked, landing next to him. Yes, what about you? Said Issei. Nothing I can handle so far, but I'm worried about something, he said, looking at Yoku, who was smiling freshly while regenerating her energy and wounds. Did you notice it too? Issei asked. I thought I was the only one. You were too busy fighting, said Reimu. Yes, but Drake noticed it, said Issei, looking at his left arm. Apparently it is a strange energy that they both share. What could it be? Vital energy? Whatever it is, we must be careful. Also, I recommend that you finish off this enemy in one hit, said Drake. It would make sense, remembering that they were both the same being, Issei said. Sing and Yoku had finished regenerating their powers and health. Although their mistress had informed them of the priestess's ability, they did not believe it was that much, but seeing that she was a monster, and that she also had another one as a guard dog, made them understand that they were overconfident. They should have finished it early. Attack him at the same time? Reimu said. Yes, but not only attack him, we must also provoke him. Now that they are disoriented by our power, it is our only chance, said Issei. Reimu thought about it lightly. Noticing that their break was already over, she thought it would be for the best. I think that's fine, but how? You can trust me with that part. Finish this fight, said Drake. So they both nodded and returned to their respective partners. Damn it, said Sing. What's wrong? Is this the first time you've been hit? Issei said. Just because you achieved that you won't believe it so much. You're right, now I have to beat you, nothing personal. Both of them fought again. Issei launched his dragon shots while Sing focused again on her attack, so much so that she neglected her defense, just as Drake said. Fine, Miko of Gensokyo, I'm going to kill you. The games are over, said Yoku, somewhat annoyed in front of Reimu. Wow, this is the first time I see you like this, and your smile? Reimu asked mockingly. Damn you, you'll see when I kill you, said Yoku. Reimu just smiled. That Drake knows too much. They both noticed that the other couple had already started dancing. Issei and Sing attacked each other without quarter and mercy. Now, do we copy them? Good. Yuko recharged her magic circles again, but this time they were also accompanied by a deadly aura of fire. Reimu once again readied her talismans, but this time also her yin-yang orbs. Returning to the first pair, Issei dodged Sing's attacks as best he could, who attacked with great anger, becoming even more unpredictable. Although that can play against him if Issei knows how to balance the possibilities. Now come at me, Sing said, channeling a huge amount of energy into his magic circles. Now, partner, said Drake. Issei activated his speed mode, night promotion. With a sonic boom, Issei stepped on top of Sing's attack, dodging the shots again. Although Sing smiled, as if expecting that, so he prepared a countermeasure. He raised both hands towards the sky. Black storm clouds formed above him, while blue lightning bolts split the sky in two like burning swords. What the hell? Issei said. Sing didn't say anything, he simply continued forward while launching powerful electric shocks this time, which Issei dodged as best he could. It's like fighting a storm, Issei said. What's wrong? Where's that confidence of yours? Sing said as he continued attacking with his rays. I'll send you to hell. Issei stopped as he looked towards his opponent. then nodded, willing to risk it all. I have no intentions of meeting the demon king of this world yet. Issei prepared his thrusters and shot forward, like a bullet aiming for Sing. That won't do, Sing said, placing a layer of lightning in front of her. Promotion tower, Issei said. His armor glowed again as the energy around him changed the armor, becoming so large and strong that it could split a mountain in two. Taking advantage of the speed gain from the horse, Issei advanced with speed and strength, delivering a fierce hammer blow directly to the wall of lightning, destroying it. Did it destroy my rays? There is nothing that cannot be destroyed. Reimu flew frantically in front of Yoku, who launched her flames from her burning fingers, burning a large part of the forest and grass in her path, although she was still kept at bay by her talismans and her energy orbs. At this rate we will kill each other, said Reimu. If that's necessary, then let's die together, said Yoku, already tired of this game. Good. Both continued their fight, although this time Reimu channeled the energy into her yin-yang orbs. These glowed slightly to begin firing energy in the form of spheres, which Yoku dodged as best he could, noticing that they were stronger than he thought. Issei had passed through the wall of lightning as if it were smoke, yet he felt the discharges of electricity run through his body even with the armor. Although ignoring the tingling sensation in his body, he launched another fierce blow towards Sing. The fist was charged with crimson aura. Using the energy thrusters on his elbow, he created a tornado effect as energy flames were expelled. In Sing's eyes, a huge Sekiryutai launched its gigantic fist wrapped in energy towards his body. Knowing that he had no time to dodge, he focused on defense with thick barriers and defensive circles. Although they cushioned the blow, they did not save him completely, as another punch from the Sekiryutai resonated against his body, this time larger and more powerful. The force was such that it tore him from his position and created a crater beneath both of them. Cha, he said, spitting blood, although he wouldn't stay like that. Issei noticed that he had created a large number of energy spheres. Knowing that his tower form is useless in speed, he decided to use his aura to further raise the indestructible defense of this form. It was better to err on the side of caution. Once Sing flew out, he fired his energy at Issei, who covered himself with his huge arms and endured the punishment. Ah, Issei said. Once the attack ended, Issei's normal armor came out of the smoke. It was somewhat damaged, as well as without a helmet. The fresh blood from his forehead fell freely on his face and part of his right eye. His armor was even more damaged than he thought. The part of his chest and stomach was damaged and without several mental layers, as well as his arms. I was breathing with difficulty due to the enormous effort that it took to do that, but I still smiled, looking forward to more challenges. Sing got up with difficulty from the ground, spitting out even more blood. He felt his throat burning, in addition to the strong pain in his body. Damn mortal, they are giving him a beating. On top of that, he is injured in the arms and one leg. What's wrong? Weren't you going to send me to hell? Issei challenged him with his bloody face. Don't worry, you'll be there soon, said Sing, putting on a psychopathic look. Rays began to emanate from his body as well as fall from the sky everywhere. I don't like this, Issei said, truly believing that he will go to hell with this. Reimu, hurt and tired, noticed the change in the environment. In addition to that, Yoku was surrounded by an intense dark red aura, while her peaceful face became more unhinged. It's your end, Hakurai no Miko. Sing should have already killed that guard dog of yours, said Yoku. I doubt Issei just died, though after defeating him I'll go see, Reimu said. Ha 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 ha, don't worry Hakurai no Miko, you can meet your beloved in hell, said Yoku. My what? Issei knew that if he was hit by the energy sphere that Sing was creating, he was more than fried. Drake was advising him not to get carried away this time. I look in Reimu's direction, noticing that she was also on her last legs. Where are you looking, Sekiryutai? Said Sing, directing his gaze towards Reimu. He smiled after that. Don't worry, you will go with her to hell. I doubt hell can contain her, but that's fine by me, said Issei. He had raised his power again. Come on, rise and burn, Drake's power. The aura expelled by Issei formed an immense crimson flame that illuminated the sky, darkened by the smoke of the explosions. What is this? It's like the gateway to hell, Sing said, resisting the brutal blow of the wind. It isn't, but this is the power of the Crimson Purgatory. I will sink your soul into it, Issei said. The flame of energy rose like a volcanic eruption, cracking the ground and dragging the trees down. "It's over," Sing said, raising both hands towards the sky. Storm clouds formed, and various lightning bolts began to be created, until they formed a huge mass of energy that rose above Sing. "Wow, looks like Sing is eager to finish this," Youkais said, looking at the display of energy. "In that case, I must hurry to defeat you and then go for her. This has taken too long," said Reimu, preparing her talismans. Youkais just laughed half-heartedly. "I guess so, but let's finish this now." Youkais raised his right hand, and from the tips of his fingers, various incandescent flames of blood-red color were born, which combined with the resplendent sunset behind him. "Physical existences, let us praise your courage, but now you will die in the clutches of Singyoku, the wrath of thunder upon the punishment of fire," they both said at the same time, while each one created a perfect sphere of heat and lightning energy, raised one on top of the other. Issei tensed up, as did Reimu. "If they hit you, you will say goodbye." "Drake, I hope you're right," Issei said to his fellow in turn. "I'm wondering the same." "I see. Get ready, Reimu," Issei said. "Now, boosted gear. Boost X10. Transfer. Reimu, release your power." "Good," said the Miko, smiling, and repeated her main technique again, cello fantasy. The huge sphere of energy, with a black and white theme, flew at high speed towards Issei, who simply threw his left hand to the ground. Energy began to be released and absorbed into the sphere. Burst. The huge sphere of energy re-energized with boost and transfer flew towards Youkais, who was unable to move because he was charging his attack. "Youkais," Sing said, looking at his sister. "Damn you." "I haven't forgotten about you," Issei said, channeling energy into his armor promotion bishop. Issei's magical power rose through the clouds, while a backpack formed on his back. On his sides a pair of enormous cannons were created. Issei took both cannons while aiming at Sing, who was speechless by what she saw. "Are you a wizard?" "No, not really." "Impossible, you must have worn yourself out a long time ago." "It is true that you possess more magical power than me," said Issei, pointing his cannons towards Sing, "but I have always had more energy than most." Boost 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 boost. The blood-colored aura began to charge the cannons on Issei's shoulders, while Sing gave his attack more energy, causing it to grow in size. Youkais quickly launched his fireball. The cello fantasy and the fire sphere collided in mid-air, releasing a great amount of power and heat, yet slowly Reimu's attack surpassed Youkais. "Impossible." "Death," Sekyuryudai said, Sing launching his attack. "I'm not going to die," Issei said, firing a large amount of energy. A powerful crimson pillar of power collided head-on with the spheres of lightning. The power was such that the pillars flew through the sky, then plummeted towards the ground. "Ah! Ah!" They both pushed forward so that their attacks would gain ground on the other, doing a dance of red and blue, crimson and light blue. Youkais tried by all means to stop the cello fantasy, but it had simply become so powerful that he couldn't stop it completely. Still, he tried by all possible means to stop that deadly blow to her, although he lost sight of Reimu. "Never turn your back on an opponent," she said from behind Youkais. The Miko had in her hands prepared an attack with the power of the yin-yang orb. "That? See you never." Reimu hit Youkais hard in his stomach when he turned around, managing to land a strong blow that drew a large amount of blood. Apart from that, the power spread and pushed her towards the cello fantasy energy sphere. "Impossible, is this the result of challenging the Hakurei shrine?" said Youkais, being swallowed by the cello fantasy. Sing and Issei continued their fight. Where either gave a single step, they seemed to be tied, but Sing's attack was slowly gaining ground. "Ha, it's the end," Sekyuryudai. "You think so?" Boost 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 boost. "I told you, I've always had more energy than others." "No better said." "I have no limits," said Issei, channeling his energy pillar even more. It slowly began to devour Sing's sphere of lightning, before the latter's face of terror. "Have we failed?" The pillar destroyed the energy sphere in its entirety. It continued its path without problem towards Sing, who remained still due to the wear and tear and damage received. He looked at his sister looking for the opportunity for the two to recover, only to see when Reimu threw her directly towards her deadly attack. "It can't be," said Sing, being swallowed by the pillar and dragged backwards. The attack continued its path, destroying trees and rocks, until it simply exploded with Sing in it. Issei lowered his tired shoulders. Launching those large-scale attacks requires monstrous endurance, in addition to not being at 100%, yet he smiled when he noticed that Reimu's attack exploded at the same time, marking the end of the match. "Well, we did it, Drake," Issei said. "If, as I assumed, both were a single existence, so they shared their pain and life energy, thus maintaining themselves in combat, an interesting but predictable technique at the same time, Drake Dojo." "Well, we're done here, now what?" Reimu said impatiently, landing next to him. Issei had been looking at his suit, which was a mess. "Why are you looking at me so much?" Reimu asked with a dark aura of death. "Nothing, it's just that you're nothing." "Look who's talking, that armor of yours is a mess," said Reimu, emphasizing that Issei's armor had lost many layers of thickness. "I guess so," Issei said, looking away, trying to hide the sight of Reimu's somewhat generous bust. The latter turned to the other side. "You have to be blind not to notice their glances, man, they are so simple and stupid." Although then they noticed something. In front of them there were two portals. They looked like doors to some other dimension, that baffled our heroes who did not expect to see that here. "When did that arrive?" Issei asked. "Don't know. They must have been those called Singyoku. They were the guardians of an entrance. Apparently it was this one." "But wasn't this here before?" said Reimu, remembering some details of this area. "It must have been created when they destroyed the temple. Let's see," Issei said. They both cautiously approached both portals. "Be careful, we don't know what can get out of here," said Reimu. "I know, damn, it's like Doom." "Like what?" "I'm sorry, something from my world." "Okay? You have to tell me more about that world of yours." "I'll do it when we get back," Issei said. "So there is a reason to come back." Issei just smiled as always, although he didn't fool Reimu, but he would let it go this time. Saga 1, Chapter 2. The highly responsive to prayers. Both heroes, wounded and somewhat tired, but with a mission, were standing in front of what appeared to be two portals. One was a deep red color, in addition to spinning very quickly and throwing out flashes of light. The other, on the contrary, was darker, almost a purple hue. It spun more slowly, and emanated a very strong dark energy. Reimu analyzed both doors with analytical eyes, trying to remember if they were in any of the various books she had studied, compulsorily, but still couldn't identify which ones they were. Issei looked at them with some curiosity. He felt that they were similar to the dragon portal, although somewhat more macabre, yet he felt familiar with both. They were of a dark origin. "Are they made with demonic energy?" I asked out of inertia, cursing that I can't read runes as well as Akino or Rias. "Demonic energy? Is it something made by demons?" Reimu asked, looking at Issei in doubt. Well, it's a bit complicated, but let's just say that this energy reminds me of the one used in my world, at least, in the faction I belong to, said Issei, remembering the first disaster of his transportation circle. "And to think that now I can do them, Rias. I hope you were proud of me." Reimu, who noticed Issei's gaze, which she had for a long time, sighed. She knew nothing about the pain of losing someone dear. She never saw anyone important die in her life, and seeing Issei's expression, she wishes to never do it. "Look, I know it's hard and you want to forget about it, but if you don't accept what happened, then you won't be able to get over it. I'm not saying you should forget it, just try not to dwell on those memories," Reimu said. Issei stared at her. Reimu felt like she got lost in those sunset eyes, as she saw the flame of that young man's spirit, which was waving like embers of a bonfire in the wind, trying not to die inside. "Yes," said Issei, returning to his usual self. "At least superficially. Let's go, then we still have to find out who did this," he said, smiling energetically, as he walked towards the portals. Reimu just sighed again. "Who are you trying to fool?" "Partner. Just give me some time, Drake. I'll see how to deal with this." "It's okay, I trust you." "Thank you." After that, they both returned their focus to the portals that had appeared out of nowhere. "Where do you think they're going?" "Whatever, let's go," said Reimu, ready to jump to one go for the other. "We'll meet on the other side." Have you stopped to think if these things really go hand in hand? Reimu stopped abruptly and no. Issei simply opened his eyes wide. She's more stupid than Zenobia. They both analyzed the situation again while they rested a bit. The last battle was difficult. We should travel a single world together, Issei said. We don't even know if that's a portal or a trap, Reimu said. What do you suggest then? Issei said. Reimu was left thinking. Although the idea of dividing up can help cover more ground, she doesn't know what's on the other side. It can be deadly to go alone. Besides, the example they needed was Singyoku. If there are more enemies like them wherever they go, they have to be cautious. We should go through one together, said Reimu. If we don't see anything, we'll go back. We don't know if these doors will remain open. Then we'll have to take the risk altogether, Reimu said. Issei simply sighed again. They were quickly running out of logical options. Sounds good to me then, but which one? We don't know where these doors lead. We'll have to decide. We can tell you, physical existences. They heard a familiar voice. They both turned around in surprise to find Singyoku, who was once again united in a single being. Singyoku, Issei said, surprised to see him, or see them still alive. Are you coming for revenge? Said Reimu, ready to fight. No, physical existences, we are the guardians of the doors, as well as the first test left by our mistress, so having passed this test you are worthy of entering the world of shadows. Shadow world? Issei asked. What do you mean? Physical existence, Sekurudai, Hakurai no Miko, you must choose a gate. Where do those doors lead to? Reimu asked, looking suspiciously at Singyoku. I never trust ghosts. Understood. The first door leads to a world called Makai, a world located in an alternate reality to Gensokyo. This world is also known as the Demon World, as it is inhabited by these same, and extremely powerful Youkais, all created by the power of the demon called Shinki. Demon World? You mean Hell? Issei asked. No, one should not be confused, since Hell is not where the souls of the deceased go to be judged in the flame of their guilt. A world of demons that isn't the underworld? That does interest me, Issei said. The Hell of Gensokyo is nothing more than a vast plain surrounded by fire and magma where Youkais and demons of extreme power live, said Singyoku. If that's the case, we should choose the underworld, Reimu said, looking at the gate of the underworld. In both worlds there are Youkais and demons, but they said that this hell is not what we think. If so, we should choose the door to Makai, said Issei. What exactly was hell like in your world? For you to say that? Reimu asked. Issei remembered the many times he visited the underworld. Let's see, it was a large green plain, full of trees and vegetation, as well as fauna that he had never seen. There were even real griffins and dragons, said Issei, remembering that place with joy. Huh! A hell that looks like a paradise? Don't kid me, said Reimu. But it's true. Yeah, sure, what's next? That the demons from hell could go to heaven. Issei's face explained everything to Reimu. Are you a baka? Issei simply sighed. Forget it, we have to move on. If this is like this, then we should decide, Issei said. And how? Reimu asked. Issei stopped to think, or rather, to extrude his remaining neurons, until 5 minutes later. Stone. Paper. Scissors, they both said at the same time, throwing their hands forward, drawing their respective shapes with their fingers, both a rock, a draw again. Oh please, said Drake, somewhat tired of that. They'd been taking out the same stone for more than 5 minutes. Pair of idiots, damn it, I'll decide, said Drake. He began to think it was you, Marine. You pink Kukura Makara puppet, it wasn't me. It was Tet. Hit him, that he. Really, Drake? Issei asked. Shut up, it was that red one, said Drake. The Makai, physical existences? Singyoku asked, somewhat interested. Yeah. Why Makai? Reimu asked. Because fate wanted it. Okay, it will be Makai. Let's go, Reimu said, Issei walking towards the portal. Wait, you trust that, Issei? Reimu said, looking doubtfully at Issei. I trust my friend, Drake, Issei said. Reimu simply looked at both of them like they were crazy idiots, but simply sighed, then did what she does when she goes to Rome. She approached the portal that led to Makai, an unknown world in an alternate reality to Gensokyo. And I was bored with everyday life, thought Reimu with a drop of sweat on her head. Issei looked at this portal with some excitement and curiosity. Well, if he can jump just like that, he doesn't know what can happen when he crosses the portal, so he mentally prepared himself. Reimu at his side, he also mentally prepared himself for what is coming. It will undoubtedly be a bumpy ride. Good luck, physical existences, said Shingyoko as a last farewell. Issei and Reimu simply smiled to jump into this new world. Because you're going to need it. The trip was interesting. Issei has experiences, who comes from a world somewhat more advanced than Gensokyo. It was like going on a plane with turbulence, nothing out of the ordinary. But if we add to that unpleasant feeling of a hole in the stomach spinning like a top, and while you are going at full speed in a kind of rotating vortex of different colors, things change, don't you think? Ah. Wow. I don't like this, partner. Reimu, prepare yourselves, we will have a forced landing. I don't know what that is, but I don't like it, Reimu said, trying to keep her skirt from showing. Damn portal. I admit it, this wasn't a good idea, Issei said, holding his stomach, feeling the tasteless breakfast coming back down his throat. Oh no, it gets worse. Once the hellish journey was over, they both fell to the hard ground. A blur of red and a priestess landed on the ground with a bang. Issei cushioned Reimu's fall, although his armor didn't stop him from taking a hard hit. Are you okay? Yes, but something heavy is on top of me, said Issei, until he noticed Reimu. Oh. What heavy thing is on top of you? He asked darkly, while an aura of death mixed in the environment surrounded him. Ah? You are very full of personality, said Issei. A few minutes later, both of them were walking wherever they were, Issei with a bump the size of a baseball on his head, as well as bruises on his face. And why didn't the armor protect me? Partner, not even the power of the Mao could stop the female anger. They both stopped to take in the atmosphere. It was a meadow, it seemed, a vast plain of dark, ash-colored sand, surrounded by dead trees, and on top of that a crimson mist, a macabre, somewhat clear, blood-red mist. It gave both of them goosebumps. But what place is this? Issei asked. It must be the creation of that demon, Shinki said. Reimu. Issei looked everywhere, searching for some point of orientation, but this vast plain of death and desolation was exactly the same. Sighing, he looks at his glove. Hey, Drake? Do you know how we can get around here? Sorry, partner, but the residual energy of this world does not allow any way of localization, although that should not prevent continuing to draw power from the sacred gear, said Drake, not knowing what to do now. Well, in that case, Issei said. We should split up, although seeing this place, it might be a bad idea, said Reimu. Looking again, she tried to see the sky, noticing that it was pompous, a dark silver color, a walking stain in the sky, as if her god didn't clear the clouds. I doubt it rains here. Yes, there doesn't seem to be anything. Issei said we should continue, even if it's by chance. But where to? Reimu asked. Issei looked around. So over there, he said, pointing ahead, slightly to the left. Because? Don't know. They both sighed again, so they both set off on their way, a slow and very, very difficult journey. Within this strange dimension, a being would open its ruby eyes, the color of this world, spreading its white wings, slightly stained by misfortune, like the one that will fall on Gensokyo. Issei and Reimu continued walking at a slow but steady pace, nodding at the idea of any surprise attack, although nothing seemed to appear anywhere. Hey, Issei, tell me how this Sanasaquimas and Balancino Sequesca thing works. Sacred gear and balance breaker, Issei corrected. What do you want to know for? What do you mean, for what? You have an armor out of nowhere, and I'm curious about your world, said Reimu. Well, come on, it's boring to go in silence to who knows where. Issei just smiled. It was true, it would be boring to do nothing. Well, I'll tell you more in detail, said Issei. Let's see. A sacred gear is a weapon-like object, created by the god of the Bible. God of the Bible? Said Reimu. Well, in my world there were various mythologies, with their god or gods, some more than others, said Issei. The god of the Bible was a kind god who did not want to see humanity on its knees in the tyranny of other gods, like the Egyptians or the Greeks, so he began to spread his religion, one full of kindness and love. dispelling humanity's fear of the gods, said Issei. Wow, that sounds like a really good god, Reimu said, acknowledging that about the God of the Bible, but you said he was he? Issei simply nodded. The Christian religion expanded. From it many powerful creatures were born. One of them was Lucifer, the first demon, then followed the angels who formed the 72 demonic pillars. In addition to that, a new race was born from the angels who did their will over gods, the fallen angels. And they were bad? It depended on your point of view, said Issei. Differences and ambitions led the Christian religion to a war, a historical war, called the Great Holy War. When it ended, Lucifer and the other 3 Mao died, but in return God also passed away at that time. But after that, the system he left behind continued to function under the hand of Michael the Archangel and the other angels. The devils lost many of their numbers, and the fallen angels their leaders and most of their men. Well, I strayed from the subject, said Issei. But it's interesting, said Reimu. Yes, but when God had enough believers, he created tools capable of helping humans face gods. Although not all of them, it is said that all the important people who left their name in the history of my world possessed a sacred gear. I see, Reimu said, understanding something. So is Drake one of those? No, said Issei. Drake is the soul of the Sekiryudai, a real dragon, he and his rival. Rival? Rival, Albion. They were the 2 celestial dragons, existences of great power only below the dragon gods. I see, Drake and that Albion guy were really strong, but what happened? Reimu said. Well, let's say they got into something they shouldn't have and ended up without bodies, their souls trapped in sacred gear, and so, the boosted gear and the divinity dividing became Longinus. Longinus? What is that? A Longinus is a sacred gear that has the ability to kill gods. According to legend, the boosted gear can multiply my base power to almost infinity, but in exchange my resistance decreases. So you can't use it all the time. Yes, and there were a couple of details that I no longer remember. Anyway, there were Longinus of all kinds, from the spear that pierced Jesus Christ to the object capable of reviving the dead, the Holy Grail, said Issei. Capable of reviving the dead? Yes, there were many skills, but all of that was lost, said Issei. Oh, Reimu cursed herself for making Issei remember that. Whatever. Now we have to worry about what we're going to do, Issei said, stopping. Yes, we should think about where we can go, said Reimu, feeling like she had gone in circles. I can help you return to your world, dead. They both heard a voice coming from some direction and from all at the same time. On guard, they both stood back to back, trying to locate their new enemy in the dense fog. Who is it? Show yourself, said Reimu, readying her talismans. Issei simply prepared himself to fight again. Suddenly a current of air dissipated much of the fog. Both protagonists used all their strength to avoid flying away, given that the force of the wind was incredible. A red cloud formed in the air, lifting much of the earth around them. Both of them noticed the new figure that stood in front of them. She was a blonde girl with blood-colored eyes, her clothing consisting of a pale orange ceremonial kimono, and her long white skirt matched her appearance well. In addition to that, her skin was as white as porcelain, a ghost in the beautiful sense of the word. A ghost? Wow, how pretty, Issei said, recognizing the beauty of that ghost. Gigi, thank you, you are a kind gentleman, she said, a melodious voice, but with a dark touch, the whistle of someone condemned to the chains of hell. Calling another victim but flattering me will not get you anywhere. Leaving that aside, Reimu said, looking at Issei in a bad way, who are you and what do you want? As expected of the Hakurai no Miko, a crude and unscrupulous person, cold and ruthless, said the girl, looking mockingly at Reimu, as well as very unbeautiful, she said, noticing the wounds and stains on Reimu's outfit. The latter had a vein pop out on her forehead. She'll send that ghost back to her grave. I'm going to. Who are you and what do you want? She said again, a little more rudely. Gigi, what a bad character. The gentleman next to you must be having a very bad time, said the ghost mockingly. Reimu's anger was reaching life-threatening levels around her. Hey, wait, I recommend that you, Issei wanted to say, but was silenced by Reimu. Okay, let's fight. I know you're here to stop us, Reimu said. Yes, I am sent to stop them. I introduced myself. My name is Yujin Megan, a Youkais, said the well-known Yujin. Detailing the best, they noticed the absence of legs of this girl. She looked at them somewhat amused, all while she began to prepare her powers. Now Yujin Megan, I will defeat them, he said, making a cute pose with his fingers. Issei looked at her strangely. His previous self would have been excited to find a cute girl like her, but this Youkais undoubtedly gave him goosebumps. She was too confident. Well, in that case, Issei said. Wait, I see. Leave it to me, said Reimu, standing in front of Issei and stopping him from moving forward. She is alone. Wait, Reimu, we must. I know what I said, but I can do it alone. That damn hitch insulted me and she must pay dearly for it. Juju, I don't mind fighting both of them at the same time. No, the brown-haired idiot face, said Reimu, pointing at Issei. Hey. He will stay behind as a spectator. This is between you and me, Yujin Megan, said Reimu. In her hands she held several of her talismans. Fine with me. Hakurai no Miko, Reimu Hakurai. Now, I'll send you straight to hell, said Yujin, raising his power. Reimu, I'll stay here and watch, but if it gets dangerous I'll intervene, said Issei. Reimu stared at her. The Sekurai's serious face made it clear that he wasn't joking. Turning to the other side to hide her face, she didn't want him to see that she was staring at her like an idiot. Do what you want. Issei simply smiled, understanding how difficult this was for her given Reimu's pride. So Reimu and Yujin stayed in the center of the imaginary field. Issei was a few meters behind, carefully watching the fight. Well, Reimu Hakurai, Miko of the Hakurai Temple, let me show you the terror of the Makai, said Yujin, floating. The terror of Makai? Don't make me laugh. Destroying the Hakurai shrine is an offense that is severely punished if necessary. I will destroy the entire Makai, said Reimu, with her icy killer gaze directed at Yujin. The latter was slightly scared. That girl was scary when she tried. Oh, okay, let's begin, said Yujin, trembled before the eyes of God. Eyes of God? Reimu said. Around Yujin, strange black orbs appeared. These floated calmly at Yujin's sides, while he hummed a song. When he finished, Yujin smiled with pure evil. The orbs opened a kind of eyes in each one. That looks bad, Issei said, remembering Cao Cao's balance breaker for a few moments. Yujin had a total of 7 orbs with eyes on her sides, below and above her. Each orb gave off a different shade of aura, from light blue, through green to deep red. Reimu looked closely at those orbs, prepared her own yin-yang spheres and waited. The sound of the wind dictated the start of this meeting. Die, Hakurai! Yujin said. 2 of the orbs lined up on the left and right sides of her. From these a large amount of aura slowly accumulated, giving way to 2 energy shots. A surprised Reimu reacted in time, barely dodging the shots, which flew past and caused large explosions. Come on, Hakurai no Miko, said Yujin, repeating her movement. That won't work twice, Reimu said, diving towards her. Yujin smiled as he charged 2 more energy shots. Hakurai avoided the blasts of fierce tongues that brushed the ground and created large trenches in the earth. 2 of them shoot condensed aura, but what about the others? Reimu, Issei said. The latter did not hear her call. Focused on dodging and attacking, she launched a burst of her talismans which shone a strong blue color, charged with mystical energy from her yin-yang orbs. Those would cause great damage to Yujin, but the Youkais smiled again. She snapped her fingers and a 3rd orb appeared in front of her, glowing a pale red hue. 7 layers of thick barriers appeared as the dull eyelid of her eye awakened. The talismans thrown by Reimu collided with the shields, destroying one but leaving the other 6 intact. That? Hakurai, said Yujin, snapping his fingers again. The 4 orbs appeared beneath her. Looking at Yujin, he opened his sleeping eyelid and glowed a pale green. Yujin disappeared from Reimu's sight. Reimu, behind you, Issei said. When Reimu turned around, there was nothing behind. Where? Up, Reimu, said Yujin. Reimu looked back to where the voice came from, but nothing. Ha ha. Laughter could be heard from all directions. Until. Damn it, Reimu said. A total of 7 Yujin appeared in front of and around Reimu, all of them smiling mockingly at Reimu's nervousness, which was palpable in the acrid, salty sweat that was pouring from her forehead. Aside from the 3 orbs she used before, there were 3 others that were awake. The last one was on her. You can't beat me, Reimu Hakurai, Accept your fate and die at my hands, said the 7 Yujin at the same time. What is this? Illusions? Reimu said, looking around, trying to locate the original. Tell me, Hakuria no Miko, do you think a simple illusion would do this? Said all the Yujin, pointing their attack orbs at Reimu. She turned pale, she was cornered. Damn it, Reimu, Issei said, trying to go help her. Wait, I've been fighting for 5 minutes, don't interfere yet, Reimu said, stopping Issei. Reimu? Issei asked. I know what I'm saying, this must have some weakness, besides I am the one in charge of the temple in Gensokyo. This Youkais will be my prey, said Reimu, who was seriously looking at all the Yujin. She quickly took out a bunch of talismans from her clothes, throwing them away. They scattered across the sky, creating a barrier around her, which flashed rainbow-colored. Yujin smiled, they all smiled, then the robes fired their energy blast aiming at the Miko of Gensokyo. Issei looked somewhat scared as the cloud of smoke rose where Reimu was before. Ha, it was easier than I thought. Well, she probably wasn't as strong as the rumors said Yujin, looking confidently as the smoke dissipated. Don't worry, handsome, I'll send you to her soon, he said, looking at Issei. You shouldn't be so confident, Issei said calmly with his arms crossed. The battle is not over yet. Yujin was going to answer, until she felt danger coming towards her. She quickly deployed the shield of her eye orb, noticing that Reimu emerged intact from the smoke. I admit that was good, said Reimu. She had started to expel her blue aura, but I am better. Letting out a scream into the air, Reimu raised her power. Yujin was forced to maintain her barrier, avoiding any damage from Reimu. Thus Reimu resumed her fierce counterattack, launching several of her talismans. Fire, wind and lightning attacks hit the energy cover, leaving Yujin confused. How could he have so much power after having faced Singyoku? Noticing Reimu coming at full speed, he decides to use his transportation orb, disappearing in a pale pink discoloration. Reimu was just inches away from hitting him. Is he gone? He said, looking around, noticing Yujin appearing beside him. After glowing in a pale pink glow, launching another talisman attack, Yujin rises and dodges the attack that passed by, blowing up several pieces of land and starting to make hills and mountains. Issei watched from the air, with an analytical eye, that battle. He couldn't help but remember more and more Cao Cao, the human who is said to be the strongest, his balance breaker, that strange ability to summon various spheres that complicated his battles. He smiled again with some melancholy, captured in his eyes, and welded slowly. The pain of his loss still gnawed at his conscience. Returning to the battle, Reimu flew at full speed, following a Yujin that changed position every second, although this time noticing that the orb was shining a pale green, not pink. Then we'll have to check it out, thought Reimu, launching another attack from her talismans. The same thing happened. A series of bright colors, like tired fireflies, appeared on Yujin's sides, and within seconds it disappeared from Reimu's sight. But there it is, he said, throwing a fire talisman to the right side, right next to his attack. The reaction, an energy shield, which protected Yujin from the attack he supposed. Did you discover my trick, Reimu Hakurai? It wasn't difficult, Yujin Megan, Reimu said with a smug smile. To get past the really annoyed woman, you make yourself invisible. Issei looked seriously at the spectacle, noticing the enormous destruction left around him. You discovered a part, Reimu. But ha 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 ha, bravo, bravo, congratulations Reimu Hakurai, you figured it out. A prize, said Yujin mockingly towards Reimu. What are you laughing at? If you can't hit me invisible, how are you going to defeat me? Said Reimu. Becoming invisible isn't the only thing I can do, Yujin said. She quickly became wrapped in vivid colors again, pale pink splashing wine colors into the gloomy, deathly atmosphere. Then she disappeared from Reimu's sight again. The latter, in an attempt to make her plan work, launched another attack to one of the sides, but noticing that the flashes did not appear where they should, she prepared herself, subtly raising her guard, withstanding Reimu's blow, which hit her in the entire protected area of her chest. By a hair, thought Reimu, retreating, taking distance between them and launching another wave of magic talismans. Flashes of blue fire danced in the air, about to cut Yujin in two. Even so, her shield formed between the space of both and destroyed Reimu's attack. Even so, she launched from her two orbs to the sides the energy attacks. Reimu was forced to retreat, flying between her attacker and her meeting point. Reimu noticed late that she was trapped between the various Yujin, each one launching their attacks. Ah! Reimu, Issei said. The explosion did not take long to come. A large amount of air was launched into space, raising a curtain of smoke and debris. Issei covered himself with his dragon wings, noticing the enormous crater left under where Reimu was before. Phew, I'm done, don't worry, handsome, I'll take you to her, said Yujin addressing Issei. You are strong, Yujin Megan, you are certainly a person who knows how to challenge people, but if that is all you can do, Reimu will beat you, said Issei. Ha ha ha, and how can a dead man beat me, handsome boy? Said Yujin. Simple, never underestimate your rivals even when they are dead, said Issei, remembering those words and feeling the pang in his heart. You never know when they can be resurrected. Yujin didn't understand that sentence. He tilted his head in a somewhat cute way, not understanding what she meant. It's impossible for Reimu Hakurai to be alive, right? She won, she can't. Damn, Yujin said, noticing the trap too late. Issei simply smiled again. Looking up, he noticed the huge sphere of black and white energy. Seal, said a very hurt Reimu. Blood was dripping from her head and she had a slightly split lip, as well as bruises on her body. Her priestess costume was torn to pieces, yet she was alive and standing. Fantasy. The black and white sphere, represented by Yin and Yang, descended quickly towards Yujin, who was speechless upon seeing the display of Hakurai's power. I still won't lose, Yujin said, readying his last eye orb. Yujin began to sing in an ancient language a cursed chant. The last eye glowed a blood-red color, intense, full of hate and revenge, while the flashes of Reimu's attack crushed everything in its path, until... Now the truth and the lie, it's an illusion that disappears in my hands, said Yujin, snapping his fingers once more. But this time something different happened. For Reimu and Issei the world fell to pieces and was rebuilt like a puzzle. The flashes of the dead sun that bravely penetrated the pompous layer of clouds became particles and rearranged themselves like a reset effect. Noticing the change, Reimu's attack had disappeared, leaving nothing but the vague and subtle memory in their minds, which was reproduced in their heads, transmitted in the back of their retinas. What? Said Reimu. I don't like this, said Issei. Yujin flew with all the calm that his ghostly being could maintain. In his fingers was the blood-red orb that came out of the retina of the red eye. After seeing it for a few seconds, he let go and disappeared. He died in the blink of an eye. Ready, she said, somewhat tired. It took me longer than I thought, but receiving that fantasy cello would represent my defeat. After all, Reimu Hakurai is dedicated to exterminating youkais and ghosts. What did you do? Issei asked, although he already imagined his answer. Yujin just smiled, noticing that Reimu had descended to the ground. She imitated him. Although not having feet, she could not make the same footprints as Reimu, noticing that she was alive. Simple, he said, looking at Issei, then at Reimu. I altered the future through the past. That left both of them frozen. This chick just said she manipulated time in a few seconds. That's impossible, said Reimu, if that was true. Issei was mute. Although in his world Kuroka's senjutsu could slightly alter reality, he never saw that ability at 100% of its capacity. You'll wonder how, right? Said Yujin, smiling, settling her dark circles, as well as looking paler. Hee, I'm the best. In life you must have been a powerful magician, said Issei. Gigi, the truth is I don't remember much about my life before being a Youkai, how many lies there were, but I know I can do this ability lightly. Besides that, I have a 5-second limit. After that I have to wait for a reset. Restarted? Reimu asked. What she means is that, in other words, she has a space of 5 seconds to be able to alter reality through that eye, although from what I see it takes a lot of energy, said Drake. Being the oldest, he was more experienced. Yes, what that mysterious voice said, said Yujin, looking at the glove with interest. Drake. What Drake said in a mysterious voice? Leave it like that. Anyway, yes, I am capable of slightly altering reality, but it still takes a lot of energy. But in that case you are left unprotected against another attack, and besides I am whole. I will simply Reimu froze. How did she not notice this before? She was stupid, no doubt she did that. You guys, I forgot to say, not only did I alter reality in order to avoid the fantasy seal, I also altered your powers, he said in a sinister manner, looking mockingly at Reimu. Ha 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 ha, now you're going to die. Hakurai no Miko, without your beloved powers you can't defeat me, but I still have a lot of my power left, said Yujin. Watching as Reimu tried to take flight, then nothing, it was true. She sealed my powers, Reimu said, looking at her with some caution, but it can't be just like that. Guess what, Hakurai Miko? Simple, said Issei, landing in front of Yujin. If we defeat you, we can recover Raimu's powers, right? Well, something like that, but you won't be able to beat me, handsome boy, said Yujin, expelling much of his power and the power stolen from Reimu. Maybe, but I won't be the one to defeat you, said Issei, smiling confidently. Looking at Reimu, Issei begins to increase the power of his armor. If you let me help you, then I will ask for the next battle. Being a simple spectator is boring, he said with his arms crossed. And how? Reimu asked, watching as that cool armor glowed a blood-red hue. Simple, I will give you some of the power of the legendary dragon, capable of killing God. Reimu then noticed when Issei raised his hand and touched her head. So. Transfer. A current of power, as powerful as an overflowing river, ran through Reimu's body. The pressure was such that the ground beneath them both cracked, and her hair and dress fluttered even with the lack of air in this strange place. But what? Transfer, an ability that allows me to transmit my accumulated power to others. It won't last long, so you must finish quickly, Issei said. Why did you give this to me? If so, you should have interfered, Reimu said. Simple, a fight is a fight. Yes, I'm here helping you, but one-on-one combat is like this. There is no honor in fighting against an opponent at a disadvantage, said Issei. Reimu smiled softly. I didn't know you were the honorable type. I guess I haven't said everything about myself yet, Issei said, looking at her with a smile. Go ahead, but I ask for the next opponent. Reimu simply smiled again, then turned to look at Yujin, who hadn't moved. Perhaps fatigue was taking its toll on her. Even so, she had to admit that this girl was dangerous. She raised her power even more. Yujin reacted and did the same. Both looked at each other seriously, knowing that only one would win, so both of them launched themselves against the other. Inside the Makai, watching with some feeling the raw battle between Reimu Hakurai and Yujin Megan, she was somewhat bored of commanding some simple subordinates. If it were up to her, she should be outside, fighting and spreading death everywhere. If he didn't, what would be the point of his entire existence? His title would have no value over anyone else. Are you excited? This is the first time I've seen you like this. I guess it is my purpose in living, to spread throughout the world the shadow of death that my wings reflect. Angel of Death. Astral Warrior. Both of them simply returned to their eternal mausoleum of silence, silence that will be broken when they decide it is time to act. For the moment they will have to focus on the current Miko of the Hakurai. But there was something. Do you think we should be worried about that boy? No, he is immortal, a simple human. In time he will die. You should know that humans are the most dangerous. Yes, no one can handle the concept of death better than humanity itself. It is part of life and death, the endless circle. He may be boring from time to time, who knows? Maybe he is one of those who strays from his rightful place. It doesn't matter, no matter where you go, death is the only fixed destination for mortals. You're right. What they didn't know was that a dragon bows to no one, not even the shadow of death or the flash of a god. The powerful explosion shook the desert land of Makai, raising the wave of compressed power of both opponents. Reimu and Yujin continued their war without quarter. Only one rule reigned on the field, like a sentence imposed on the loser. Whoever falls loses. Reimu, surrounded by a greenish aura over her power, launched fierce attacks with magic talismans. Noticing that these were stronger than before, Yujin was not far behind. Combining the abilities of his orbs, he could battle anyone. Issei watched the spectacle from the ground. Now that the battle was in the air, it was better to be far away. What is that girl hiding, Yujin Megan? One thing is certain, if you don't defeat her now. Issei became serious at Drake's words. Reimu, you have like 6 minutes. She continued her fierce bombardment of the already damaged Makai terrain. Each blow and attack was stopped by the other. Reimu dodged an attack that passed by, then she launched her attack, which was stopped by Yujin and his energy shield, and managed to launch a shot of energy from her eyes. Both waves were stopped by Reimu. Even so, she was breathing with difficulty. The energy she obtained from Issei was running out. Yujin launched a kamikaze attack. Reimu responded by throwing several talismans which exploded on Yujin's body. Even so, she resisted the entire outburst and headed towards Reimu, giving her a tackle that left her off balance, long enough to launch her shots at close range, damaging Reimu and throwing her to the ground. The impact of the landing left her with an ugly back pain. Spitting blood when she hit Reimu was left lying on the ground, breathing with some difficulty. In addition to the metallic taste of her own blood in her throat, she tried to get up as best she could, although her legs were shaking from the impact. Damn, at this rate I'll be the one who loses, said Reimu. Looking at the talismans in her hand, I'll have to go all in on an all or nothing. YOLO. Yujin sucked in all the air he could. She was already dead. How could she be so exhausted? Was this Reimu Hakurai's strength? The Miko was planned to come alone, but the brunette came accompanied by that brown-haired boy, ruining the plans. Now he must kill them both. Okay, one more time, she said, looking at the work beneath her. It was ready, she could use it 3 times, but the 3rd time it would take all her essence, leaving her as a simple entity without body and essence. Nothing, she would be nothing and would be part of nothing. It was that or risk failing. I'd rather die again. Reimu immediately took flight and approached Yujin, the latter preparing her blood-red orb. You have come this far, Hakurai no Miko, Reimu Hakurai, surrender, and your death will be quick and painless. The one who should give up is you, Yujin Magen, the Youkais of the God's Eyes. If you do, I will try to give you a soft blow. Ha 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 ha, don't make him laugh, look at you, you're finished, hurt, and you're not even halfway there yet. I doubt you'll be able to get past here. Perhaps, apart from having come alone, Singdyoku would most likely have defeated me. So if you understand, leave Makai at once. But I'm not alone. Reimu raised her punching power. In Yujin's eyes, the power released from Reimu took form, a form that caused him nerves and terror. All the feelings swirled around his disturbed mind at that image. A dragon. Reimu concentrated all her remaining energy. The talismans at her sides began to glow between emerald green and sky blue, while the image of a dragon began to form behind her, her eyes changing slightly to a crimson hue before returning to their characteristic night black. Fantasy seal, he said, launching his signature attack. I won't let you, said Yujin, launching another of his ferocious attacks. Reality is an illusion that disappears in my hands. Once again the world was rebuilt and destroyed again before the eyes of both of them. The flashes of light, forming waves of damaged crystals of reality, rearranged themselves again, and the gears of the universe turned once more. Once again Reimu's attack had been disintegrated and part of her power stolen, speechless either of them. Yujin smiled as he released a thread of red blood from his crimson lips. Yujin Magen, said Issei, looking with different eyes at the Youkais of the God's Eyes. Then he understood one thing you have lost. Huh! Various energy networks formed around her, signed by rows of talismans that captured her internal power. What? A barrier? Said Yujin, and that a network of energy captured his right hand. Impossible. It's not, said Reimu. She had fallen to the ground and was on her knees, lightly supporting her foot on the ground. I simply played with the reality that you yourself destroyed, she said, snapping her fingers. Fantasy seal. The talismans that were parading in front of Yujin and to his sides glowed blue, then began to form into a line and release flashes of energy. I think I've been underestimating you, said Yujin, calmly watching the flashes of energy that loosened upon her goodbye. They didn't manage to hear her farewell because of the powerful explosion, which shook the entire Makai, leaving both of them slightly blinded, although Issei never took his eyes off Reimu's figure and the explosion in front of her. She looked beautiful in her own way. When it was over, only a huge crater remained. In the middle of it, Yujin Magen was unconscious, defeated. I think it's over, Yujin Magen. Now I demand that you take us to your leader, said Reimu when she landed, although after that she ran out of energy, falling to the ground. Careful, Issei said, holding her carefully. Are you okay? Yes, just a little dizzy. In your world, do they usually hold girls like this? She asked when she saw that she was in the armored arms of that boy. Well, let's say they were important. I understand. After Reimu was able to sit up again, they looked at Yujin's body. Who would have thought that the Miko would beat me like that? Said Yujin. I'm glad to see you're okay. Now, tell us what you know and give me back my powers, said Reimu, looking seriously at Yujin, with her fists on his big hips. That's right, a deal's a deal, said Yujin. From his red orb a flash of energy flew into the air, like a flock of fireflies. After that, she began to recover her energy. Now what do you know? Said Reimu. Jijiji, I don't know anything. That? How can you say it like that, huh? Let's say they only gave me the order, but not the details. The Miko would be lurking around here looking for the culprit of some incident, said Yujin. So you don't know anything about the destruction of the Hakurei temple? Reimu said, grabbing the collar of Yujin's kimono. Not really, but it was fun, said Yujin, not caring about the bad treatment. But isn't there a reason? There should be. No one destroys my temple for no reason. But it seems that he is telling the truth. Why do you say that? Don't tell her you're going to defend her. No, but a defeated opponent has nothing to lose, Issei said, looking at Yujin smiling on the ground. After that, Reimu calmed down. Sighing, they went to see Yujin's body. And what will we do with her, said Issei. Nothing, we'll leave her here, said Reimu, starting to walk towards who knows where. Wait, do you really not know where we should go? Issei said, looking at Reimu and then at Yujin. Well, I don't know if I should tell you anything. Then you are of no use, said Reimu. Is there something you need us to do? Please tell us, Issei said. Please, said Issei. Don't beg him, he won't tell you anything, said Reimu. Will you listen to the story of a ghost? A ghost story? Reimu went to see her with some doubt. She knew that the stories of most youkais were not so nice. What do you mean? Do you want to tell us something? Said Issei, looking at Yujin again. If I hear you, you'll tell me where to go, right? Maybe. That's not an answer. Will you listen to the story of a ghost? Do you know what it means? Huh? No. The story of a ghost, the host of a lifetime, said Reimu. Well, in exchange for knowing your story and knowing who you are and thus guaranteeing your existence, you will tell us what we want to know. I expected nothing less from the Miko no Hakurei, although a handsome gentleman asking me for my story in exchange for an address is a good thing. Hey, what do you mean? You were cheating on me. Well, yes and no, it doesn't matter, said Yujin, looking at both of them. He sat up with Issei's help and lay down on a rock. The story of a ghost. A forgotten but remembered story, told in the breeze of the wind, in the fallen petals, in the flashes of sunlight that fell upon the day, in the drops of moonlight scattered coquettishly throughout the night. The host of God's eyes. A young woman, very beautiful, but with a doubt, could she see God? She never understood where that question came from, but she never asked more. She always wanted to know more, to understand more, but she could never know, less when her life was suddenly cut short. Nothing was left but his desire to see God. From there, from that desire, from that dream, Yujin Megan was born, the Youkai of the various eyes, the eyes of God. The forgotten tale of a ghost, whispered in the ear by the wind. Issei looked incredulously at Yujin, who was smiling as always. Thank you, now try not to forget me, he said, as if nothing had happened. But that was. Reimu simply closed her eyes. Human cruelty had no end. Anyway, now, let's go look for directions, said Yujin, standing up and pulling on his sleeves so that a small package came out of it. Extending it in the air, the image of the Makai appeared. The Makai is an alternative universe to Gensokyo, but it took great inspiration from it. Perhaps Shinki-sama wanted to create his own Gensokyo. But now we must get to the point. Here, said Yujin, pointing to some buildings in the drawing. Here, there is our leader. Issei looked in the direction where his final enemy should supposedly be. In that case, we must hurry. Now that we know where to go, it will be easier. I can't believe I'm saying this, said Reimu, sighing. Thank you, Yujin Megan. We will make sure not to forget your name. Yes, thank you, said Yujin. So she disappeared in a flash of light. After that they were both alone again. Then Issei sighed, then smiled with some emotion. Okay, the next opponent is mine. Besides, we have to keep going and we already know where to go, said Issei. I think that's fine, but if something happens... Hey, that's my line, Issei said. Reimu just smiled, amused to see the man's pathetic pride. Calm down, tough boy, come on, this place gives me the creeps, said Reimu. Issei simply smiled and followed her closely, not wanting to get lost in this place. Somewhere in Makai. I watch as Yujin falls defeated, I smile. These enemies were definitely strong, yes, they were. Now, let's see what they can do. She once again wrapped herself in her natural cloak of feathers, white, like that purity she never understood, dark, like her stained soul. Makai and soon Gensokyo will shake off their fluttering. What will happen next? Will Issei fight? Who will be his opponent? Will the pain in your soul ever heal? Find out in the next chapter. Saga 1, Chapter 3. The highly responsive to prayers. Both turned their gaze towards Yujin Megan, the Youkai who had faced them a few minutes ago, who was waving goodbye with her right hand. Issei returned the greeting, Reimu did not. Come on, we have to get going, Reimu said, looking ahead. I know, but we have to say goodbye, right? It's good manners, said Issei. Anyway, now we must continue along this path, said Reimu, noticing the naturally created path, or so it seemed. It was a dirt road slightly darker than the rest around it, lined with rocks and dead trees. It was the only decent halfway point they had found. We'll have to continue on foot, said Reimu. The sky was a riot of dark silver clouds, like an ugly oil stain. I didn't think it could rain here, Issei said, looking at the clouds. I doubt it, but this is better than getting struck by lightning, said Reimu. They both set off towards where Yujin had indicated on the map he gave them. At least they would have something to guide them in this world. You still don't know why they would destroy your temple? No, Yujin Megan didn't know anything, said Reimu. Before leaving she had asked Yujin once more, but his answer was the same as Singyoku's. He didn't know anything, he was just following orders. But whose orders? Who would want to destroy the temple and why? I know we will find the answers at the end of the road, said Reimu. Although it is strange, Issei said, looking back. What's weird? Think, Reimu, these traps were designed to trap you. Singyoku could separate into two independent entities, while Yujin Megan could alter destiny and seal your powers. Why? Simple, this plan was to trap you or kill you, said Issei. Reimu stared at him for a few seconds, thinking and analyzing the situation. He was right about some things. Someone was trying to defeat and kill her. You're right. If I had come alone, I most likely wouldn't have been able to get past Singyoku, said Reimu. Even against her pride, she had to admit that Issei had helped her. Although she would never tell him face to face, she would die of shame. They both sighed again, somewhat tired. Without a doubt the last battle was hard and without mercy. We should get some rest, don't you think, Reimu? Said Issei, looking at the aforementioned. Reimu had stopped, looking at Issei and then at the road. We should keep going, we're close. It could be, said Issei. When we reach the city on the map we will rest, said Reimu. Although no one named her leader of the improvised group, she made the decisions given the circumstances. Both returned to the path, located in an immense silence. Issei looked around, somewhat intrigued. Even with everything that has happened, he finds it hard to believe that he is in another world. He understands that his home, his family, his girlfriends, his friends, his rivals, everything was lost. As he looked closely at the landscape of desolation around him, he promised himself again, he will destroy the Issei and avenge his world at last. Hey, I see. Reimu brought him back from his dark thoughts, in the cruelest and most abrupt way possible. Wake up. Huh? Said Issei, rubbing his ears. Hey, that hurts. You're the one staring into space like a madman. Reimu said, her fists clenched on her prominent hips. What are you thinking about? Me? Nothing, Issei said, looking away. Reimu narrowed her eyes and stared at him, not buying that story. Does any of this remind you of home? Issei froze in his place, trying to swallow the sudden lump in his throat, unable to give a clear answer. Reimu sighed upon seeing the result of her question. I'm sorry, I know it's difficult, but Okay, you're trying to help me in some way, said Issei, trying not to dwell on the matter, simply remembering that a view similar to this was the last thing he saw of his former home before it was completely destroyed by the Issei. Reimu stopped looking at Issei, who being taller must have raised his eyes slightly. He looked at the ground. He doubts that the home that Issei remembers with so much love is the same as this one, so the image in front of him must be a representation of what was captured in his memory and engraved on his retina, a dead world without hope. Although being as she is, she did not think about what she wanted to do. She wanted to at least give him a few words of encouragement, tell him that it was not his fault, or simply tell him that he had a home in Gensokyo now. She did none of that. In fact, she did nothing but move on, leaving Issei behind her. The hard metal of his dark eyes was melting from the feelings that were churning in her head. She preferred to have that away from her. Issei watched her leave in silence. Just like her, Rias, just as proud and imposing, he still remembers when he fell in love with her. He loves her as if it were the first time, when she rescued him from the clutches of death, when she gave him a path. When she gave him his first time before leaving to die with the pride of her race embodied in her blood, he saw in Reimu a vague memory of Rias, although later he brought out a cynical smile from his repertoire, a grimace disguised as a smile. No one can ever replace Rias' memory. The memories that live in human hearts unite their souls like a chain of fine flowers, my friend, never forget it. Issei closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them with his determination back in his position, he followed Reimu at a quick pace. He still has to pay his debt. When Reimu felt that stupid pessimist reached her, she tried to glare at him with her cold gaze, although she only received the brown-haired boy's energetic smile. They were so different. She possessed a power that Issei lacked, that much was obvious. But someone who understands that and still rushes into the unknown in meaningless battles? She never felt so stupid and insulted. Guys like that are always the ones who die first, and she is not like that, although the idea of fighting with all her power is very gratifying to her. Is that a smile? Issei said with some humor in his tone, humor that Reimu didn't like. Shut up, are you the only one who can smile? Said Reimu, breathing fire. Ha, no, it's just that it's the first time I've seen you smile with excitement. It makes my heart happy, ha 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 ha. What's wrong with you? You talk like an old man, said Reimu. Yes, I think I've seen so much in such a short time that I feel like I'm twice as old as I should be, said Issei. Well, that's not much, since humans don't live very long, Reimu said. No, it's true that they don't live long, but I'm different. Because? Because I am a demon and a dragon, and as far as I understand, my life expectancy is 0 or infinity. Life expectancy? Are you a demon and a dragon? Are you kidding me? I guess I should explain, but enough about me. Tell me more about yourself. About me? What do you want to know about me? I'm very boring. Boring? But if this world is great, how can you be boring living here? Was your world fun too? Well, most people believe that they lived a simple normal life. I was one of them. I believed that it would only be studying until I graduated, working and having a family. But when I met the so-called supernatural world, I understood that there was more than what we can see. We only see the tip of the iceberg. And we do not know what is underneath. That is why despite everything I want to continue fighting, to know my limits, and see what is beyond what our eyes see, said Issei. You want to see, huh? Said Reimu, looking ahead. I only see dirt and rocks, she said with a complicated expression, looking at the brown-haired boy. Yeah, really, do you have to be like this and kill every moment? I'm not a dreamer, I'm just doing my job. Are you going to tell me more about yourself now? I told you why you want to know. Because it doesn't seem fair to me that we only talk about me. I want to know more about Gensokyo, and I know that I must know more about this world. I told you many things. Now, you talk to me, said Issei, looking with a loving smile at Haida marching, patent in progress. Reimu only gave her her most powerful poker face expression, framing her dark eyes in her hair and her tired expression, although she never expected to see someone so insistent, or that she would put up with her so much. I guess it's okay, how let's see, Gensokyo is a land. No, not that, I already know that. What do you mean? I mean, I want to get to know you more, not for you to tell me the story of Gensokyo again, Issei said. I ask you again, why? Besides, what is that tone of voice you use to talk to me? I am the one who saved your life, ungrateful. Huh! I didn't say anything rude to you, I just asked you about yourself and you acted like that. And if I don't want to talk about myself? Is that it? Issei asked, staring at Reimu, who was more confused than him. You don't want to talk about yourself, is that it? Huh. Why yes, I don't want to talk about me. Then why didn't you say it before? If so, I'm not going to force you to say anything, Issei said, smiling while looking forward. I didn't think you were the type to get everything by force. I'm not, I just wanted to talk to you, but I see that you don't. Reimu turned her gaze forward, noticing that they had arrived at the village on Eugen's map, or attempted village. Is this the village? Issei asked, seeing how everything was in tatters. According to the map, yes. It was originally a village similar to that of the humans in Gensokyo, but it was desolate and plunged into total destruction. There was nothing standing, not a house, not a person. Why is this like this? Issei asked. Surely, when the demons and Youkais first arrived to these lands, they tried to build the same structures as humans, but being such conflicting races among themselves, in one of their many wars they destroyed what they had erected, so they simply decided not to do it anymore, said Reimu. Whatever, let's rest and continue later. We must get to wherever our enemy is, said Reimu. Understood. We should stand guard. I'll go first. You look awful, said Reimu. Okay, say what you want. I'm still going to fight when we meet another enemy, Issei said, lowering his armor. Out of the corner of her eye, Reimu saw that the suit they had obtained was in pieces, damaged in some areas, torn in others. She sighed at the sight. That armor was useless. Drake certainly felt that. Why he wanted to kill Reimu Hakurai. Stupid Eugen Megan, not knowing where there are more opponents. Right now all the Youkais and demons of the Makai must be on their way to us, said Reimu, looking around. Really? Issei said, sitting, leaning against one of the still standing walls. It would be good to explore this place. Are you on a hike or what? No, but I'll go see what's around here, layers, and get something to eat. Good luck. Those demons and Youkais leave nothing but disasters. Well, this is not my land, so. But they really need a Miko. This place is in ruins, said Issei, walking towards the ruined village. Don't go too far. Understood. Stop bucking with me like that. Issei laughed. Reimu Hakurai definitely had a short fuse, poor guy who wanted to ask her out. He set out on his way, looking everywhere, searching for something useful, or at least something better than destruction. Destruction and more destruction. It was the only thing he could find. The architects must be great masters, said Issei, to remember that in Gensokyo there were no architects. Hell. Are you lost? But what? Said Issei, evading a surprise attack. An energy sphere crashed where he was standing a few seconds ago. Who is it? Show yourself, coward. Ha 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 ha. Are you lost? Partner, watch your back, said Drake. Issei had evaded the attack again, while that strange voice laughed and asked if he was lost at the same time. Ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho. Are you lost? Ha ho 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 ha ho. Are you lost? Are you lost? Whoever is doing this, let me tell you, it's not funny, said Issei, already fed up with this balance breaker. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Wrapped in his restored armor, the glow of Issei's power appeared in his hand, striking the ground and devastating the area with an explosion in an attempt to scare that thing away. Ah! Reimu noticed the nearby explosion. She sighed when she saw where it came from the same place where the idiot had left. Okay, here we go again, Reimu said, taking flight. Issei was in the air. With his wings spread out, he flew over the area that was impacted by his power, hoping to have gotten rid of whatever had attacked him. Ha 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 ha, you are strong. That voice, Issei said, turning around to find the one responsible for that voice. It was a girl, he appreciated, with long dark yellow hair, black eyes and milky white skin. She had a playful smile that went well with that star-shaped march on her cheek and her red bow. She had an outfit similar to that of a circus clown and a star-shaped wand. Bat wings behind her allowed her to fly. Are you the cause of that last attack? Issei asked, looking at the blonde. Yes, it was me. My name is Ellis, the Demon Princess. Demon Princess Ellis? Exactly, and today I have come as a messenger of your misfortune to kill you all, she said, extending her power. I don't know what you're up to, but thanks for coming out instead of hiding, Issei said, smiling, as they expelled power through their thrusters. oiling distance with Ellis. You saved me some time, Issei said, diving towards his opponent. Yes, I like difficult battles, Ellis said, creating a serious magic circle behind her, expelling spheres of energy and a certain attack pattern. Issei saw that, and knew that he would be an equal rival to Sing or Yujin. Don't you know how to fight any other way here? Issei said, dodging the hordes of colored orbs. Ellis took flight, while behind her a large red magic circle appeared. Large amounts of energy began to emerge from the runes and were expelled towards Issei. The latter flew at ground level, dodging the attacks. At one point he turned around while accumulating magic in his hands. Take this, he said, unleashing a magic machine gun. Ellis smiled happily as she flew, dodging the attack, which went on to destroy part of the now non-existent facade of the village. They can really be annoying. Ha 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 ha, you're funny. Do you want me to show you that I'm funny? I would love to, Issei said. He turned on his thrusters hidden behind his wings again. While concentrating magic in his right fist, he noticed that Ellis was waving her star-shaped wand. Believing that she would launch another distance attack, he quickly shortened the space to be able to launch his star fist. But when he arrived, Reimu heard the powerful impact. As if a meteor had crashed into the ground, the air wave was so strong that it lifted debris and threw it through the air. She had to cover herself while holding the piece of her skirt that remained. When it ended, she was speechless with what she saw. Issei was speechless. He never expected that in Gensokyo there could be someone like that. Without a doubt, the world is bigger than he thought possible. The fist at Issei was stopped by Ellis's fist, a huge fist, attached to a huge muscular arm, which was disproportionate to the rest of the girl's body, who smiled widely, with a crazy grimace in her being. Issei was speechless. The arm was so thick that it could destroy a rock or a log. Then Ellis' wand shone, and her arm, which she was holding against the force of Issei's blow, returned to its normal state. Lacking that support, Issei was launched forward, where Ellis had enlarged her other arm. Ha 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 ha, die, Toy, he said, throwing a powerful punch, which destroyed Issei's helmet and mask, sending him straight to the ground with fatal pain on his face, destroying everything in his path while Issei was buried in the ground. What the hell was that? Said Issei, trying to get up, spitting out the blood accumulated in his throat. That hit really hurt me. I look up. Ellis had returned to her normal state, looking at him with a playful smile and amusement captured in her dark night orbs. Issei then stood up, completely analyzing this enemy. I'll have to be careful. You're too slow, said Ellis, waving her star wand and releasing great waves of magical power. The spheres came from 3 different directions. Damn, she's too energetic, Issei said, flying to avoid the blow. Flying over the area, he dodged Ellis's shots in a very tight manner, which were very accurate and did not seem to have a clear pattern. I'll have to get closer, Issei said, taking flight towards Ellis. The latter smiled again. She loves toys that are hard to break. Reimu arrived towards where the battle was taking place. The explosions were getting louder. When she reached the base of a building, she stared at the demon and Issei, who was approaching her again. If you're not careful. Take this, Ellis. What a fun, sturdy toy, said Ellis. Issei prepared his left fist. Ellis too. When they were about to collide, Ellis' wand shined again, in which she smiled again and her fist grew larger again. The blow was repeated. Issei was still stopped with all his strength by that girl. Ellis simply decided her big left arm and enlarged her right one. She launched a blow which Issei managed to stop with both of his arms, although the impact cracked the armor's defenses and Issei resented the blow in his bones. Curse. Ellis smiled again as she returned her arm to normal, this time enlarging her right leg. Oh no. Come on, toy, Ellis said, throwing a kick which hit the chest. The wave passed the defenses, cracking Issei's armor and throwing him back to the ground. Wow, what a fun toy. Issei landed on the ground with a bang, going through the damaged walls of the buildings until he stopped buried in a wall. Spitting blood, he fell to his knees, trying to catch his breath. But what was that? Do you need help? Reimu said in front of Issei. He looked up at her, trying not to notice the underwear that was visible under her torn dress. You look terrible. Really? Said Issei, trying to get up. I'm fine, it was just a blow that I couldn't foresee. What the hell is she? I don't understand, said Reimu, looking at how Ellis had remained still. I have never seen that ability. It seems that she is able to accumulate her energy in her body, The same one she uses to fire her magic, said Drake, analyzing Ella's strategies. Anything we can use? I don't know, apparently tower mode should be enough, but lacking the ability to fly I'm not sure I can. Hey, in that case we just have to bring her to land, Issei said. Are you sure? She seems very powerful, said Reimu. If she hasn't come to look for you, it's because she's confident of winning easily. Whoever sent her knew she was a tough opponent to beat. Did you notice anything abnormal about her? No, I was busy watching an idiot dragon fly through the air, Reimu said. I don't know whether to feel flattered or offended, Issei said. Come on, let's fight together, said Reimu. But... Wait, I've been fighting for 5 minutes. I can still fight, said Issei, staring at Reimu. Please listen, Reimu. This is my fight, I have to fight. Ah? But in just 5 minutes they've already destroyed you, said Reimu, noticing the missing pieces of armor and Issei's wounds. If you continue like this you'll be part of the Makai soon. I don't think so. You've already faced enemies even more powerful than me, said Issei, looking at Ellis again. Besides, as you say, she's so confident of winning that she won't know what hit her. I'll defeat her before she realizes it. And what will you do? I will destroy that magic wand, said Issei. And that will help? I don't know, but it's better than nothing, said Issei, taking flight. The same condition. If you see that I'm in trouble you can interfere. But until then, please do not interfere. Reimu remained silent and watched as Issei flew back towards Ellis, who smiled amusedly. You do nothing but smile? That's my way of expressing my thoughts to the world. Besides, haven't they told you that it's fun when you get beaten? The look on your face, looking for a way to beat me and then just falling defeated at my feet, is incredible, said Ellis. Issei stared at him seriously for a few seconds, meditating on his words in his mind, then simply smiled again. Yes, I've been told that several times. Although it doesn't matter who told me, the result is the same. I will find a way to beat you and move on to the next one. Really? Ellis said, preparing her magic wand. Can you get past the demon princess, Ellis? There is only one woman in the entire universe who is worthy of bearing the title of demon princess, and that is not you, said Issei. Then just shut up and die, you miserable human, Ellis said, throwing out a large group of energy spheres. Issei simply dodged the energy shots again, flying towards Ellis. Are you coming for more? I'm going to beat you up. Good, she said as she threw her punch. Aided by her magic wand, her muscles grew again, becoming as thick as a tree trunk. Now you can die in peace. I'm sorry, but I have no intentions of dying, Issei said, throwing another punch. Ellis smiled confidently, believing that it was going to be the same. But she didn't wait to see how Issei held back her blow, which was a feint, and caught her off guard, grabbing her entire forearm in a wrestling hold. What? Get down, Issei said, throwing all his weight down, aided by the thrusters on his back, and Ellis's large arm was too heavy to hold even with help. The result was as expected, Issei dragging Ellis to the ground while throwing her under her own weight. Even before touching the ground, Ellis was able to return her arm to normal and land softly. Huh! That was your whole plan? More or less, yes, Issei said, landing in front of her, but now that you are on the ground I have the advantage. Ha 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 ha, don't make me laugh, what a troublesome toy. Let's see who ends up in trouble, said Issei. Go ahead, Drake. Leave it to me, partner. Boost 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 boost. Boost 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 boost. Issei's power rose as he increased the boost. When he felt it was enough, he took a step forward, to go out like a missile against Ellis, who smiled with all the confidence in the world. Issei launched his right punch, which Ellis blocked by enlarging her arm. Issei's fist collided with Ellis's hard muscle to return it to normal and enlarge her leg again, but this time Issei anticipated the kick and jumped back, expanding his radius of vision and launching 3 dragon shoot at once. Ellis simply hit them with her palms or deflected them with her own energy spheres. Once done, Ellis preceded the counterattack, launching her own spheres towards Issei, who covered himself with his wings to cushion the blow, which he did not completely achieve. He fell to the ground, damaging his spine. Despite the infernal pain that ran through his shin, Issei got up and continued his attack, taking flight again towards Ellis, who imitated him while firing her energy shots. Issei responded with his dragon shoot and avoided the explosions. What? Ellis said, noticing that Issei had disappeared from her sight. "Where are you, you troublesome toy?" said Ellis. But she noticed later that the fog had completely covered her, preventing her from seeing her target until. "Here," Issei said, coming out from the shadows, as he prepared aura in his fist and launched his punch, hitting her in the belly, while she spits out a large amount of saliva. "Since he hit her in the belly, did you like it, princess?" "Wretch," Ellis said, activating the ability of her magic wand, expanding the muscles of her arms. Although despite her gained size and weight she was able to move at a divine speed, hitting Issei in the face, breaking his helmet. "Shit," said Issei, although he couldn't avoid the rain of blows that came to him afterwards. "Take it, take it, take it, take it, take it, take it, take it," said Ellis, unleashing a fierce barrage of blows all over Issei's chest, completely damaging his armor and his organs, turning them into puree, ending with a hook to the chest which sounded very ugly. "Issei," Reimu said worriedly, noticing the dying body of the brown-haired security, who was barely standing, yet Issei did not back down from the fierce blows of this demon. Serorg hit harder. He thought before being launched by a right hook to the chin which sent him flying backwards, 20 meters through walls and houses, everything in his path until he was buried again. "Damn it, that's enough, I'm going in," Reimu said, preparing her talismans as she stood in front of Ellis. "Now I'll be your opponent." "Try it, Hakurai no Miko, I'll kill you anyway," said Ellis, raising her huge arm. "Reimu," said Issei, standing up. He was all hurt, but although Reimu found him cynical and even sadistic at some point, Issei's reckless smile remained intact on his emaciated, blood-stained face, fearless. Knowing that he could die and still want to fight, he was undoubtedly an idiot. "What did I tell you? This is my fight. You're crazy if you keep going like this, they're going to kill you." "If that's the case, I'd rather die fighting," Issei said while holding the affected area. "It would be a disgrace not to." "Is that really so? Is your desire to die that bad? If that's the case, you should think about suicide instead of fighting to the death." Issei stood still, looking at Ellis, but at nothing in particular. The memories were eating away at his mind and he distinguished between reality and illusion like small fragments of a broken mirror. He still saw it clearly: a room, no light, many questions, no answers, many people, no one, only him. There was no him, in the air, that miserable word. Suicide. He still remembers his question, he still remembers his answer. "Do you want me to stay here, while you go out and fight to the death?" A single tear brought down the silence of this world immersed in its eternal night, submissive, soft, fluffy, like her, forever, amen. Issei smiled again. It was the same, it couldn't be anyone else. He would kill himself. "I'd rather die standing than live on my knees in fear." Reimu stood still, frozen in place by the answer given by him behind her, heavy words floating in the air and falling frantically at her feet, spilling out, looking, having, trapped between her words and the reality of the world. She simply raised her dark dead gaze, touching the fiery sunset of her torn pupils. The arrogant smile simply irritated her to the point that she was going to kill him herself. "Give me 10 more minutes. If I can't finish her in 10 minutes, then you can go in to fight," Issei said. "You have 10 minutes. I hope you don't die, stupid," said Reimu. Issei simply smiled again, then walked towards Ellis, who was impatient. "Have you finished saying goodbye?" Toy said Ellis, readying her magic wand. "Yes, but now I'm going to win." Both of them remained on the battlefield, on opposite sides, while reflecting their desires to fight. The flames of emotion ignited in their eyes and adrenaline passed to their nervous system. Then in the middle of a few seconds Issei and Ellis had disappeared. The only thing known was where they were by the impact of the blows of both. Issei slammed his fist into Ellis. Ellis returned the blow with her super muscle. Both had stopped again. But Ellis, knowing that she had more magic power, readied her right fist, giving Issei a blow in the entire right area. A part of his armor, which was very thin, resisted the blow while spitting out a large amount of blood. Even so, he fired an energy punch, hitting Ellis in the entire face, causing her to step back. Ellis looked at the blood coming out of her nose in annoyance. Issei simply readjusted his posture. "You wretched, damned, unhappy son of a hitch, I'm going to kill you," said Ellis, rearranging his enormous muscles. "I'll send you to hell." "I'm a devil, I already know hell in more than one sense. Besides, I already found a paradise, and I don't plan on leaving it," said Issei. Partner, I think it's time to stop playing. Good tower promotion. Rook promotion. Ellis watched with mockery as Issei launched himself, glowing a deep red color, although she was not scared as she threw the punches with her right hand, while Issei threw his left fist, although her superior gaze turned to one of disbelief. After the glow stopped, the armor underwent a change, a mutation in its structure. Now, it was much larger and thicker than before. His powerful blow sent with his muscles at 1,000 was stopped without any problem by Issei's now enormous arm. He raised his other arm like a war hammer and slammed it into her at full speed, sending her flying while destroying everything in his path with his sheer brute force. When Ellis recovered from the worst blows she had received so far, she spat out the blood in her mouth and stood up. She noticed that Issei had buried both fists in the ground, making it clear how big and strong that armor was now. Some hot steam was expelled from the hole in his mouth like a pressure cooker. Do you still want to fight, Demon Princess? Ellis had stood up completely. All hints of fun were left aside and gave way to the most freezing and destructive seriousness and rage possible. From the air she looked at Issei like a dead fly. What's wrong? Did the cat get your tongue? Issei said. Tell me what gives you the right to rule like a princess. Huh? Are you worthy of being a princess? Said Ellis, looking at the sky. What makes you worthy of being a princess? Are you asking me? Let me see, said Issei, remembering the only demon princess who deserved all his respect and devotion from me. She does not give in or doubt. She remains the leader, always faithful to her power, proud of her achievements, yes, imposing, with her bright crimson hair in the air, waving freely like the wind, said Issei. Ellis stood still, staring at her wand. The reflection of her haggard face in her wand gave her a vague sense of her invented position, one more among them, her own. She sighed, leaving her silent regret in the air, a whisper that only she and the wind know. At that moment, for no apparent reason or simply out of rage, she slammed her wand into the ground, destroying it and releasing all of the destructive power that ran through her body. That? You'll wonder what's going on. Simple, said Ellis. She felt like all her power was hovering over her skin and stretching her muscles greatly. That magic wand was not a switch, it was rather a controller. The source of my power is within me, she said while her voice grew deeper and deeper, to the beat of her enormous muscles, her arms, legs, chest, thorax. Everything about her had changed completely. Behold the personification of my power. Issei was speechless. What was once a sweet and cute girl had completely changed. She was a monster made of muscles and power. She was exactly 2.5 meters tall, in addition to possessing such great strength that it broke the wind. Each step of her feet was so powerful that it cracked the ground beneath. Don't expect this, I thought that was that wand, said Issei. As you can see, you were wrong, but I must say that I am impressed. Very few can withstand a round against me, so I would at least like to know the name of the man who is causing me so much fun, said Ellis with her thick Roman gladiator voice. Issei, Hayata Issei, Security, said Issei, introducing himself. Very well, Security, Hayata Issei, let me congratulate you, but now, Ellis the demon princess will destroy you. Good death, said Ellis. He took a step forward, disappearing from Issei's sight to appear in front of him, his speed much greater than before, with his smile marked by muscles. In this form I have no limitations, meaning I am invincible, said Ellis in front of Issei, who was speechless. Despite being inside his tower form armor, he felt so small in front of that titan. Your armor does not scare me. Stop talking nonsense, said Issei, throwing his punch. It resonated through the air and stopped in Ellis's face, who didn't move at all. What? Partner, don't stand still, said Drake. But it was too late. Ellis had taken advantage of that moment and grabbed Issei by the waist, showing that that form was not just intimidation. She lifted Issei into the air, before throwing him with a war cry. Issei fell hard to the ground, although he quickly got up to face Ellis, who was flying towards him with her fly wings. Take my soul on your face, said Ellis, making an agile turn in the air and launching both feet in a kick that hit directly in Issei's face, who despite being covered with his shield and helmet could feel that his brain was hit, rebooted and returned to factory state. You didn't expect it. It was worth the wait, Issei said. My Russian hook, Ellis said, throwing a hook blow downwards, knocking Issei down, which he endured by raising his guard. He's got me, Issei said, noticing Ellis' grip on his waist again. Or so you think, Issei said, taking Ellis by the arms. Before she realized it, Issei activated his elbow thrusters. Fly, Ellis, Issei said, throwing Ellis into the air. In the air, the demon was able to maneuver and land elegantly on her two enormous feet, although before knowing exactly where she was, Issei had the Sekiryui's fist in her face, loaded with his elbow thrusters, which sent Ellis and her heavy body flying, destroying that entire area of the village. As she let out that scream, recovering from the blow and lifting all the rubble with her power, the beast sees the enemy and starts to pounce, said Ellis, charging against Issei. The latter prepared himself. When he had her close to him, he launched a right hook with all his power, which Ellis resisted, although spitting blood was a bad sign. She endured the pain and hit Issei in the chest, which destroyed that area, but did not confirm. She opened her huge hand and took Issei's head. She buried her foot well in the ground and used leverage, taking Issei by her weight. Burying his skull in the ground, your skull against the floor makes a tremendous hole. Issei endured the pain as he prepared his gears, then launched a powerful punch towards Ellis. This was enough to make her get up from the impact. Although not satisfied with that and blinded by his anger, Issei stood up and gave Ellis a kick loaded with power, which left her facing the other way. Unleashing a series of fast and strong blows against Ellis's body, greatly damaging the demon, which staggered in its place. Although it did not fall, it quickly got up and launched its own blow. Issei crossed his right arm, trying to at least repel most of the damage, although it seemed that his arm would be torn off. Remaining fixedly in its place, Issei unleashed another series of blows that Ellis endured and responded. Issei. Ellis. Both had thrown their right fists, crashing fist against fist. Both applied force to be able to overcome the other. Understanding that their forces were equal, they were thrown back. But neither was satisfied. They ran heavily towards the center of the encounter and slammed their fists into their opponent's face. Reimu stared speechless at the raw spectacle of brute force that was taking place in front of her, noticing that despite the wounds, the pain and the fresh blood that both were leaking from their open wounds, neither of them gave a step, making it clear that they were excited. The smile plastered on their blood-stained lips was scary. You two are definitely fools, Reimu said with her arms crossed, flying over them. Apparently they were so focused on them that they forgot about her. You two are bakas? The quick and strong blows thrown by both of them collided with their bodies, were repelled or simply ignored, yet neither of them wanted to give in. They were drugged by the adrenaline of this fight. Ellis, noticing an opening in Issei, threw a fist that collided with his belly. Issei resisted the blow even with his tower armor and spat out blood. Even so, he resisted again and launched his punch towards Ellis's belly. He withstood the blow with the help of his power, making his muscles as hard as a rock. Widening his veins, and launched another punch followed by another and another. Issei stopped playing, activating all his power. Crimson fire began to be expelled from his elbow thrusters and he prepared himself. He launched another blow towards Ellis' enormous body. The latter raised both arms and widened her muscles. Withstanding the blow, she repelled Issei's arm and launched his blow like a hammer. Issei placed both arms up and withstood the blow, but his heavy ones ended up buried in the ground. Curse. I'm not done yet, Ellis said. As she kicked Issei, he endured the blow and delivered a punch that Ellis barely endured, throwing her own punch. Issei noticed that his armor was beginning to crack, even despite its thickness. This is impossible, Issei said. At this rate, even if our forces are on par with hers, we will eventually become exhausted. And we also have past wounds from the previous battle against Youkais, said Drake, analyzing the situation. In that case, let's go for it, Drake. Yeah. If you keep this up, you're going to lose, said Reimu while sitting on one of the still standing roofs. It's good that this thing allows me to heal, she said, looking at how her yin-yang orb was transferring energy to heal. There should be a manual to use these things, but oh well. Returning to the encounter, Issei threw another punch which Ellis avoided. She was beginning to feel fatigue nearby. She couldn't afford to take any more punches. The punch destroyed an entire building and the wave of wind and force continued long, noticing that she was slightly scared. With each second she felt her power increase despite her wounds. Her muscles ached, since using this power generated enormous stress on her body. Feeling her muscles stretch and were about to break, she repressed a moan of pain. She wanted to give damn. Issei coughed up the blood in his throat. He could notice the fatigue in Ellis, but he wasn't in all of it. He felt tired, and this would take its toll on him later, yet he remained standing. With each blow his power increased more and more, or rather every 10 seconds. Damn, I'm really devastated, Issei said. You are not the only one, Ellis said, looking at Issei with some respect. I am very devastated. Issei simply smiled. They really were full of wounds. He doubted that at this rate he would reach the end like Reimu wants, although she cannot afford to give up so easily. If you weren't my enemy now, you would be a great rival. It's a shame, Issei said. I must say yes, but the games are over, Sekiryurai. Hi to Issei. Issei, just tell me, Issei. Ellis. Issei, she said, smiling, let's finish this once and for all. Issei approached with his guard down, and raised his fist, extending it towards Ellis. She simply smiled and bumped her fist against Issei's. Okay, let's go, Issei said. Yes, said Ellis. She was surrounded by wind and energy right now. I'll take this seriously. Thanks to this body, I can use my greatest attack, said Ellis, her body shining enormously while all that energy was concentrated in her right arm. I see you are motivated. I got excited when my opponent is so strong, don't blame me. Then this will make you very happy. Secret technique, deadly wind strike. Huh. Watch out, Issei, Reimu said, noticing the attack. Although it was already too late for Issei, Ellis's blow quickly reached him. He tried to use both his arms to resist like before, but this time it was different. The blow was loaded with so much force that it surpassed the tower mode's armor and crashed all its power against Issei's body, who screamed in pain as he felt his body fall to pieces even under his armor. It was completely destroyed. Issei's body fell heavily to the ground, lying face down. Ellis sighed and breathed with some difficulty. When she felt her body being torn to pieces just by this attack, she smiled, knowing that it was worth it. She had defeated Issei, who was unconscious at her feet, although she couldn't celebrate given the damage to her body. You really are very good at this. Revive quickly to fight again, Ellis said, walking towards Issei. Issei, Reimu said, landing next to Issei, although before attending to him she had faced Ellis, who was approaching her with a confident step. Get out of the way, monster! Hakuryai no Miko, Reimu. Hakuryai, surely you can also give me a lot of fun, but said Ellis, taking her right degree. Now I am completely exhausted. Attack me and continue if you want, but I will not lose against you. You wretch, you'll pay for this, said Reimu, preparing her talismans and yin-yang orbs. The sane person responsible for this incident looked pleased as her Lakala had knocked down that strange boy and was in front of the Miko of the Hakuryai. It was a matter of time before they both died. She wanted to kill them herself, but it would be really bad. She didn't want to burn down the Makai completely. Shinki would really get angry if she did that. It's a shame, he looked powerful. His stupid companion openly lamented the defeat of the Sekiryurai. She didn't care, strong or not, his destiny was to die. Although I hope to see him die at her hands, it doesn't matter, the Miko is still there. She will watch in astonishment the fluttering of her evil wings. Then something happened. Thence. She remained the same, since the young man with brown hair had gotten up again even with all the wounds on his body. Damn, Issei said, standing up. That hurt. Issei, Reimu said. Are you okay? You should rest. I'll take care of it. Wait, Reimu said Issei, looking at her again. I told you that I would fight her. He defeated you, accepted, Issei said. Maybe, but I haven't lost yet, said Issei. Is that right, Ellis? Do you still want to fight me? Ha 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 ha, you're definitely crazy. I love toys like that. Well, now I'm going to defeat you, said Ellis. Hey, Hakuryai no Miko, get that cute, poorly covered butt of yours out of here, because now I'm going to face this idiot. Me what? Reimu said. Yes, come on, Ellis, Demon Princess. Let's go for the second round. Yeah. What's next? Who won? Issei or Ellis? Will they discover who and why they destroyed the Hakuryai temple? Don't miss the next chapter, it's in progress. Saga 1, Chapter 4. The highly responsive to prayers. She was studying the face of the young man, with strange strong brown hair. He did not seem to be anything more than a simple human, a fly compared to them and their power, to her wings, to her flames, death-made living being. sitting on her throne expectant of life, death, reincarnation, everything and nothing. She observed everything and observed when everything becomes nothing, but for a long time, for the first time in many centuries, she felt doubt, uncertainty, fear. What was that? Her plan was perfect. She arranged all the pieces to win the game. She continued and triumphed, but there was a problem, one that she never expected to come. She never foresaw it. I suppose this is what you would call a move of fate, a terrible move that left her perfect game in nothing, staggering, discarded, by everything and nothing. She cursed herself, she cursed him, she cursed everything, she cursed nothing. Then she felt a sensation that she had forgotten. Then she goes to. So? Ellis, demon princess, do you wish to engage in another duel with me? Issei said, as he did his best to stay standing. Or are you perhaps bored of me? You're definitely crazy, Ellis said. Why keep fighting even when your bones are crushed? She asked. Why? Why are you still standing even when you're on your knees? Why keep going when everyone is yelling at you to go back? Issei said. Yes, why? What do you gain? Ellis said. Somehow she was excited by his answer. She knows she will treasure it for the rest of her life. Tell me. Because it's the only way to not lose myself, said Issei, standing in front of the demon, almost a head bigger than him. Many times I thought about leaving everything behind, giving up, sitting and waiting for destiny to slowly take my life away from me, sprawling at its feet and throwing my dreams into the trash. When that happened, when that day came, many times I thought about even taking my life, but they never let me. They still even after they are dead, they keep shouting at me not to give up. They keep telling me to move forward. Tomorrow is ahead. Ellis didn't say anything. She understood everything at once. Then she simply looked at the Sekyudai, who was still there, not moving. How many times had she hit him, or kicked him? The boy certainly had spirit, but that in itself is not enough to win a battle, she sighed, as she began to advance towards him. Reimu looked at that with evil eyes. Issei was still while that mastodon went towards him with the intention of finishing him off. He was alert to the slightest movement of that monster. Issei noticed when he was getting closer. He knew immediately that this was going to start again. He took a breath and let out a sigh into the wind. Then he simply stood straight, firm before his rival, who stopped a few steps away from him. Looking directly into each other's eyes, there was a feeling of mutual understanding, as well as a desire to win. Attack me, Ellis said forcefully in front of the Sekyudai. You don't have to repeat it, Issei said. He threw a bare fist, which collided with Ellis's marked abdomen. Noticing that she did not move from her position, Issei motivated himself. He threw another, and then another, and so he continued while Ellis simply endured all the punishment without complaining. After a few seconds, Issei stopped. He was breathing with difficulty. But still he had not managed to move Ellis. Are you better? I asked. Yes, thanks. Don't worry, now, the real fight will begin. Tell me, Haida Issei, if I kill you, will you be able to reunite with your fallen friends in the other world? I doubt it, but don't worry, I won't lose that easily, he said, smiling. Yes, I like that attitude, said Ellis. Alright, let's go, Drake, Issei said, raising his boosted gear, damaged, broken, but still shining with the spirit of the Red Dragon. Yes, partner, Drake said, sending all his power to Issei. Boost, 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 boost. Boost, boost, boost. Boost, 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 boost. Balance breaker, Issei said. Welsh Dragon balance breaker. Clad once again in his crimson armor, Issei's power soared through the sky, his trail of intense fire, flames of determination illuminating the dark and gloomy sky of Makai for the first time in its history since its creation. Go ahead, a fist with the power of all our power, the power of my friends, the power of Reimu, said Issei. The aforementioned was surprised to learn that the Sekyudai took her into account. Now you will pay for the destruction of the Hakurei temple, said Issei, unleashing his fist with all his power. Onward, Sekyudai, said Ellis. Issei unleashed all his strength in that blow. It connected in the area where he had previously been hitting without any success, but this time the energy wave surpassed Ellis' muscular body. The latter spat blood while bending over from the pain received. The force was so much that it made her step back. It's time to finish, Issei said. You've been saying that for a long time, said Ellis, standing up, but I possess the power of a great Youkais. Just a brat like you won't be able to defeat me, said Ellis while laughing in Issei's face. You say a great Youkais, said Issei. That's impossible, said Reimu. The power of a great Youkais is comparable to the power of a god. Are you saying you are a god? A god? Issei said. Exactly, you just can't do anything. You fought very well against me, but it's simply a lost war, said Ellis. Nothing is decided, said Issei as he clenched his fists. As long as there is still life in my chest and my heart keeps beating, I will continue to raise my fist against enemies like you, said Issei. That is the meaning of the opportunity that was given to me now. If I cannot follow these simple words, then I will die. You're right about what you're going to die for, so I hope you're prepared, Ellis said. The latter let out a war cry. The power of her might and the dense aura cracked the ground and pierced the wind in one fell swoop. Issei imitated her, letting out a war cry that was charged with all his fighting spirit. The final round had begun. Both were ready to deliver the knockout blow and win the battle. Ellis was the first to lunge forward, the power of her legs shattering the ground as she shot out like a bullet and slammed her fist into Issei like a missile. Issei had previously activated his tower mode. Issei's imposing hammer arms withstood the crude blow, punished with pain but still withstood the blow. He quickly brought his defense to the attack and counterattacked with his fist wrapped in crimson aura. The fire born from his power increased the damage considerably. This went to Ellis's face, which despite that did not back down, continued hitting with force and speed. The same for Issei. Both once again engaged in a destructive battle of brute force, where they had forgotten to defend their bodies, concentrating solely on causing the greatest damage to their opponent. Issei attacked with an upward hook, hitting Ellis' chin. The demon looked up, while his feet slightly retreated from the ground. Even so, he recovered and continued with his attack, slamming his rocket fists into Issei's armored body. The Sekiryutai knew he had to use that to win. He didn't expect Ellis to be such a difficult opponent, but inside he felt happy and alive again to be able to fight like this again. Deadly Wind Strike, said Ellis, unleashing her star attack again. This blow consisted of the complete accumulation of all his energy in his arm, and then unleashing a full blow that destroyed everything in its path. Issei covered himself again with both of his arms, yet the force was such that it broke his armor again. Damn, he said as he saw that his arms were damaged to great extremes. Ellis silently endured the pain of feeling her muscles turn to mush consecutively. Then simply after the hellish pain was reduced to the point of allowing her to use her brain, she began to smile confidently. No one who has been defeated twice with the same technique can have the will to fight once more. Still, I hope that Hayate Issei would rise once more. Reimu, who had reluctantly remained a spectator, was speechless, completely focused on the battle and understanding again that, if she had done what she was thinking of, coming alone, things would have really become complicated for her. Issei recovered from that last blow with some difficulty. I trusted her, Issei said in a slight moan of repressed pain caused by fatigue and the increasing weight of his armor. I trusted her. No, I have been trusting her since my battle against Singyoku. Perhaps, is it a way to try to die following glory as Reimu told me? Issei said, thinking about that possibility, then read. Huh! What are you talking about? Are you praying for your life? Said Ellis, arms crossed. Red, said Issei, looking at Reimu, more precisely her metal black eyes, although deep inside them a crimson red flash peeked out, perhaps because of the contact with Issei. Red, yes, redder than strawberry blonde, redder than the blood that flows through our veins. It was the embodiment of fire itself in her hair and her eyes, said Issei, standing up once again. I apologize, Ellis. What? Ellis said, more impressed that he was still standing. I said I'm sorry. I've been underestimating our battle. No, I've been underestimating this world ever since I got here. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal, but I was wrong. I'm sorry and thank you for making me understand. What are you talking about? We've been fighting with all our might. Why tell me that now? You. Issei nodded, let out the air in his lungs again and focused on his opponents again. Ellis, let me show you the power of the Sekiryutai. I don't understand. What do you mean? Ellis said somewhat nervously. Don't you understand that I've surpassed you? It's true, you are a great Youkais, aren't you? Said Issei, A strange aura began to flow from him like an overflowing river. The crimson-red color predominated the room while Issei began to shine with great intensity. The scale of his power continued to raise its capacity further, much further beyond the possibilities. It was a hope then I just have to show a power that surpasses the gods. The crimson flash continued to grow throughout the Makai. It was something that no inhabitant of these desolate and ravaged lands had ever experienced before. In Reimu's eyes it was something she had always observed, but now it had a different meaning. An answer to one of the many questions she asked herself opened in front of her, and she felt happy to understand it once again. It was a great sunrise tinged with a beautiful and warm crimson red. Ellis felt the rush of his power in the wind that hit his muscular body. It was warm, like a bonfire, a flame of energy of a beautiful crimson red, like the color of blood. But what is this?" said Reimu, noticing that among the crimson-colored energy a human figure was slowly walking forward. She opened her eyes wide. It was impossible, but there he was, standing in front of her, a person who defies destiny and the odds. To see beyond the obvious, it is like the brightness of a god. When the crimson flash was lost in the gloom of the eternal night of the Makai, dissipating the dark-colored clouds, standing in front of Ellis, in front of Reimu, was Issei himself, now clad in a different armor. It was a crimson color, bright red. His wings, larger than the others, showed a slightly red color. In addition to that, the gems also changed to blood red. In addition to looking more like a dragon, the heat that gave off from its protective shell was felt. "Allow me to introduce you, Ellis. This is the ultimate armor that represents the power of the Sekurudai, Red Dragon Emperor, Crimson Cardinal Promotion," CXC said Ellis. That's amazing, ha 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 ha, you are definitely amazing, Hyder Issei. Killing you will make me very happy, Ellis said as she readied her fists, while the excitement of fighting and the fear of losing swirled within her. "Same here," Issei said, pointing his finger at Ellis. "Now I'm going to beat you, Ellis." "You wish, brat." Ellis spread her wings to gain greater flight power. Issei readied his fists and turned on his thrusters, launching himself like a red bullet against Ellis. Reimu watched in astonishment as both forces collided again with each other in the middle of the battlefield. Both fists connected with their opponent's face, despite that neither of them gave in at any time, but instead raised their power even higher, launching another punch that collided with their rival's fist. The force of the wind was such that it lifted huge mountains of stones into the air, while in the center a crater was formed with Ellis and Issei fighting in the middle, both of them fighting again with their bare fists. "This is a street fight," Reimu said, noticing how the fight was taking the same course. Ellis slammed her fierce fist into Issei's armor, which resisted the blow. It was harder and hotter than before. What was this? Some transformation, she thought. Even so, she tried again to damage that piece of tin, achieving nothing. Issei slammed his fist into Ellis's muscular body, still in his CXC, and after attacking her with all his power, she was still in the same condition. It was impossible for someone like that to maintain a battle of this level for so long, but that did not stop him from continuing to attack. Both opponents collided their fists again as the force raised the ground further. At one point both opponents landed on opposite sides, while the same blow sent them upwards, yet neither of them complained. They simply used each of their flying techniques while launching maneuvers between the rocks that remained suspended in the air. Both of them met again in the center of everything. Reimu watched speechlessly as the red and green flashes of power collided with each other again and again. As they launched energy shots and collided again, the mountains that remained in the air disappeared, destroyed before they could return to the ground. Ellis collided with Issei and took advantage of that opening to start a close-range fight. The Sekurudai did not lower his defense and counterattacked with all his strength, while both remained engaged in their combat, crashing into the suspended rocks. Ellis became enveloped in a flash of jade-green aura. While her power disintegrated everything in her path and broke the wind, Issei did the same, wrapping himself in his crimson aura. "Partner, it's time to end this. Forward." Ah. Ah. Two stars in the distance, flashing between green and red, collided in midair. The shockwave knocked down everything there with a force equal to that of a hurricane, so much so that the Makai trembled from the sudden physical force applied. "That's impossible," Reimu said as she continued to watch the battle. Still standing, both of them with their fists embedded in their rival's face. Issei and Ellis continued to struggle in the midst of that destruction, in that both of them are sent to opposite sides of the field, crashing into the remains of the field that were still there. Once again, drag, with all our strength, said Issei, while his armor continued to give off flashes of power. Ellis launched her war cry into the sky, evaporating everything that remained around her and determined to end this quickly. Both of them launched themselves into the air again, destroying everything until they found themselves in the middle of the field once more. Both fists collided with their rival. While the air collapsed, the buildings still standing in the human village, Reimu had to cover herself with her shield to avoid flying away. In the midst of it all, Ellis and Issei were engaging in a physical struggle, yet Ellis smiled and let her body fall back, allowing Issei to pass by and remain on top of her. Nice view, isn't it? I actually prefer more feminine women. Ellis, in response to that, threw a kick at him that destroyed the entire middle area of his armor. Issei spat out a large amount of blood again, although Ellis did not finish him off, but instead grabbed him by the head and, spinning on her own axis, threw his body down, crashing Issei into the ground. Ah, he moaned as he felt his body split in two. English. Now I'm going to kill you, Ellis said. Looking at Issei, she concentrated her attack once again. I will kill you even if it costs me my arms and legs, she said as her muscles contracted once again. The fourth time that happened, her muscles broke, stretched and contracted, tore and became known again in her skin and bones, in her mind and soul. Enduring the cry of pain she wanted to release, she concentrated her right arm towards Issei. In this attack goes all my power and my strength, my will, my soul. Receive it head on high to Issei. If you survive, you will undoubtedly earn my respect, Ellis said once again. Still in pain, Issei stood up, sore, tired, but willing to end this. In that case, I'm going to destroy you, said Issei. Drag. Leave it to me, partner. Boost, 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 boost. Boost, 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 boost. Boost, 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 boost. Crimson-colored energy flooded the dark environment, like a halo of dawn, from Issei's wings, which contracted. Cannons were born, a pair of enormous energy cannons which breathed fire and blew smoke and lead. Crimson Blaster. Issei's aura swirled and merged into the cannons, which began to charge with energy. Deadly Air Fist, Ellis said as she punched the air. The shockwave of energy expelled all of its power towards Issei like a missile that warped reality itself. Issei looked at that nervously. It was the most powerful attack she had ever launched at him. In their CXC, it was almost impossible for him to lose. Please, it works, Issei said. Pulling the trigger and firing his blaster, the enormous mass of crimson energy erupted from the nozzle of those cannons. A huge pillar of energy flew straight upwards. Both attacks met and immediately began to fight for supremacy. Ellis sent energy to her fist while Issei multiplied his power as much as he could. In the middle of the power struggle, it seemed like Ellis would take the victory, but then UHC. Her muscles gave out, her strength waned, her attack faded, and Issei's crimson dawn reached her. The energy pillar reached her and surrounded her, then she simply smiled with pleasure. I think I lost. Issei looked impressed at the explosion, which shook the Makai again and pushed aside the gray clouds. For the first time, in the eyes of the inhabitants of this gloomy and deserted place, a red sun appeared in their skies for a few seconds, dispelling the darkness and fear. Issei fell to his knees, overcome by pain throughout his body. He was breathing with difficulty, and had trouble keeping his eyes forward. There is still a long way to go until the end. I think I underestimated this world too much. He. Issei, Reimu said as she entered the crater that had formed. Reimu? Issei, are you okay? Reimu said, quickly arriving at his side. Issei simply smiled. A little sore, but nothing that can't be fixed, Issei said. Reimu just sighed, then took one of her yin-yang orbs and placed it near the brown-haired man. With this you should be fine, said Reimu as the orb began to shine and release energy that Issei recognized. It was healing energy. The whitish flash began to spread throughout his body and it began to heal slightly. Reimu looked at the other crater forming a few meters away from this one. It was emitting smoke and giving off a lot of heat. In addition, the remains of crimson energy continued to float in the air like a parade of natural fireflies. A beautiful look at this wasteland if it weren't for the fact that she knew that a few seconds ago these two wanted to kill each other. So she got up and started walking towards the other crater. Reimu? She's alive, isn't she? Issei turned his gaze towards Ellis, or at least where he knew she was. Yes, I doubt that killed her. Reimu remained silent for a few seconds, meditating on the answer given by her partner, which was echoing in her ears and in her mind. In that case, let's get some information out of him, Reimu said as her other yin-yang orb floated beside her. Issei got up as best he could. I'm going with you. It's not even worth telling you no anymore, Reimu said, putting Issei's arm around her shoulders. Huh. I don't think you can walk properly in that sorry state, idiot, Reimu said, using her body as a support base for Issei. The latter couldn't help but adore Reimu's natural beauty. She was shorter than him, but that didn't take away her physical attractiveness, although her character kills the equation. Don't look at me so much, hentai. Huh. But I'm not looking at you. Of course, God, I hope you don't spy on me when I bathe. I never, well, yes I have. Wretched man. But not you. Ellis opened her dark gaze, finding the remains of what was the first dawn in the Makai. She concentrated. Her gaze looked anxious, desperate, happy, scared. It was simply feelings and emotions swirling in her soul, which was born in her stomach. Then she cried. Her tears appeared on her beautiful face. But then she heard the footsteps of the two people who faced her, looking at Issei, who was carried by the Miko. Issei faced her, leaning on Reimu's shoulder. Then he simply smiled. Hello. Hello? Are you okay? You look awful. No more than you are bucked up. Ha ha ha, those are not words for a princess, Issei said. Stop that, Reimu said, while Issei smiled in a forced manner. Ellis tried to stand up, but couldn't. Her body was literally nothing, so she stopped at her post, looking again at the crimson sun flying over the Makai. Reimu said, Issei, looking at the aforementioned, he simply sighed and nodded, pointed with his yin-yang orb which was healing Issei and began to lightly heal Ellis. That? This is just a help because of what happened, don't think badly, demon, said Reimu. Now, Ellis, we simply want to ask you a question. Tell us where we can go, since we are lost, and also know who and why they destroyed the Hakuryai temple, said Issei. Ellis looked away. She didn't want to see the face of her opponent, who defeated her because of her stupidity. I don't know. Tell us something, said Reimu. I told you I don't know, I was just following orders, said Ellis. Orders? Whose orders? Who ordered this to be done? Issei said. Ellis. How do I know that if I tell you, I can survive? What do you mean, are you threatened? We all are, said Ellis. Reimu looked around, feeling the sensation that she was being watched. Can we help you? Issei asked. I doubt it, Ellis said. Then, feeling her body returning to normal, she tried to stand up, but the pain in her body was still unbearable. I'll tell you. Oh, really? Just because you defeated me, besides not killing me, I am indebted to you, said Ellis, while holding her arm, which seemed broken. The demons and Youkais of the Makai were called by Shinki. Shinki? The demon who created this world? Yes, apparently they were plotting something. Okay, I sit out of this conversation, Reimu said, letting Issei support himself when he noticed that he could walk. I am Reimu, the Hakuryai no Miko, Reimu said, staring at Ellis. Now, tell me, why did you destroy the Hakuryai temple? Do you know the importance of this shrine? What could happen to Gensokyo and the Makai if the Hakuryai barrier falls? Reimu said, scolding the demon. The truth is no, and I'm not interested in knowing, said Ellis, cutting off the royal. You'll be a, said Reimu in a fierce manner, looking at Ellis as if she wanted to knock down a chicken. Wait, Reimu, said Issei. He had taken Reimu's shoulder to calm her down. Listen, Ellis, do you need protection against this Shinki? If so, we can help you. How, what? A demon staying in a priestess's temple? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Ellis, if you help us, we can help you. Please tell us. At least then we can know why we are like this. Besides, it would give meaning to our fight, Issei said seriously, staring at the blonde demon. Ellis also looked at him, searching for any trace of lies or any sign of doubt, but she found nothing but sincerity. He was sincere and strong. That made her feel confident. TCH, don't look at me like that. Huh? Did you say something? Issei said. Nothing, forget it. Well, for the pride of our battle I will tell you what I know, said Ellis. While sitting on the dirty floor, Issei imitated him without a doubt, Reimu too, but tried not to show too much with her torn skirt. While a few days ago, a message from the creator, Shinki, was presented in the Makai. This said that probably the priestess of the Hakurei temple would come to look for a fight within our world. Obviously that excited many, since fighting each other or against the infernal Youkais is boring. And why fight each other? Issei asked. When you live in a world like that it's hard to find something to do, said Ellis. Anyway, apparently there are rumors that Shinki had allied himself with two specters outside of Makai, two creatures that wanted to destroy the temple, steal Gensokyo's life force and break the barrier to destroy the world outside. Destroy the world outside, steal Gensokyo's life force? Who are those guys? Reimu said, very upset. I don't know their names, they didn't mention them, but I did hear their nicknames, said Ellis, remembering their nicknames. A shiver ran down her spine. They were the Angel of Death. And they, Astral Warrior, that's how Shinki addressed them. Angel of Death? Issei said. Astral Warrior? Said Reimu. That's all I know. Besides that, they say they are as strong as Shinki, so I think they defeated her and forced her to work with them, said Ellis. Why would you say that? Reimu asked, interested in the last part. Ellis sighed, thinking about her answer. Shinki, although he seems like an evil demon, is actually a peaceful existence. He created the Makai to live in peace. The battles between us are proposals to kill boredom and prevent an invasion of Gensokyo. So I can't imagine Shinki doing something like sending his infernal minions to war against the Hakurei temple and the earthly Youkais. Besides, there is something else, she said, looking at Issei. What is it? Reimu asked. There was no mention in any report of the priestess having a guardian. I never expected her to arrive accompanied, said Ellis. Huh? Issei said. Yes, the priests and priestesses of the Hakurei temple are normally nomads or people immersed in complete isolation in order to achieve complete control of the energy of the yin-yang orbs. It is rare that they are willing to have guests. Issei was a special case, said Reimu, remembering her mother's teachings. Is it that weird? Issei asked. Normally it would be almost impossible, Reimu said. So he's not your guard dog? Ellis asked. What? Issei asked. Well, it looks like it. It does what I tell it, and wags its tail for a bowl of food. Hey, Reimu, Issei said. I see it's something like your lover. My what? Now it was Reimu's turn to shout at the entire Makai. Yes, your lover, secretly from the temple. You meet with him. Seeing the temple in pieces, he came with you because he was worried, said Ellis with joy on her face. And no, he's not my lover, said Reimu, completely lost, not knowing what to do. Issei, on the other hand, was somewhat blushing, but he could remain calm since he already had some experience in that direction. Then he's not your lover? Ellis said. Yes, he is not my lover. So he's your fiancé? Ellis said, making Reimu look worse. What the? Yes, your fiancé. You are going to marry him. Stop talking nonsense, girl. Girl? I'm a demon. I'm 200 years old. It doesn't seem like it, said Reimu. Issei had lowered his gaze as he remembered his. I see? Reimu asked. Ah? Said Issei, looking at the aforementioned who had her gaze fixed on him. Nothing, just nothing. Reimu sighed while Ellis didn't understand anything that was happening. Okay, now we know who's behind this, but we have no idea how or why. Ellis, one last question, do you know where we have to go? Issei asked. Well, Shinki's castle, in the center of Makai, is where Shinki and the other two usually meet, although I'm not sure, it's been a while since I've seen Shinki. It doesn't matter, if those two are there it's more than enough, said Reimu, preparing her remaining talismans. Now I'm going to go exterminate them myself. Let's go, Reimu, said Issei. Yeah. In that case I will return to my home, said Ellis, standing up. Security. Issei, call me Issei. Issei, sounds good, Ellis said. Well, Issei, I hope to see you some other time, besides that we can fight again. Issei simply smiled at that. Of course, it's always fun to fight against strong opponents. Ellis also imitated him. Besides, I can teach you a lot about Makai. There are interesting places, like the lakes of fire and... Well, that's enough, Reimu said firmly. Let's go, we're wasting plenty of time. Are you sure you're not his wife already? No. Ha 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 ha, Issei laughed happily. Good, I hope to see you again soon, Ellis. Ellis also smiled with some emotion at that. Yes, I hope the same, Security Hayate Issei. I told you could call me Issei. No, this is fine, said Ellis. See you, Issei. Same, Ellis. They both shook hands, a sign of a good friendship, a friendship born from fists. Is there anything more cliché? When both adventurers had left, Ellis held the hand that Issei had taken, feeling the warmth of that armor, the warmth of his soul. It's so warm. I hope to see you again, Security. I didn't say anything. Reimu and Issei flew at full speed through the Makai, leaving trails of power behind them, heading towards the center of the Makai. Although they encountered one or another hellish Youkais and demon along the way, it was nothing they couldn't handle, even though Reimu attacked with much more intensity. Should you save your strength? There's no need, but we need to continue at full speed, so it's better to exterminate these hellish Youkais with greater speed. Issei simply sighed, turning to notice the trail of bodies lying around. Reimu could hear no matter how you look at it. These seem like hate crimes, Issei said. Flying for just over an hour, exterminating everything that came in front of them or to the sides, or even finishing off those that escaped from behind. Although after a few more minutes of flight, both arrived at. Wow, it's not how I imagined it, Issei said as he saw the castle that stood in front of him and Reimu. It was large, the color of Lebanon, whitish, undecorated, torn, or rather, it looked like it had not been given any maintenance for about 200 years. Is this some demon king's castle? Reimu asked as she landed on the outer facade, noticing that there weren't any guards or souls in sight. Is this strange? I don't like this. I think the same, but well, are they leaving the door open for us in a dark castle surrounded by evil? That's an invitation to enter, said Issei, noticing that there really was nothing. There is no animal, bird, or person, much less infernal Youkais or demons. They both looked at each other again, then nodded, and then they both walked in. There is no turning back from this point, Reimu said. You don't have to tell me, Issei said. The lighting on the facade was mostly worn out, noticing the writing on the door, adorned with small devils and large demons whipped by black angels on the dark wood and the precious stone of the knob. The hallway was even darker and more gloomy, full of torches that couldn't scare away the darkness in any way. Whether because this was Makai or why the energy emanating from the center was so terrifying and concentrated that not even Issei's armor, which returned to balance breaker after his battle, could prevent his skin from getting goosebumps. Then they came to a room, between the center of that evil and the energy. It was a large room decorated with fine beacons of whitish light, coral lamps on the sides and in the background, a chandelier that finished eradicating every trace of darkness that dared to pose its presence in this room, which was the most illuminated of all. The curious thing was that it was completely full of mirrors, large and small, crowded on the wall, one next to the other, one on top of the other, some that didn't even fit in their place next to others, which upset both young people. Who would want so many mirrors? Reimu asked, seeing the ridiculous amount of mirrors. I don't know, I doubt that with so many mirrors she'll be pretty, said Issei. Welcome, young warriors, said a voice that resonated throughout the space, frightening the young people, who concentrated on finding the person responsible for that voice, which sounded somewhat feminine. Who is it? Issei asked. A powerful light shone in the center of the room, illuminating all the mirrors in this room, from which emerged what seemed to be a woman. With intense green hair, like her greenish gaze, on her slender body she wore a light blue dress with white edges which stood out on her prominent shoulders and hips. Her flirtatious witch's hat in blue and white adorned her head and her features, which were beautiful like a doll, a fine porcelain. In addition to that, she had a good pair of breasts, which were adorned with a yellow ribbon. Ha ha ha, your lustful gaze is on my body, little boy, said the newcomer, staring Issei in the eyes. Issei tensed upon hearing that. Huh! Damn! Reimu stopped looking at the mirrors to see the newcomer. Tell me, what is your purpose with us? Gigi, isn't it obvious? I've come to kill you, she said. Kill Reimu? You're some kind of Shinki envoy, aren't you? Or maybe that angel of death, Or astral warrior, said Issei. Hmm? Do you know about all of them? He asked, pointing his large weapon at Issei. In that case, you must die too. I figured that would happen. Go ahead, said Reimu. I see, this time we are against the clock, so for now we will both fight. TCH, we have no choice, said Issei. Oh? Are you an honest warrior? She said. Calm down, there are more than one of us here. That? Where? Look at the mirrors, she said. Then from between the mirrors a pair of red eyes peeked out, scaring everyone, and they also looked threatening and full of hate. You are not welcome here, living beings, get out, said the other childish voice. My name is Mima, I am an evil spirit that controls magic, now you are going to die in my hands. I will steal all your vital existence, said the one known as Mima, the evil magician. And I am, said the other voice, it was in a mirror, which floated above all the others, the evil spirit that controls mirrors and travel to another dimension, call me Kikuri. Now we will be the ones to stop them, prepared to collaborate with your own vital energy. I hope you don't mind, said Mima, pointing her big stick at them. You don't have to tell them that, let's leave them in another dimension, said Kikuri, while the mirrors around them began to shine. Leave us in another dimension? Issei said. I'm more worried about the idea of losing my life energy, so I don't want either of them, said Reimu as she prepared her orbs. Let's fight until we kill each other. I like that attitude, Hakuri. I know Miko, Mima said, releasing her aura. Although instead of energy in the form of colored spheres, they were rays of energy, enormous rays of energy. Both young people separated while dodging the fierce exchange of attacks, although from between each mirror an energy attack was born that went towards them. Reimu dodged them all with elegance, and Issei covered himself with his wings, avoiding further damage. After enduring the punishment on his body, Issei concentrated crimson aura in his wings. Giving a powerful flap, he sent out a shock sling which, apparently, was able to unbalance some mirrors, but not destroy them. But what? Said Issei. Simple, deadly. You can't destroy these mirrors since they are connected to another dimension. All your attacks will be wandering in another dimension, destroying everything they touch. Wretch, come and show your face, Issei said, trying to hit one of the mirrors. Wait, I see, said Reimu, although when her call arrived it was too late. Issei saw in the mirror's reflection how a large wave of crimson aura was coming towards him. By instinct he stopped attacking the mirror and put his two hands in front, trying to stop the attack, which dragged him a few meters behind. What is this? Issei said, narrowly deflecting the attack. Simple, mortal existence. I said I can send anything to another dimension. I can also return them, said the voice from the mirror. That's not very fair, Issei said, complaining about that. It's natural that you're upset, said Kikuri. Reimu paid attention to Kikuri's explanation, but she had Mima in front of her, who was launching her blow. The energy wave that her enormous staff released became various energy spheres which flew towards Reimu. She narrowly dodged the attack, but noticing that they entered the mirrors, she quickly noticed that Mima's attacks came at her from different angles. Reimu, who noticed this, quickly thought about what she could do to get out of this mess. Damn, Reimu said, throwing several talismans that collided with Mima's attacks. They exploded, but the explosion damaged her slightly. She then noticed that Mima was behind her. That? You're too slow, Hakuri. I know, Miko said, Mima hitting Reimu with her staff. Then Reimu raised her staff and countered Mima's blow. Tell me, how long are you going to last? I'm going to defeat them all, said Reimu. Tell me, do you know why they attacked the Hakurai temple? Mima said. That's something I want to know, Reimu said, pushing harder. Mima simply smiled happily and let herself fall back. Behind her a huge mirror loomed. From it a crimson energy wave, probably from Issei, came towards her at full speed. I'll tell you in the other world. Reimu, Issei said, trying to get to Reimu in time. The explosion shook the entire tower. Soon his vital energy will be among my feathers, she said, caressing his beautiful and disdainful plumage, between pure white and somewhat dirty, between beauty and horrendousness, between good and evil. I guess I still don't understand your desire to seize the vital energy of Gensokyo. I only want to destroy the miserable priest of Hakuryai who left me here, said her companion with a frivolous air. You know, locked up. You need power, that is, to achieve your goals, and I am willing to sacrifice everything to obtain that power. Even your essence and spirit? Darling, I lost those the day I dyed my wings dark, she said, rocking between her hands, between her fingers, pure vital energy, souls of living beings snatched from them, resting among her fine plumage, while she lay back on the cloak beneath her. Wow, looks like our friends are tougher than we thought. Reimu closed her eyes, waiting for the blow, the stab of pain in her body and falling to the ground covered in blood, but it didn't come. Instead she heard a horrible dry noise, a definitive blow. Opening her eyes she noticed Issei's back, his thin armor, so thin that it seemed transparent, the smoke coming out of his front. The blood gushing from everywhere. I see. Don't worry, I'm fine, said Issei, trying to drown the pain rising in his throat. It was just a dragon shoot on my BXB I'm able to resist, said Issei. You are definitely crazy, Kakuri said, then I will kill you. Wait, dear Kakuri. What do you want, Mima? Let me absorb her life energy. Our beloved Angel-san is happy to have that power, said Mima, pointing her staff at Issei. You can take care of the Miko, she bored me. Sighing, Kakuri agreed. Gosh, you really are picky. Well, whatever. Now, Miko of the Hakuryai, are you ready to die? I'm going to kill you. I'm not in a position to answer that question, Reimu said. Reimu, can you continue? I guess, said Reimu, enduring the pain of her body. And you? Hey, don't worry about me. Make sure you beat Kakuri and go after that angel or warrior or whatever, Issei said. But are you sure? From the little bit I fought with her, I can tell she's very strong. Don't worry, I've been watching you. I can handle her. I don't know whether to feel happy or scared of the fact that you're stalking me, said Reimu as she looked at the mirrors. I also know how to beat this thing. So change? Sounds good to me, partner, Issei said. They both nodded, then changed opponents in spite of the doubts of both enemies. And this? Do you really think you can beat me? Said Mima, looking at Issei. Ha 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 ha, you're just a clumsy kid who hits things. It's impossible for you to beat an evil spirit like me. It may be, it is true that you have the advantage of terrain, but you must know something, Mima-san, there is nothing that cannot be destroyed, said Issei, feeling very confident, despite the blood that was leaking from his lips and the wound on his head. Then let me destroy that confidence, Mima said, raising her aura and power. You say you use magic? Go ahead, Issei said, returning to BXB, quickly activating the thrusters on his back and bringing his dragon wings forward. Mima was ready to send this brat to sleep, when she noticed the dense aura coming from Issei. Behind her the image of a fierce red dragon with green eyes was hunting her, ready to chew her. Hakuryai no Miko? Our mission was to destroy the Hakuryai shrine and kill its Miko. I see you've come straight to me. Shall I have the honor of killing you? You speak very strangely, almost like imitating an adult. I'm an adult. It doesn't look like it. I know the ages of Youkais well, they live longer than humans, but they take time to mature, so in my eyes, said Reimu, pointing with her staff, you are nothing more than a spoiled girl. How dare you, said Kakuri, throwing several spheres of aura towards Reimu, who simply decides to dive and dodge all the spheres while lying on the ground. At that point she turns around and throws a series of talismans which stop Kakuri's magic machine gun attacks, launching large explosions of energy. Reimu steps on the ground and raises a smoke screen. Kakuri, not seeing her rival, decides to attack from any possible angle, but then notices that Reimu is no longer there. Where? Here, said Reimu, preparing her fist with energy. Let's see if you can withstand Hakuryai's attack, said Reimu, throwing her hand forward, creating a pillar of energy which pierced Kakuri's attacks. Ha, idiot! Kakuri said, placing a mirror in front of the attack, the latter shining in a dark golden hue, and within seconds the huge pillar of energy disappeared. Just as I thought. Prepare to die under your worst attack, Miko, said Kakuri. Another mirror landed behind Reimu. She noticed that her energy pillar was traveling towards them, then she smiled. Reimu raised her right arm, snapping her fingers. The attack exploded within Kakuri's dimension. But what? Said Kakuri while resisting an enormous pain. It doesn't matter what you are a Youkai, and these attacks are special to exterminate Youkais, so I will definitely defeat you, said Reimu, looking at the mirror from which dark smoke was coming out. Besides, you managed to fool the idiot Issei, but not me. That? These eyes noticed it, said Reimu, pointing to her night black eyes, which had a ruby glow in the background. They noticed the flow of energy you can create for that. But even so, the fact that you need these mirrors shows that you can't actually open a portal to another dimension. So I simply thought, I should have a dimension inside the mirror which I can govern at will. Even so, said Reimu. Impossible. Do you notice my technique? Said Kikuri. Bingo, I got it right, didn't I? Said Reimu, preparing more talismans. Go ahead, now, let's fight. Wretched damned, Kikuri said, preparing more of her mirrors. Maybe you discovered my trick, but that won't save you from being dragged into another dimension. Hey, leave that, said Reimu, you're lost. No, said Kikuri, the shine of her mirrors flooded the room again. The one who was lost was you. What? Said Reimu, until woe. All the mirrors shined and then Reimu disappeared. Reimu, Issei said. Now, Hakuri, I know Miko, you can wander forever in another dimension. This is my power, Abyss Triangle. Kikuri said to everyone, die wandering in another dimension. Ha 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 ha. Issei looked at where Reimu was before. Now there was nothing left of her, she had been lost. Don't worry, kid, I'll send you to her, Mima said. Wretches, Issei said. I will defeat them. Ha 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 ha, and how? Said Mima, casting magic from her staff. Tell me how? Issei dodged Mima's attacks. Noticing that Kikuri didn't move, he focused on his rival in front. You use magic, go ahead, Issei said, walking forward towards Mima. What an ignorant child, Mima said, dodging the attack. She raised her staff and cracks formed on the ground. The earth cracked and waves of energy were born from it. Issei noticed that it was charged and ready to kill him, so he dodged that attack at his maximum speed, trying to land a hit. Idiot, you can't even touch me, what else are you going to entertain me with? You're slow, darling, Issei said, appearing behind her. You like to attack from behind, huh? Mima said, using her staff to push Issei away. Using the iron tip part, she attacked Issei's chest, managing to hurt him. Ach! Look at the ground with my magic about to explode, said Mima, launching another wave of attacks. Issei looked at that with some fear. Damn! The huge explosion was not long in coming. Mima, you didn't let me send them to the other dimension, said Kikuri. Calm down, darling. When we finish with all of Gensokyo, you can send them all to the other dimension, said Mima, smiling at her companion. Now, huh? From among the smoke, the figure still clad in his crimson armor walked slowly, the trails of crimson power destroying everything in his path. Shall we continue? Issei said from his newly repaired helmet. Forget the balance breaker, the christened cardinal promotion is more powerful, Issei said, raising his power even more. Forget what I said, Kikuri said, Mima licking her crimson lips. I will keep her life energy. What will happen now? Reimu trapped in another dimension? Issei CXC versus Evil Mima and Kikuri. The battle for Gensokyo is about to begin. Will Issei be able to save Reimu from the other dimension? In the next chapter, Dimension Destroyer, the Shadow of Death appears. Don't miss it. Saga 1, Chapter 5. The highly responsive to prayers. Ah, she screamed, falling straight to the ground. Although before her delicate body touched solid ground, she managed to stop her fall. Reimu floor is strange, ground, so to speak, noticing that she was in some kind of room. Everything was incredibly dark, although the gloomy light was enough to at least allow you not to crash into what was in front of you. Apart from that, there were various objects, some damaged, others broken, others in good condition. It must be the dimension Kikuri sends her objects to, so she only has one inside the mirror, said Reimu, noticing that there was no beginning or end. Where she was going was the same. Besides, the mirrors were as many as the stars in the night sky. Noticing that she had mirrors in more places than she thought, it must be some means of transportation. That's when I noticed the mirrors that were in the Makai room. Issei's battle, I must get out of here, Reimu said. Things were heating up somewhat inside the Makai. Forget what I said a moment ago, sweetheart, said Mima as she squeezed her big weapon with pleasure, licking her carmine lips and enjoying the feeling of that energy on her skin. I'll keep his vital energy to hell with that angel. In the middle of the room, clearing the smoke that had formed just now. A beastly yet majestic suit of armor stood, its color as red as the blood that gives us life, crimson, like the dawn of a new day, the brightness of tomorrow. Do you still wish to continue, brat? Mima said, preparing her magic attacks. Issei walked slowly as the ruby glow rose in hue. It looked red-hot. Evil magician Mima, shall we continue? Issei raised his power even more. As he was expelled towards Mima, who already had her defense ready, he quickly waved his wand. A wave of energy was formed, and from it various spheres of energy were born which flew towards Issei. The latter used the enhanced speed ability of his armor to be able to dodge all the shots. Although he noticed that some entered the mirror. Reimu. In the other dimension, while looking for a way to return, Reimu noticed the energy shots, so she quickly dodged them all without a problem. It's my chance, said Reimu, flying towards the mirror when the last sphere of energy passed through it, but ouch. You are a fool, Hakurai no Miko. Brat, tell me where you are, damn girl. I'm not a child, I'm an adult. An adult would never do this. I don't care, you can't just walk through my mirrors like that. I'm the only one who decides what comes in and what comes out. I see, it makes some sense, but what? It's the perfect prison. Maybe for someone normal, or someone who doesn't know your technique. I, on the other hand, have already seen it a couple of times. I managed to destabilize it once. What makes you think it won't be the same? Reimu prepared her orbs as they gave off energy and lit 2 talismans. Fantasy seal, he said, launching his signature attack. But this time the result was different. That? Several mirrors had been stacked in front of the explosion, absorbing the huge blast and keeping the dimension safe. Did you really think I wouldn't learn anything from you? Simple, you'll wonder what happened. I simply diverted the explosion to the outside world. Now that you're here, I can focus all my attention on you. I see, now that you don't have me flying out there, you can rest easy. But what about Issei? I don't know what kind of relationship you have with that child, but Mima wants his life energy. I already have a good prize, the Miko of the Hakurai, so I'm satisfied. Then watch as Mima kills him and steals his life energy. Reimu went to look in the mirror. Outside, the battle was gaining intensity with Issei and Mima. I look at Kakuri's mirrors, trying to think of a way to get out of here in one piece. Issei launched a dragon shot. The crimson power shot flew through the room until it reached Mima, who endured the dragon's fierce blow as if it were nothing thanks to her energy shield. Shit, he said when he saw that his attack had no effect. You need more than that, brat, Mima said, turning her staff towards Issei again. He quickly noticed the energy spheres above him. Mima had manipulated the magic she released into the environment to be able to create them at will. Then with a gesture of her staff, these spheres went for Issei. Wow, damn shit, said the Sekiryutai, in a dance to dodge all of Mima's blows. Ha 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 ha, dance for me, Lakalo, come on, said Mima, giving another blow with her staff, creating more energy orbs. I'm tired, you won't do it, magician, said Issei. Accumulating magic in his hands, he created several dragon shots that he fired like shrapnel, neutralizing Mima's attacks. Even so, the cloud of smoke did not let him see where the next attack would come from. Shit, by the way. That magician can disperse aura everywhere, said Issei, noticing the mess of aura that was in the room. Ha! That? How fun! Where are you? Show yourself. Here, brat, said Mima from above. Issei turned his amber sight, noticing all the fire spheres Mima had prepared. Unfortunate. You won't say all those words when you're dead, Mima said, quickly launching her firing unit towards Issei. The latter covered himself with his arms and wings, managing to get out of that explosion in one piece. But not unharmed, the wave sent him flying a few meters in the air, then he simply landed hard on the ground. Ugh, really, Issei said, complaining about the pain all over his body. Well, you were a good fighter. I must say that I was impressed with your ability. Yet you still lost, Mima said, again pointing her wand at Issei. Mima, kill him already, we'll get into trouble later, said Kikuri. Stop complaining, sweetie. As long as all of Gensokyo is there for them, we can have some fun, Mima said. Really? Issei said, though he was complaining about the pain and the bleeding that was draining his blood. Really, beings like you rejoice in the pain of others? Do you enjoy the suffering of the masses? Hmm? Do you want to instill in us ethical values? I'm sorry to tell you, but in our nature as Youkais it is normal for our desires to focus on evil and disorder. We feed on the misfortune of the villagers, as well as their souls. What's wrong with following our natural instinct? Said Mima. It's normal, Kikuri said. They lie, Issei said with rage and contempt in his voice. No living being, no matter their race and origin, can be so evil. What would a brat know? From your aura I can tell you haven't even lived 2 decades, Kikuri said. Besides, such idealistic ideas are worthy of hypocrites who believe that life is rosy and evil is an accepted idea of society. I have seen many, but imagine, all those who think like you end up the same, dead or plunged into madness, whichever is worse, said Mima. Issei had remained silent, his face lowered to the ground, hiding his eyes and his long hair, as well as the drops of blood that slipped from his wounds, dripped and formed small puddles on the ground. That's right, Issei said. See? You've come to your senses, now die, said Mima, preparing her magic. It is true that these thoughts are very idealistic, I cannot deny it. It is also true that not all of us can think the same and that evil is a natural concept of every living being. Even so, what right do you have to judge the lives of others, said Issei. Now it was Mima and Kikuri's turn to fall silent. Good and evil are not virtues or defects, they are simply concepts that we have as living beings. Even so, that does not give you the right to put yourself over the lives of others, when you judge and punish a large number of living beings simply because of your evil nature. That makes you nothing more than a vile murderer, said Issei as he stood up straight on his feet. Still with his shoulders slumped and his injured body, he continued to fight. That Youkais are bad? That Youkais are evil, misfortune, bad luck? If the Youkais that I met in my world or in this brief stay in Gensokyo would undoubtedly beat you, as long as those beings full of goodness still exist in this world or in any world, I will fight for them. No one is going to kill anyone. Stop talking nonsense, Mima said, her anger bubbling over. I'll shut you up now. Try it, magician. Mima did not answer, she simply prepared herself while charging the largest sphere of energy she had thrown in the entire battle. Kikuri looked at that with some discretion. She understood her nature as an infernal Youkai, an evil spirit, but there was a way to be different without awakening the repudiation of human beings. Inside the other dimension. Well, Issei, well done, you made her angry. Now you're going to really? Said Reimu, getting the idea. I hope I don't die, she said, preparing her talismans. Issei had remained still in his position, giving Mima time to be able to fire her attack. Wrapped up in that fury, he knew she would not be aware of her surroundings. Prepare to die, said Mima, launching her deadly attack. Issei watched as the pillar of energy emanating from her flew towards him with the intention of ending his life, yet he smiled as he extended both of his hands. Reflect. That mysterious voice was heard throughout the room, and that something incredible happened. Mima's attack deviated from its original upward trajectory, noticing that Mima saw something that left her frozen. Fairies? He said. Almost, they are my wyverns, he said, showing the small fairy dragons which are born from his armor now. Drag. Understood. Divide, 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 divide. Before Mima's surprised face, I noticed how her sphere of energy became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. Although the energy did not fade, it simply changed receiver. Issei was shining brightly, the jewels on his armor were accumulating that enormous amount of energy, and his wyverns were floating around him. Now, Crimson Blaster, Issei said, preparing his cannons, and the wyvern's energy was also transferred to Issei. Transfers. Super Crimson Blaster Cannon, Issei said, firing his attack, the flash of energy consuming the entire floor as it flew towards Mima. If I receive that head-on, I will surely die, said Mima, dodging the attack, but then Kikuri. The large crimson energy pillar continued its course towards Kikuri, who, frightened, simply thought about placing her mirrors to avoid damage, although she forgot about Reimu. The Miko, she said, noticing something that alarmed her. Inside her personal dimension, Reimu had decided to use all her remaining power in this last attack. It was a huge sphere made of mystical energy. The various energy rays knocked down everything in their path as Reimu finishes charging her signature attack. Fantasy CO, Reimu said, launching her attack at the same time. Wait, Kikuri said, trying to take some action. Inside her world she had control. The problem was that she had to put all her attention on her own world to maintain said control. But now inside her the fantasy seal would wreak havoc, and if she didn't avoid the direct hit towards her she would be destroyed. So she simply blocked the hit she had in her Makai, and resented Reimu's fantasy seal. Pamper, Kikuri said, seeking help. Kikuri, I'm coming, Mima said, but the seal simply took effect. A flash of energy detonated throughout the stadium. Everyone covered themselves so as not to be dragged along as the mirrors fell broken to the ground. One by one all the mirrors in the room were destroyed by gravity as they fell. In addition to that, the various lamps had suffered the same fate, leaving the room plunged into darkness, only illuminated by the crystal chandelier that survived the impact. Kikuri, Mima said, floating towards Kikuri's remains. Issei had been watching to see if Reimu had come out unharmed. Then he noticed how Reimu's somewhat battered but whole figure had passed through the smoke and the mess, as well as the broken mirrors. Reimu, said Issei, happy to see her alive. Yes, I came back, said Reimu. How did you know that would happen? Said Reimu. No, what? That Kikuri couldn't concentrate on both attacks at the same time? Did that happen? Oh, really? I just thought if I hit her hard she would throw up or something. Ah, you really are an idiot, said Reimu. At that point they both went to see the one who was left. Mima desperately searched among the broken glass for Kikuri, who was still there, at least her conscience. Kikuri, Linda, don't do this to me, said Mima, cutting her fingers while searching through the mirrors. What is he doing? Reimu asked. Maybe he cares about his partner. Mima, said Kikuri. Kikuri, you are here, beautiful, said Mima. She had picked up something that looked like a small hand mirror, somewhat broken but still whole, from which the small image of Kikuri, what looked like a girl, came out, although only its upper part, since the lower part was still attached to the mirror. Damn, they destroyed my 500-year-old mirror collection, Kikuri said in a kind of childish tantrum. Now calm down, my dear, you will have another 500 to look for better mirrors, said Mima. Now, she said, visualizing our heroes, who were in battle position, unfortunate people. They took advantage of this moment. I'm going to kill them, said Mima, preparing her enormous staff. I wouldn't be so sure, Issei said, relaxing. What? She said, noticing the wyverns that were still floating above her, with what looked like magic circles of attack and defense. Damn it! I want to ask you a question, Issei said, walking towards them. What do you want now? Tell me, according to you, you are a being of evil, right? Again with that? Yes, but you were worried about your friend, about Kikuri. In this, Mima captures what he is trying to say. Don't try to buy me with that. We take care of each other. I think it's like that in all civilizations, not just you. Whatever, now they're going to have to what? Mima said, looking up. No, anything but that, said Kikuri, scared. Everyone had turned completely scared towards where Kikuri was looking, since above them, right on the glass ceiling, it breaks. Before the macabre glow of the mirrors, several pairs of wings were noticed. The hostile and evil aura of that thing was enormous, crushing and vastly dense, freezing the air around it. Era, Mima, Kikuri, couldn't you clean up the rats that snuck into the Makai? He said with a calm, warm voice. He spoke in whispers, but somehow it reached her ears, like a whistle. Landing in the middle of the destroyed field, a towering figure with stained white wings appeared. The dark aura from her was pure poison. What is this? I feel like my legs are frozen from fear, Issei said, all his survival instincts screaming at him to get away from her immediately. Reimu, who is she? Just like her partner, Reimu was paralyzed. In front of her was not just another Youkais. It was the very image of death, a beautiful and terrifying death. She had white hair, whiter than her feathers, in addition to that, some creepy blood-red eyes, which squeezed their souls, a complete blue dress adorned with a trench coat on the small chest of this angel, in addition to that a white coat on her shoulders, and to top off her image a scepter in her right hand, with 7 points like wings and a large orb in it. I go to see Mima and Kikuri, who were pale from terror. Then I go to see Issei and Reimu, who could barely hold back the urge to run away. Reimu. I don't know what that is, I don't know, said Reimu, victim of fear. Damn, what will this battle bring us now? Issei asked. I can answer that, young mortal. What awaits them is death itself, said this being without any problem. Death? Are you going to kill us? Issei said. I would say rather steal your life energy. Since the basis of your power is your very soul, I will take everything from you. Soul's life force? I don't understand, said Reimu. Who are you and what do you want? Why did you order the destruction of the Hokurai temple? Why? You ask yourself? Yes, you know that is vital for the well-being of Gensokyo and the Makai, said Reimu. She hadn't said anything, she just stayed silent while she played with her feathers. Hey, can you hear me? Said Reimu. I will answer you. Hakurai no Miko, said another voice that came from the same place. Other? She must be his partner, Reimu said. From the same space where the angel came from, another figure descended. It was a kind of warrior, given his ancient Japanese armor, composed of light wooden plates, a katana on his side, black hair, white skin and red eyes. He smiled defiantly with a small fang between his teeth. The most striking thing was the red horn on his forehead. I am Kangara, the well-known astral warrior, she said, pointing her katana at Reimu. Hakurai no Miko, I have long wanted to engage in a fight with you. My soul burns with the desire to fight, said the aforementioned Kangara. Reimu was surprised by that couple. One was very calm, almost distracted and lost in her world. The other was very energetic, yet she knew she had to take care of both of them. If they could handle Shinki, they must be strong. I am Reimu, Hakurai no Miko, and by my duty as a priestess of the temple I must finish you off, so make things easier and surrender, said Reimu. I'm sorry, but we are very close to fulfilling our purpose. We are not going to back down, said Kangara. If you have any problem with that, my friend and I will help you solve it. Sounds good to me. We've come too far to give up now, Reimu said. Issei had stood in front of that angel. Unlike Irina or Gabriel, or Azazel and the rest themselves, this girl possessed nothing but evil, a cold and heartbreaking loneliness. Issei swallowed to get over the nervousness of holding that girl's ruby gaze. Since you have introduced yourselves, I will do so too, she said. My name is Serial. I am the angel of death. Serial? Never today that name, said Reimu. Serial, it sounds very angelic, said Issei. I don't have to tell you my name, but I will, since that way you will know who you are going to face. My name is Issei, Haida Issei. Living existence, Haida Issei, priestess, Hakurai. Reimu said Serial, rising slowly into the air. Her wings began to give off a blinding, yet macabre glow. Her aura rose through the air. From between her feathers the wails of the damned in pain lashed the place like an endless cry, reflecting an eternal suffering that surpasses death, ready to die. Wow! Kangara had suddenly unsheathed his katana. A single blow in the air was enough to split the castle in two, forming a large ditch which extends across the entire terrain scene. Also in the air, Serial had stretched her wings to the limit. From this energy she began to sprout and condense into spheres which she used as a weapon to launch towards our protagonists. They dodged the bombardment as best they could to avoid Kangara's deadly attacks. Mima had raised a force field which was able to withstand the impacts. A champion, we should go. If they run out of energy they won't hesitate to use ours, said Mima. Kikuri had remained silent, watching as Issei and Reimu continued to intensely escape from both of them and counterattack. Yes, I do not want to suffer the punishment of the damned. The explosions spread outside the castle. Issei and Reimu flew away while Serial and Kangara followed them. Wow, Issei said, dodging another slash from Kangara. That sword isn't normal. Drake, any ideas? Trying not to get killed sounds good, right? What a good plan. I know. Stop talking and take this, said Kangara, throwing a thrust which Issei dodged by jumping back, avoiding the cut of the blade. Even so, a horizontal cut appeared throughout the chest area of the already damaged armor. It can cut through my armor like butter, Issei said while checking the cut. Drake had started repairing the armor to last longer. It's normal. My sword can cut everything in this world. It can even cut through dimensions. You are not safe anywhere, Kangara said, his katana shining with pure leadership. Issei gulped down the salt water, and Kangara disappeared and appeared above Issei, the latter using his covered hands to agilely grab the blade of the sword. Kangara, applying force downwards, broke the floor as Issei was forcefully thrown outwards, crashing into the castle wall. Where are you going? Reimu was in front of Serial, the angels simply remained calm and away from the destruction they were causing. In that, Reimu, tired of waiting, decides to start the attack, flying towards Serial, preparing her orbs, in which she launches a large amount of talismans and power from her orbs. Even so, Serial remains calm as blue fire is born from her wings. This extends towards Reimu's attack, and Deborah said attacks, leaving the black-haired woman confused. That? Serial simply smiles again as she rekindles that fire around her and launches it into infernal hordes which Reimu avoids, yet she notices that those flames devour faster than conventional fire. He doesn't like this, said Reimu. Ha ha ha, Serial laughed as she formed 3 spheres of fire on each side. These began to spin, forming energy blades in the shape of a circular shutter. Reimu Hakurai was decapitated. I'm sorry, said Reimu, turning her orbs and channeling more energy. But I have no intention of retiring yet. I need more years to collect a pension. Inside the castle, the fight between Issei and Kangara was one of brute force. Issei tried to prevent him from being cut by unsheathing Ascalon 1 and 2, but he still barely kept Kangara and his sword at bay, which destroyed everything in its path with its cut. Shit, at this rate I'll be skewered, said Issei, using the leaves of Ascalon 1 and 2 to block the last attack, which destroyed one of the main beams, causing the room they are in to collapse, forcing both of them to fly. Issei uses his magic in machine gun mode, getting Kangara to move away and dodge the attacks, giving him time to open a gap in the wall and get out. Reaching the roof, he charges a large sphere of energy and throws it towards the castle, knocking down part of the roof and causing the explosion to reach the inner part. Will that be enough? I don't think so. From the smoke comes Kangara, smiling while holding his katana. Did you think that would be enough? Well, no, he said, throwing a slash which Issei narrowly dodged, and which brought down one of the towers. Wow, that bill is going to be expensive. The underworld supports me financially. Good to know. Issei and Kangara disappear in a battle of speed. Issei was forced to implement his enhanced speed to keep up with Kangara and not be cut in two. Reimu flew over Serial, who followed her with her ruby gaze, but without moving. Reimu unleashed a lot of God's power in her bombardment attack. Even so, Serial covered herself with her wings wrapped in fire, withstanding the impact without a scratch. When she unfolds her wings again, the wind wave creates a clean cut which Reimu avoids. Even so, it splits the sky of Makai in two. What? Said Reimu, turning to see Serial. She smiled at him with her usual dark aura around her. In Raimu's eyes, Serial's figure grew enormous. He looked like an evil god. Issei and Kangara took their battle to land. At opposite ends, they meet in the middle in a fight of strength with their weapons in front. The speed and force used caused the buildings and the ground beneath them to be destroyed. The cuts also affect the environment, creating cuts in the dimensional fabric. Both are separated, expelled by their own power. Both of them breathe raggedly, yet Issei feels like all his accumulated wounds from past battles are taking their toll on him, coughing and spitting out a small amount of blood from his dry throat. Damn, at this rate, Issei said. Kangara attacks again, this time with long-distance energy cuts. Issei decides to copy him. Taking flight, contracts his wings and forms his cannons, concentrates dragonic energy, and launches a shower of shots. Kangara is surprised, yet he smiles enthusiastically as his sword becomes surrounded by his purple aura. Quickly and agilely he begins to cleanly cut each attack that Issei launches at what moves towards him. Can you do that? Issei asked. Apparently so, get ready. Issei puts away his cannons and prepares his fists wrapped in energy. When Kangara is close to him, he jumps into the sky and forms 3 cuts in the shape of a star. Sabane Geishi. Issei sees how 3 clean cuts form a star in front of him. Although he tries to move, it is so fast that he does not have time to react when the energy cut hits his body. Because of that, a great explosion is felt in the center of the castle, which raises a large cloud of smoke and wind. Issei's body falls heavily to the ground, dripping with his blood and injured. It was something minor, but okay, said Kangara, pointing her katana at Issei's neck. Tell me your name. Hayata Issei. Well, Hayata Issei, see you in the other world, said Kangara, ready to finish off the Sekyutai. Issei, Reimu says, forgetting about Serial and flying towards Kangara. This last note reaches out to Reimu, and she is distracted from Issei. a moment taken advantage of by someone else. Two relatively small but bright objects appeared flying on the ground. Both notice that one falls next to Issei, who notices that it is a mirror, and that Reimu quickly catches the second, noticing the same thing. In less than a second both mirrors open a portal to another dimension. Reimu notices that but is quickly swallowed. The same with Issei, who due to his injuries cannot do anything. Wait, says Kangara, trying to catch the Sekyutai, but he falls into that dimension, closing the portal, and the mirror breaks. The same thing when they see the mirror that Reimu caught, it falls to the ground and breaks into pieces. Curse, Kangara says, cutting an entire area. Damn Kikuri. Serial simply gazed out at the landscape of Makai, noticing the free souls of this world. You miserable brat, I hope I find you. That's enough, Kangara says Serial to her companion. That? You know who it was, right? Ah yes, Kikuri, the spirit of the mirror, the one who was accompanied by Mima the magician. Betrayal is paid for with death. TCH, they are such idiots, Kangara said. So, shall we begin? Yep, I'm bored of waiting. Haha, damn, throw away all of Shinki's creation, he's going to get mad. We will give you a piece of Gensokyo for your collaboration, said Serial, rising. Yeah, sure, I'm not even sure I'll still be alive to see my part, says Kangara, flying behind Serial. Somewhere else. We are dead. No. Of course. No. Those two will look for us. No. I have a pupil at home, I can't leave her alone, what the hell are we going to do? Will you shut up, crybaby? In one of the many caves of Makai, Mima and Kikuri were hiding. They had raised a barrier while the spirit of the mirror concentrated to open her personal space in a small pocket mirror, which Mima had in her bag. Will they get out through that small mirror? I've never tried it, but in theory yes, at least one should come out. Let's pray it's the Hokuri. I know Miko. I don't think that brat is in any condition to fight. You're not doing very well either. It caught me off guard, okay? I didn't mean to let them attack you. Yeah, sure, Kikuri said. Now keep quiet, I need to concentrate. Mima remained silent as Kikuri began to open the portal. At first it was small, adjusted to the size of the mirror, but as Kikuri concentrated the size increased to make way for one or more people's Sekyutai. Hakuri, I know Miko, come out, you are safe. From between the portal both protagonists had come out and fallen to the floor with a noise. Oops, that hurt. You're not helping, Mima, said Kikuri. Are they okay? Though in response Reimu quickly pointed her wand at both of them. Back. Calm down, Hakuri, I know Miko, we're not going to hurt them, said Kikuri, trying to calm Reimu. Leave her alone, Kikuri, she's upset. They swept the floor with both of them. Enough already, Mima. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Cough, cough, Issei coughed in pain. Leave them, Reimu. I think they're telling the truth, he said. Leave them? Reimu said, looking at both of them. Why? Why do we help them? Ha, the truth is that we hate working for Serial and Kangara, so this is a letter of resignation, although now they will want to kill us, said Mima, looking at Issei, who had lost his armor. Let me check you, I'm a doctor. How convenient, Reimu said. I don't think they want to face Serial-sama and the battered Kangara-sama. Reimu, Hakuri, I said Kikuri. Just Reimu, Hakuri, I this and Hakuri, I that has me tired, said Reimu. Now, are we safe? Even Serial or Kangara will have trouble finding us. We are very far away and the Makai is as big as their world, said Mima. She had a green magic circle over Issei, which was beginning to heal. I will attend to you soon. Yes, thanks. I can't see what's going on in the castle, said Kikuri. Don't leave any mirrors. It doesn't matter, it can happen, said Reimu. Do you want to know? What's so important? Besides, what could those two do? Questions, what can the two existences that control life and death do? Mima said, finishing attending to Issei. She concentrates magic, creating a mirror that lets you see everything around the castle. This is what they do. Reimu froze, as did the rest. On one of the highest steps, floating above the city, Kangara stood, extending her finger towards the sky above her. A large mass of energy was accumulating and growing more and more. This was vital energy, extracted from each living inhabitant within the Makai, no matter the origin. If it has a soul, it can be used. The masses of Youkais screamed and fled as Kangara extracted everything from them. Serial stood above her, watching with pleasure as the mass of souls continued to rise. What are they doing? Reimu said, somewhat stunned. What will they do with so many souls? The safest thing is to open a portal to the other world, Gensokyo. Although, for that amount they will absorb all that power and reach another level, said Mima, so that's what they wanted those runes for. They are killing people, Issei said. Well, they are having their souls extracted abruptly, so yes, they may be killing them. I told you, boy, it's in our nature, said Mima. Shit, how do we stop them now? Said Reimu. Issei stared at the projection, as Kangara indiscriminately extracted the vital energy of every living being that stood in front of her. And that Serial, who was simply admiring the view, sees a small group of children hiding and scared. She smiles innocently as she lights one of her firelocks, throwing it towards where the children are. Careful. Everyone sees how the blue flames consume the shelter with the children inside, as they scream in terror. The storm of flames closes in on them and consumes them until not even ashes remain. Everyone watches in horror as Serial hums over the smoke tomb that was the shelter of those little ones. After that, he continues throwing darts of fire in different directions, burning and destroying. Enough already, I can't keep watching this, Issei said, standing up. What will you do? Wait, Issei, we can't leave without a plan, Reimu said, trying to buy time. And what do you want me to do? Sit down and wait? I say you have to think about things. Hey, I know it bothers you, but these creatures are made by Shinki. They will simply do more. And you think that gives you the right to finish them off like this? Of course not. But we can't rush into something dangerous. Unlike these Youkais, we are not beings created by Shinki. We can die. Issei had remained silent, watching as Serial continued with her show, this time burning a building and causing it to fall onto the streets. I'm sorry, but I refuse to watch this, he said as he started to leave the cave. Issei. He sure is stubborn, said Mima. But it's understandable, he's not a Youkai. He has feelings, said Kikuri, looking at the projection. Reimu went to see the projection, then went to see where Issei went. She sighed when she saw the result. Mima, I need you to heal me quickly, I'll have to go out. How? If you do this, you're going to die, you know? Yes, but that idiot is not from this world. I must teach him how things are done in Gensokyo and in Makai. A champion, I'm not married because of these things, said Mima. I'm already getting tired of this. Issei had left the shelter of the barrier. Apparently they were not that far away and he could take flight towards the castle again relatively quickly. Partner, I don't mean to contradict you or anything, but Reimu and the other one are right. That chick beat us very easily. You alone against the two of them is very complicated. I don't care, I won't let the people of this dimension be treated like trash. So they are simply beings created by a demon? Issei stopped. What do you mean? That all these beings are created by Shinki, not naturally. Perhaps that is why he decided to leave the Makai in charge of those two, since he can recreate it again. You say we are ignoring the problem, is that it? I say that it is best to come up with a good plan, not to jump in like an idiot. When I was in the underworld, that didn't matter, Issei said. It was a different time, and it was a different world. This world, Gensokyo, the underworld, my world, it doesn't matter. An act of evil is simply an act of evil no matter who or what. Ha ha ha, you're still so stubborn. Fine, but if we're going to die, we should die in style. Don't say that, Issei said, resuming his march. Any ideas? Just one, but I don't know if you can handle it. Tell me, said Issei, hearing Drang's idea. You're right, doing that would be problematic, but we have no other way out, so are you with me, partner? Until death claims us. It will be fun, Issei said. Both of them had quickened their pace, given that Serial and Kangara's banquet was almost over. Just a little more and that's it, said Kangara. Hopefully that's enough. It will be, said Serial. Soon Gensokyo will be ours. Yes, soon, Wow, said Serial, descending to the ground. From among the rubble another child appears. This one is lifted by the angel, another one for my collection. Aha, please put me down. Why should I do that? Put me down or Shinki-sama will come to defeat them. Shinki? Are you talking about the same one who let us do this? Said Serial, lighting her flames. Don't worry, you'll soon feel the comforting embrace of death. I won't let you, monster, said Issei, who, using his horse mode, had accelerated his speed to kick Serial's hand and she would release the boy. Are you okay? He said, noticing that he didn't have any major injuries. Wow, it's the humans, said Serial, downplaying it. You have been defeated again. I recognize your courage, but now you are going to die, and thank you, you have saved me a lot of time, said Kongara, preparing his katana. Wait, Kongara, I want to fight him, said Serial, rubbing his hand. That hurt me. Ah, but you were against the Miko. When she comes, you will kill her. Leave this human to me, said Serial. TCH, fine, but don't lose. Don't worry, he said, cutting off Royal. You must go, seek shelter far away, Issei told the boy. Are you an envoy of Shinki-sama? Ha, I'd like to say yes, but no, now go away. Why yes, thank you, sir, said the boy, starting to run outside. Let him go, you and I are going to fight, Issei said to Serial. Why should I? What do you gain by killing him? His soul, he said, throwing a trail of fire. Wait, Issei said. But the attack hit the boy and turned him to ashes, to Issei's horror. Damn. That's the nature of things, said Serial. You, Issei said. Why are you upset? Issei walked towards where the boy had been left. He began to look at the ashes thrown away with anger. I don't know. I just can't stand this type of actions, even if they try to justify them. But I think I've been very kind since I got here, said Issei, touching the ashes. I will take some of your pride, Vali, in order to win. In addition to honoring this child. Serial noticed the flow of violent aura that Issei emanated from his body, intense red, as well as heavy and cold. She knew he was someone to be careful of. For all the lives you took from this world and others, for all the Youkais and humans you killed, I swear to you, Angel of Death, said Issei, activating his BXB, I will take care of eliminating you. Activating his rear thrusters, Issei shoots out like a bullet, diving towards Serial. The latter contracts her wings and uses them as a shield. Issei throws a fist with all his anger, then crashes into Serial's hard cover, causing it to be deflected towards the ground, managing to split the earth in two and causing a large earthquake, raising a large amount of rocks and debris. She wasn't like this when she fought me. I'm a little jealous, Kongara said. This was for the boy, said Issei, throwing another punch that Serial dodges. This punch creates a current of air that destroys everything in its path up to the castle, tearing off a part of it completely. This one for that group. Issei launches a combo of punches constantly. Serial covers herself with her white wings, receiving blow after blow normally, although her feet are buried in the ground with each blow. At that, Serial, somewhat annoyed, spreads her wings, expelling Issei, but he still recovers and attacks again, although Serial blocks Issei's blows with her hands, managing to unbalance the Sekiryurai. Serial hits him with her wings, which sends Issei flying to the other end of the field. You are really annoying, said Serial, noticing that her hands were slightly hurt. I'm not done yet, said Issei, launching himself towards the angel, who recharges energy in his hands and fires multiple attacks. Serial creates various energy spheres from her wings which block Issei's attacks. When Serial turns her gaze towards the brown-haired boy, noticing that Issei was not at his post, turning back, Issei in his rook form launched a powerful blow which was recharged with energy. Ah, Issei shouted as he landed the blow on her. She covered herself with her wings again, managing to resist the attack, although this time she still supported the weight. Unfortunate, said Serial. Get buried, dirty winged angel, Issei said. Serial, this time very upset, again expels Issei. Even with that colossal figure, he staggers back but manages to stay standing. Wow, I have to be careful, Issei said, noticing Serial staring at him in an unpleasant way. What did you call my wings? He asked, expelling his fire. Ah, dirty wings? Now you're going to pay for it, said Serial, completely hardening his angelic features. I'm going to kill you. I guess I'm done warming up, Issei said, returning to his normal form. I'll have to use the CXC. Stop playing, partner, the crazy woman is pissed off. Good, come on, Chris. Cardinal promotion. Cardinal Crimson full drive. Issei's crimson armor flew like a crimson bullet towards Serial, who covered herself with her bravos and wings. But unlike with the BXB, this time she was dragged from the ground into the air. This surprised her, especially seeing how the red armor was on top of her, preparing her fist. It crashes into her and sends her towards the remains of the castle, destroying everything in its path until it crashes into a wall that stops her. "I'm not done yet," Issei said, appearing behind her. Serial, despite receiving 2 direct attacks from Issei in her CXC, showed no signs of damage other than a few scratches. She looked boredly at the crimson armor. Issei, on the other hand, turned his back on her while waiting for some movement. "You know, the real battle will begin soon, right?" said Serial, spreading her wings. "Yes, I will defeat you soon," said Issei. He, I want to see that," said Serial. "Don't be so anxious, you'll see soon, Angel." "Go ahead, Dragon." Both quickly move away from each other and launch their respective attacks. Colliding in the middle, they again launch a rain of attacks on each other, bombarding the area and destroying part of it. "Is Serial going seriously? Were you that impressed by that brat? Well, now I have to finish her?" "I'm sorry, Kangara-sama," said Mima, "but for the sake of my life, I can't let you finish this." "Mima, and I must say that there is also Kakuri. Do you think you can take on me?" said Kangara and the Miko. Reimu was behind her. "Issei, hold on for a few minutes." Both had stopped bombarding each other with attacks and had moved on to a more physical field. Issei and Serial met in the middle of the field, each launching a combo of punches and kicks that the other blocked or dodged. Serial connects a kick to Issei's chin, who, still with the helmet, felt that Windows 10 restarted. Taking advantage of that moment, he launched another punch which Issei barely endured, followed by a double punch that sent the Securityite to the other end. "I didn't think she was that strong physically. She looks like nothing more than a girl of at least 12 years old," said Issei, complaining in pain. "Stop complaining and get up, here comes the monster girl." As Drake said, Serial lunged at Issei, who stepped back and launched a punch, taking advantage of the moment. This was blocked by Serial, who grabbed Issei's arm and threw him away from her. Issei used his wings and fell elegantly to the ground, launching a kick to push Serial away, which came to give her more divine punishment. "She's too fast, I can't hit her." "What's wrong? Weren't you going to eliminate me?" said Serial. "Hey, don't worry, I'll finish this quickly." "If that's the case, do you want to see my magic at its peak?" "That? It's the first time someone has confronted me head-on. I must say that it's interesting to feel this sense of challenge, even if it doesn't seem like it," said Serial. "Hey, I'm doing what I can," Issei said. "But I want to test all my skills, so I hope you can help me. I want to fight with all my power." "Hell, if I say no, he'll still attack me with everything. Better to take the risk than to live with that remorse," said Issei Aslo. "It would be very interesting to see how far I can go," said Issei. "Thank you," said Serial, making her eyes shine. "My power is not destroyed, it is not created, since my power is whatever the planet is," said Serial, which began to make the entire Makai tremble. Wow! The ground beneath Serial cracks and huge pillars of energy are expelled. From one second to the next, Seri throws said pillars of energy at Issei. The latter flies and dodges the first attack, which goes on to destroy the entire terrain to Issei's astonishment, although upon seeing the next one he concentrates and attacks with a burst of energy. Aha! Barely withstanding the blast of energy, it exploded, but Issei managed to withstand the impact of the blow. "Damn, at this rate I'm going to lose," said Issei. Serial raised her hands again. The rocks beneath her began to rise at Serial's request. She used them to attack Issei. The latter flew through the rain of rocks, destroying as many as he could to avoid further damage. Preparing his wings, Issei fired a burst of shots. The energy pillar flew towards Serial and she countered it with her own power. Crimson Blaster Meteor Mode. This time the pillar of energy was divided into several bursts which were ready to attack. Serial again dodged these attacks in an agile manner. Issei turned on his thrusters trying to reach Serial, but he is noticing that he stands firm on the ground, creating a network of energy below. Issei creates a hand of earth. Managing to catch Issei by the leg, he hits the rock to break it, but in that, Serial takes the opportunity to get closer and give Issei a kick that breaks his helmet and sends him flying into the air. Landing hard on the ground, Issei stands up dazed and dizzy. Spitting out some blood, Issei pulled himself together. He's just messing with me, at this rate. What's wrong? Am I still waiting to see what challenge you can give me? Serial said, challenging and mocking Issei. Hee, I must say that they are giving me a beating, although now I must get serious, said Issei. Good. Serial used her power over the vital energy of Makai again to create various earth walls on either side of Issei, who rose again to launch another attack from his cannons. Serial recharges energy into her wings. Both fire their respective energy shots again, which clash for supremacy over the other. Still, Serial takes control of the situation, creating another pillar of energy beneath Issei. He is forced to dodge the attack, causing the pillar of energy to rise to the sky, although Serial moves again and lands in front of Issei to hit Issei in the jaw, although Issei kicks her in the abdomen area. Serial resists the blow but tries to hit Issei, but he thinks faster and creates a smoke bomb, exploding a small sphere of energy in his hand, a moment that he takes advantage of to hit Serial and send her to the ground. Even so, she gets up as if nothing happened. Issei lands on the ground. Evaluating his situation, he knows he is at a disadvantage, so let him come up with a plan already. Still, I can't help but get excited for this battle, Issei said, returning to his battle pose. Serial had remained motionless, looking at the security eye, which was beginning to expel more energy. Come on, Serial.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.